Chapter 641 Chen Fan, Father by Son's Name. The Emperor's address to Chen Fan caused Chen Fan to be a little surprised. What was the Emperor's status? The god of erosion and destruction who walked the earth. I'm afraid that he had conquered more planets than he could even count. As an Earth consciousness, he was at most a racial god in the power system of the Warhammer 40k universe. And no matter how polite the Emperor was, he wouldn't be so polite as to call him the Great Earth Consciousness. Chen Fan did not expect the Emperor to call him that. But he also understood that the reason why the Emperor respected him so much was because of the united government he represented. What was this called? Father by son? Chen Fan suddenly had a strange feeling. He smiled and said in a friendly manner, "There is no need to address me like that. I know something about your deeds. We can communicate as equals." The Emperor's eyes lit up. The Earth consciousness could actually communicate normally. The united government had always given him a feeling that the Earth consciousness was superior before. As if it didn't eat earthly food. An Earth consciousness that could communicate normally was countless times better than one that couldn't. After he had fulfilled his promise, he might be able to communicate deeply with the Earth consciousness and get a way to wash away the impurities of faith. If he was able to succeed, he wouldn't even need to move on the chaotic Octomom. Just frantically developing the state religion would be enough. As long as he could wash away the impurities in his faith, his power would expand wildly. As a god walking the earth, his influence on the real world was far better than the four evil gods. And with the power of faith, he might be able to forcefully suppress the four evil gods and keep peace forever. The evil gods were not some invincible existence. Not long ago, he merged with the god emperor and suppressed 3 of the evil gods for a time. There wasn't much difference between suppressing and killing for a long period of time. And if there were only 3 evil gods, perhaps he would have been able to win. And 40k time and space would have been preserved. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The Emperor extended his hand towards Chen Fan. Shaking hands. This was a common courtesy within the united government. It had to be said that the Emperor had been working in the united government for some time, and had indeed learnt a lot about the united government. Chen Fan shook the Emperor's hand as he smiled. "I'm counting on you for the next matter. I will definitely do my best." The Emperor looked solemn. The united government had opened the wormhole to the parallel dimension. The safety of Earth consciousness was more important than Mount Tai. For the sake of the safety of Earth consciousness, the united government had screened out a parallel spacetime that was relatively less dangerous. In this parallel time and space, the color sins had not yet been born. The spirit race was indulging in the splendor of the race, which was a slowly sinking sunset. Only the 3 great evil gods were active at this time. The 3 major evil gods would not work in unison. So the Emperor and Kilmon were able to protect Chen Fan from the evil gods 100% after they had ascended as the main gods. As to whether Chen Fan could successfully ascend to the Lord God position, and whether he could maintain himself after ascending to the Lord God position, the united government had complete confidence in Chen Fan. "Kilmon," the Emperor called out. As the words landed, Kilmon appeared beside them. Kiraman sized up Chen Fan, curiosity showing in his indifferent eyes. After resting for 2 months, Killaman's mental state was better. He had slowed down from the shock of having just become the god of order and reason, and gradually adapted to his new identity while drawing a red line for himself. Never dancing wildly on the timeline and always focusing on the present moment alongside the Emperor. "Let us depart," Emperor said. Kilmon nodded. Kilmon knew what he was going to do this time. They were going to repeat what they had done 2 months ago. Only this time the protagonist had become a planetary consciousness somewhere in another universe. The 3 walked backwards into the wormhole. This wasn't Chen Fan's first time in the Warhammer 40k universe. He had quietly visited this universe with Ava before. Although the Warhammer 40k universe as a whole was a hell on Earth, there existed a handful of planets that hadn't been infested by chaos for up to a few thousand years. And they had even forgotten what a start was. Chen Fan and Ava had a wonderful time on these planets. But what impressed Chen Fan most about the Warhammer 40k universe was not the good times on certain planets, but the subspace of the Warhammer 40k universe. As a collection of Earth's biological consciousness, Chen Fan's influence on subspace was astonishing. If left unchecked, all he needed to do was move a thought, and it would form a huge wave in subspace. He had completely reached the level of a racial god. Not only that, but he was also close to the Emperor, belonging to the category of being a god who walked the earth and could wield power from subspace in the real universe with impunity without being suppressed by the reality curtain. When the Emperor fulfilled his promise to help Chen Fan ascend to the position of Lord God, he could skip the part of making Chen Fan a race god. The three of them passed through the wormhole and appeared in an empty cosmic deep space. The surroundings were pitch black. Not even light. The Emperor stretched out his hand and held up a white ball of light that emitted a soft glow. The spirit race is rotten, Kilimon said indifferently. Unlike the Emperor, Kilimon was the god of order and reason. And as soon as he stepped into this parallel time and space, he was integrated into the past and future of this parallel time and space. He was able to see how the spirit race was reveling countless light years away. Judging from a human's point of view, it's quite a sight to behold. These blue-skinned creatures, who claimed to be a higher race, were playing more than perverts. After all, it's a race that catalyzes the sins of lust. The Emperor slowly spoke. There was some emotion in Emperor Huang's heart when he had incarnated as the god of erosion and destruction in 30K time and space. He had also seen the decaying sight of the spirit race. The entire race of the spirit race was rotten from the inside out. But how much better were humans? If it wasn't for his extreme restraint and the many things he did to make humanity better, I'm afraid the human empire would be no better than the spirit race. God of erosion and destruction. The reason why it was the god of erosion and destruction, and not the god of happiness and peace, had nothing to do with certain dark sides of humanity. In the hearts of many aliens, humans were a very terrifying race. He is attacking me. Kilimon frowned. As the god of order and reason, he was naturally opposed to the evil gods. And as soon as he stepped into this time and space, he received a warm welcome from the past and the future at every moment. The Emperor was unimpressed as he said lightly, "Then let's begin." Chen Fan had no objections. Leave the professional work to the professionals. The united government had already paid what it had to pay for his old father. All he had to do was sit back and enjoy it. Kilimon's body dissipated like a bubble. A sea of blue-colored gears sprang up from subspace. Countless gears of different sizes and shapes spinning madly, revealing the beauty of order that made people obsessed. In the azure-colored sea of gears, a pitch-black sun emitting a destructive aura rose. Chapter 642, God of Earth. This peaceful space and time ushered in two main gods at the same moment. A terrifying tsunami was set off in subspace. Countless subspace entities were caught off guard and were wiped out in the terrifying tsunami, and even wiped out any traces of their former existence along with them, including quite a few of the spirit race's race gods. Many of the spirit race suddenly became atheists. But the panic that erupted within the spirit race as a result was inconsequential to the entire spacetime. The spirit race was just a sacrifice for the colorful sins. And what appeared at this time were two genuine Lord gods. One of them was a Lord God who ruled over erosion and destruction. And in terms of destructiveness, it was much stronger than dread abuse. Fear of abuse is only killing creatures. But the god of erosion and destruction is not only killing creatures. Even matter kills. Is the corner of the Chaos 8 mansion with the heaviest killing heart. Humans are indeed the most murderous of all races in the universe, though seemingly mired in the muck, often facing disasters, and coveted by aliens and subspace entities. Humans have literally killed off the entire galaxy and established a super empire that rules the galaxy. Even the spirits and space necromancers, in their heyday, didn't hunt down and kill aliens all over the galaxy. Humans not only hated to make all the alien races extinct, they would also destroy their cultures and their planets if necessary, not knowing what softness of hand was. In addition to the god of erosion and destruction, the other god of order and reason is even heavier. Where did this one come from? The entire universe was shrouded in fear and despair. Where did a good and orderly Lord God pop up? At first, the three evil gods were a bit unresponsive. It was only after their initial contact that they were convinced that Kilimon was an existence of equal essence to them. The divine war directly erupted in the past and future. In every corner of the past and future, the three evil gods combined their efforts to kill Kilimon's foundation of existence, obliterating the order and rationality of the creatures, and desperately trying to keep the creatures in a state of chaos and madness. The azure-colored sea of gears churned, its dazzling light gradually dimming. Facing the combined power of the three evil gods, Kilimon was defeated in a single shot. But he was with the Emperor. The black sun seemed like a black hole in subspace, coldly and mercilessly destroying everything, only to provide refuge for Kilimon, so that Kilimon would not be so suppressed that he could not move. The Emperor didn't come here to fight this time. Battles between the Lord Gods were also boring, merely exhausting every possibility in endless time. Soldiers coming to stop the enemy, and no one could achieve complete victory. Chen Fan felt two streams of power pouring into his subspace essence. Chen Fan's subspace essence was a vast sea of consciousness. This sea of consciousness had countless shapes at the same time. These shapes were the overlapping of countless consciousnesses. Under the installation of the two main gods, the sea of consciousness did not expand in size. But in the underworld, a connection with the Warhammer 40k universe was established between Chen Fan and subspace. Chen Fan clearly felt that he had been endowed with something unseen and untouchable. Authority. A glimmer of clarity arose in Chen Fan's heart. Although he did not have any substantial evidence, he felt like a ball that was being pushed towards a mountain. And there was a groove at the top of the mountain that just happened to snap tightly into place as he was pushed in. Chen Fan's vision was infinitely enlarged, and his consciousness was dispersed to every corner of infinite space and time. However, he was not like Kiriman, who was in a daze at this moment, following his so-called instincts to act in infinite space-time. He was like a bystander standing outside the screen, watching the scene on the screen grow, but untouched. Just as he was with the creatures of Earth, he was a bystander, watching the joys and sorrows of the creatures of Earth without being affected by those emotions. The speculation of the United Government was correct. Earth consciousness would not receive negative effects from ascending to the Master God position. Chen Fan silently felt this moment, because he was awake and calm enough. He discovered some special details, such as the fact that he was pushed up to the mountaintop and stuck seamlessly into the pit at the top of the mountain. A process that vaguely had traces of being designed. Chen Fan realized that what he had obtained was not the ability to play with time at will in any universe, but the ability to play with time at will in the Warhammer 40k universe. It was as if it belonged exclusively to the administrator privileges of the Warhammer 40k universe. What did this mean? Chen Fan suddenly thought of the recently newly discovered Wandering Earth 1 universe. It was understandable that there were different parallel times in the same universe. But how did two different yet identical universes come about? It could never be a coincidence. Chen Fan also associated it with the recent disappearances. People had frequently disappeared in recent decades. And in his perception, many vortices had appeared in the infinite universe. And those vortices had swallowed many universes. What kind of power had contributed to those vortexes that swallowed the universes? Was it a natural phenomenon? Let's put aside the question of whether it is a natural phenomenon or not. But there must be some kind of laws outside the universe. Where do those laws come from? There must be a reason. Chen Fan was caught in some sort of a state of delusion. In a flash of lightning, he suddenly thought of the Top Gun universe. Or to be precise, the Oasis game universe in Top Gun. Oasis was a separate universe in itself. There was a Head Gamer universe outside of the Oasis universe. And the humans in Head Gamer could change things in the Oasis universe at will. Changing the parameters of the Oasis game in the Top Player universe changes the Oasis universe internally. But the United Government cannot find a reason for the changes within the Oasis universe. The United Government has been connected to the Oasis universe for some time, both inside and outside the Oasis universe. The United Government had a firm grip on the universe. But the research had not been done for a long time. The entire project was at a standstill. When he went back this time, he should perhaps ask the United Government to increase its investment in this research project, which might be related to the recognition of the universe. In the middle of the day, Chen Fan retrieved his escaping thoughts. The tremors of authority gradually subsided. Chen Fan felt like he was the stone ball that had been pushed into the pit. He had been bobbing around in the pit bit for a while, and now the dust had finally settled. Treachery couldn't laugh anymore. Dreadful abuse let out a panicked roar, and nascent sacrifice overthrew his crucible. A new Lord God was born. An azure planet manifested from subspace, exuding an aura very different from any god. It has no fixed form, and any creature that looks upon the azure planet cannot see the planet itself, but only what they wish to see. In the vicinity of the black sun and the sea of gears, it levitated peacefully. Neither was it damaged in the slightest by the black sun, nor was it shaken by the sea of gears. The God of Earth, embracing everything. Chapter 643, The Source of Time. Success? The Emperor felt heartfelt joy because it meant that the method he used to create the Lord God was replicable, and he and Kilimon could create many good and orderly Lord Gods, thus freeing the universe from the future of the Great Breakdown. This was of great significance to mankind. The Emperor did not hesitate, and immediately withdrew from the state of the God of Erosion and Destruction. This time, with Kilimon by his side to look after him, the Emperor was under a much smaller burden than last time. Killamon and Chen Fan also collected their subspace essences. Go! They hadn't come to this parallel dimension to fight, but to allow Chen Fan to ascend to the Lord Godhood. And now that their purpose had been achieved, it was time to get out. The three of them passed through the wormhole and returned to 30K spacetime. Thanks, Chen Fan said seriously. The Emperor nodded slightly. This is what humanity owes you. Chen Fan gazed at the Emperor. He could identify the extremely tiny beads of sweat seeping out from between the Emperor's hairs. A sign of fatigue. He was silent for 2 seconds before asking. There is no place for you in the future you have chosen. So come to us when the time comes. The Emperor was slightly stunned. Emperor's chosen future? Killamon raised his eyebrows, revealing a thoughtful expression. The future chosen by the Emperor was a future where the universe was run by good and order-abiding gods. A future where there was no place for the god of erosion and destruction, who would be out of step with the order of the universe. The Emperor had not only sacrificed the god Emperor, he had actually sacrificed himself. A future without me is the best outcome. The Emperor revealed a frank smile, and there was even a hint of longing in his smile. The Warhammer 40K universe was such that everyone had to be sacrificed, even the Emperor. The Emperor paused for a moment and added with a smile, when the time comes, I will go to work for the United Government. And I hope you guys will arrange a clean job for me. He was different from the Divine Emperor. He had a way back. Chen Fan shrugged his shoulders. With my understanding of the United Government, it is unlikely that they will have a clean job for you. The Emperor, the wizard who saved the universe. Idle him was an intolerable and colossal waste of resources, as well as disrespectful to the Emperor himself. Then I hope you can give me a retirement date. A touch of remembrance appeared in the Emperor's eyes as he said softly, I don't want to work for the rest of my life. What I miss the most is when I didn't have to do anything a long time ago. This will come. Chen Fan nodded. He paused for a few seconds, then continued, I'm going to leave now. If there's anything you can contact the United Government. They will help you. Emperor and Killamon did not detain Chen Fan. Chen Fan stepped into another wormhole prepared by the United Government. This was not a wormhole leading to the United Government, but a wormhole traveling to another parallel spacetime. In this parallel time and space, the human empire had been destroyed, and the 5 evil gods dominated the entire universe. This universe was even more dangerous, but because the 5 evil gods had brought great chaos to infinite spacetime. Some secrets that had been hidden by creatures in other spacetime were clearly exposed in this spacetime for the enjoyment of all the Lord gods. Chen Fan tolerated everything, and he had no conflict with the evil gods. He delved into the long river of time and space as the god of Earth, constantly traveling back upstream of the long river of time and space to explore those super technologies that were lost in the past. During this journey of exploration, time had lost its meaning. Chen Fan had participated in the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Countless creatures had erected monuments and statues for him, and these religiously inspired creations had disappeared and reappeared with the passage of time. There were traces of him everywhere in time and space. He silently recorded many kinds of technology that the United Government had not mastered, some of which the United Government had substitutes for, and some of which belonged to areas in which the United Government had not ventured. He came to the battlefield between the Star God and the Ancient Saint. On this tragic and splendid battlefield, attacks capable of shaking the Lord God at a certain point in time and space flew everywhere, and Chen Fan landed beside the 5 evil gods, harmoniously observing this earth-shattering battle together. Chen Fan continuously analyzed the technologies of the Star God and the Ancient Saint, while casting a portion of his attention on the Space Necromancer, following the Space Necromancer as he constructed the superweapon that had destroyed the Star God. A long time later, Chen Fan ended his observation of the Star God and Ancient Saint. The Ancient Sage was quite proficient in subspace technology, and could even fight against the evil god for a short period of time. Short period of time was relative to creatures with eternal lifespans, and was equivalent to eternity for a short-lived species such as human beings. The Star God is not ashamed to be a physical rules into the essence. The high-dimensional knowledge is also very deep, by virtue of the magic of the physical technology and the ancient gods equal. These are all recorded by Chen Fan. The most incredible thing was still the Space Necromancers, who had actually built a super weapon that could defeat the Star God. The manufacturing process of that super weapon was full of coincidences. The evil gods had secretly done a lot of work, and even if the engineers of the Space Necromancers were allowed to do it again right away, they wouldn't be able to make one with the same power. No wonder the space necromancers had lost this heaven-destroying technology. Chen Fan walked along the long river of time and space towards further upstream. The further upstream he went, the fewer creatures there were, and the denser the traces of the evil gods became. Sometimes a small tribe of a few hundred people could gather all the beliefs of the evil gods. When he came, his beliefs were added to the tribe. The traces of the evil gods were denser than ever before. And observing the creatures of these ultra-ancient times, one could clearly see the preferences of the evil gods. Chen Fan had the feeling that he was on a pilgrimage path. If he was an evil god lover, Chen Fan continued to move upstream. He encountered the first life born in the universe. And at the same time, it was also the first five-god coalition in the entire universe, under the attentive care of the five evil gods. It took only a few years for it to develop from a single-celled life into a super beast that traveled between subspace and reality. With the tacit approval of the four evil gods, the Color Sins gained dominance. The Color Sins turned this super beast into their own little toy, allowing it to constantly sow seeds of life, causing it to consume itself after only a few hundred years, but at the same time bringing vigorous life to the entire universe. Across the time point of the first life, further up was a desert that none of the evil gods wanted to venture into. Chen Fan met the Emperor here. The Emperor, who had yet to become a true god of erosion and destruction, was surprised to meet each other, and so they traveled together, heading upstream towards the river of time. They were both interested in the source of time. What pried the rolling stone of time in the beginning, and kept the stone rolling never-endingly? The singularity explosion? No. They did not see this incredibly great spectacle. Quite the contrary. What was presented to them was a radiant universe that looked as if it were billions of years away. They could no longer take a step forward. And this was the source of time. There is no singularity at the source of time that exploded to form the entire universe. The universe already existed at the source of time. The universe already existed at the source of time. Chen Fan and the Emperor fell into deep thought. But neither of them could give a 100% correct answer. They had already seen what they wanted to see. So they stopped staying and returned to their respective time and space. They both had a lot of things to do. The universe existed before time started rolling. There was no singularity Big Bang. Chen Fan brought this statement with him when he handed over the technology to the United Government. He thought that perhaps humanity could come up with a few interesting conjectures. The United Government held a council meeting. The Academy of Science is analyzing the technologies that Earth consciousness brought from the Warhammer universe. There are too many technologies, and the Academy is requesting an expansion. Zhang Weilai spoke slowly. This one was a superb harvest. Chen Fan roamed the Warhammer 40k universe for a long time, scavenging more than enough knowledge and technology to be counted. With the number of scientists comparing to the countless amount of knowledge and technology, the digestion time was stretched to almost infinite length. Therefore, the Academy of Science strongly requested an expansion, at least 30 times the size of the current scientists, in order to complete the analysis of these knowledge and technologies in the foreseeable future. 30-fold expansion? The council members revealed a bitter smile. From the time it left the wandering Earth universe, the United Government had been vigorously developing its scientific endeavors, providing benefits to scientists in all aspects of social life to attract the public to become scientists. For example, free allocation of housing, high financial subsidies, and regular traveling in the outer universe. Not only that, the United Government will also absorb scientists from other universes on the way. Three Bodies universe of Yang Dong couple is now in the United Government's Academy of Sciences. In universes where the quality of scientists is up to standard, the United Government will directly absorb local scientists. While in universes where the quality of scientists is not up to standard, the United Government will first build schools, and then absorb scientists after they have cultivated scientists with up to standard quality. In short, the United Government has attached great importance to the cause of science, trying to expand the ranks of scientists by 30 times in a short period of time, especially those who had reached the standard for entering the Academy of Sciences, was simply a pipe dream. To meet their demands, unless we go crazy and fish for people from other universes. Raghav spoke slowly. Problems had to be solved, not avoided. The United Government possessed parallel time technology that could cut the same universe into lasagna and fish the same scientists out of it over and over again. The counselors discussed this briefly for a moment. It's possible to fish people out, but doing so will create a lot of problems, and reasonable rules and regulations have to be set up. Zhang Weilai said, holding on to his headphones. Cutting the same universe into lasagna and repeatedly fishing for the same scientists contain more ethical problems than human cloning technology ever did. But the problem wasn't difficult to solve. As long as these duplicate scientists stayed in their own universes and didn't see each other, the ethical problem could be solved. If they fish out 1,000,000 Einsteins, they can put all of those million into the same science project. And as long as they are not allowed to cross universes with each other, there will be no confusion. And all that would be needed to maintain the exchange of information between those million universes would be for Earth consciousness to open a wormhole of a few nanometers in diameter to each of them, capable of passing through quantum signals. The energy consumption of this for Earth consciousness is negligible. Plan through. Let's do it. Suna nodded after 2 seconds of thought. Even if scientists from other universes got hold of knowledge of a dangerous nature through the United Government science projects, as long as they couldn't get out of their own universes, it wouldn't have much effect on the United Government. The United Government could also supervise the actions of these scientists through Homo sapiens, and promptly imprison these scientists once they were found to be showing signs of losing control. Troublesome, yes. But it did solve the problem. The harvest of Earth consciousness was simply too great, and the United Government had no choice but to expand the team of scientists by 30 times in a short period of time. The councilors raised their hands and voted unanimously with 5 votes. Good. The proposal is passed. Zhang Weilai took out another document. He said methodically, "The next topic. This was commissioned by the Earth-worshipping cult to propose to me. They wish to make the day the Earth consciousness returns from the Warhammer 40K universe a legal holiday. The name of the holiday is called the Day of Enlightenment, with 3 days of holiday and no transfers. Personally, I have no problem with that. What about you guys?" The counselors looked at each other. The Earth-worshipping cult's influence on the United Government was getting deeper and deeper, and it was even able to delegate the counselors to put forward their proposals. However, the Earth-worship cult was well restrained by the Earth consciousness, and had never done anything bad, and had also helped the United Government in many things, especially in some policies involving the lower classes. I agree. No comment. Could be. Oh, praise the great Earth consciousness. Another 5 unanimous votes. In fact, the United Government hadn't added a single legal holiday in the last few decades because the original holidays were already enough. And this time, it was an exception specifically for Earth consciousness. Cyberpunk 2077 City of Night. Shiga. Jack Wells opened his arms and hugged V warmly. It's been a long time. You've become beautiful again. How's it going with Chin Fan? Are you more godlike than before? V pushed Jack away. She smiled and said, "So are you. You're a big shot now and on." Jack hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Who would have thought it would be so easy to become a legend? He just followed the aliens on a trip to the Arakan Tower. And then he was appointed by the aliens to be the representative of the Earth's civil power. And all of a sudden, he became a superhuman under 1 person and a superhuman under 10,000 people. Now, only he could speak to Chin Fan on behalf of the people of Earth. The presidents of various countries and the heads of various companies were begging to meet with him, and he still had to pick his time to meet these people. As for the representatives of the gangs at the lower levels, he had no time to meet them at all. V was no worse. V became Chin Fan's personal secretary, with a status similar to Jack's. Although he didn't often appear in public, he had more opportunities to contact Chin Fan, and was equally under 1 person. Chin Fan has changed the fate of Jack and V. Even the powerful Arakaka Saburo was not as godly as the 2 of them in his lifetime. V handed Jack a glass of wine, and she clinked glasses with Jack. "Have a taste. Specially mixed for you." Jack took a sip. Then his eyes lit up. "What's the recipe for this drink?" "Vodka. On the rocks. Lime juice. Ginger beer. And a little love from me and Chin Fan." V smiled. "Chin Fan said it was your favorite flavor. It does taste good. I'll have to make a note of that." Jack's eyes lit up with a blue light, recording what V had just said. Jack switched to the most advanced manifestation division prosthetic eye. 8K definition video recording at will. He couldn't even think of this grade of prosthetics before. But now, he just had to open his mouth, and someone would squeeze his head to send it to him. Chin Fan's technological breakthrough. These words changed as she said solemnly. He said that it's possible to open an inter-universe wormhole today and receive his compatriots to this planet. Chapter 644. Breaking through the world barrier. Really? Jack's face changed slightly. Chin Fan hadn't actually done much after arriving in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, because he wasn't good at managing planets. He had only used the nanobots to forcefully carry out 4 basic commands. Restore the environment. Stop overtime. Increase holidays. Increase wages. Of these, restoring the environment was done directly by the nanobots. And the other 3 were all achieved by having the nanobots put their guns on the heads of the top brass of the countries and the directors of the major companies. Simple and brutal, while fast and effective. As of right now, what Chin Fan was doing was not bad for the people of Earth, but instead had great benefits. But right now, there was only one alien, Chin Fan. From Jack's perspective, he was worried that after more aliens arrived on Earth, they would bring bad changes to the Earthlings. Don't worry. V could see Jack's unnaturalness. She smiled and said, Chin Fan is almost omniscient and omnipotent on Earth. If he has bad thoughts about the Earthlings can't stop him at all. And the fact that he hasn't done anything bad has proved his reliability. V had spent time with Chin Fan. The Chin Fan in her eyes was like a god on high, always treating Earthlings with equality and compassion. She believed that under Chin Fan's rule, Earth would only get better and better. Other than that, the city now even had green belts that could resist viruses. In the past, green plants were a luxury unattainable by ordinary people. I'm not worried about Chin Fan. I'm worried about Chin Fan's compatriots. Jack scratched his head. He paused for a moment before adding, Never mind. There's nothing to worry about. Who am I? Jack revealed a cheerful smile. The brown man from Haywood knew that it was useless to care about things he couldn't change, so he might as well go for a drink. Let's go! V lightly punched Jack's chest as she smiled. It's been a while. Let's go have a drink in the afterlife. Chin Fan doesn't need me right now. Afterlife? Jack raised his eyebrows. Yeah. The Laisheng Bar used to be the place that the Night City mercenaries were most eager to enter, because it was the territory of the king of middlemen. Lo, and being able to enter there meant that one had become a top good fighter amongst the mercenaries. But for Jack and V nowadays, the Afterlife Bar was no longer classy enough. The only advantage was that it was in the City of Night, which was good for nostalgia. Jack hooked up with V and walked out. They got into the floating car and laughed about the interesting things they had recently experienced. The atmosphere was very harmonious. On the other side, Chin Fan's experiment was indeed almost successful. After obtaining the knowledge from Warhammer 40k, Chin Fan's understanding of the universe was elevated to a very different level, and his knowledge of himself had also improved greatly. He invented a consciousness multiplier. Through the oscillations between different dimensions, mainly the time dimension, it was possible to make countless copies of the same thing, which included consciousness. It was a 3-meter diameter spherical instrument with a silver-colored shell. Chin Fan sat inside this instrument as he maneuvered the nanobots to lock themselves to the chair, then silently activated the instrument. Buzz! Space-time was dissected into countless flat cuts in front of Chin Fan, and he saw himself in each of these cuts, which slowly flipped until they fused with the reality curtain, and the mirrors came to reality in droves. Chin Fan merged the consciousness of these him. Ordinary people would have been mentally deranged, or at the very least schizophrenic. But Chin Fan had not been affected in any way when he ascended to the position of Lord God, and even less so now. Chin Fan's consciousness grew many times larger. The nanobots carried the unconscious husk out of the machine to be cremated, while Chin Fan himself began the next round without any emotional fluctuations. In the process, his consciousness grew geometrically. When the burnt ashes could be built into a villa, Chin Fan finally sensed a faint connection from the distant other side. He revealed an expression of relief. It had worked. His consciousness in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe was large enough to attract the attention of the Dune universe proper. In the next second, a pitch-black wormhole opened up on his side. Chin Fan had the feeling of a swallow returning to its nest. He pondered for a few seconds, sent a farewell email to Jack and V, and then walked into the wormhole. After a while, a group of United Government officials came out of the wormhole, and they would carry out an all-round transformation of this Earth according to the promises made by the Earth Consciousness Advocate to this Earth. As for Jack and V, they could go on a tour of the United Government if they were interested. Chin Fan had given them that power. In the Marvel Universe, Zhao Renjie, who was sprinting, shook his tiger's body. He became expressionless. He got up from the bed, dressed, and walked out of the room under the woman's puzzled gaze. Moss, Zhao Renjie said softly. Moss seamlessly responded. I'm here. Great Earth consciousness. Chen Fan descended onto Zhao Renjie. Any Earth creature was a part of Chen Fan. And Zhao Renjie was no different. It was just that for a long time in the past, the Chen Fan sub-body of the Marvel Universe had been in a one-way connection with Chen Fan's main body. Chen Fan's sub-body could learn what the main body was doing. But the main body couldn't sense him. This descent was not a rough rushing through Zhao Renjie's diaphragm of consciousness. Chen Fan's sub-body opened up a new space outside of Zhao Renjie's consciousness, which could be viewed as a split personality for simple understanding. Zhao Renjie's consciousness could not fight against Chen Fan. So this body was now manipulated by Chen Fan. A special sense existed between Chen Fan and the creatures of Earth. And the moment he descended, Ma sensed his arrival. Build this machine in the shortest possible time. Chen Fan paused for a moment. I grant you free authority. Chen Fan passed on the technology he had obtained in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe to Moss. Ma said softly. Free permissions confirmed. Free permissions, as the name implied, were permissions that allowed the Moss to be free. A Moss in free authority could do whatever it wanted without any restrictions, and could even disobey Chen Fan's orders. But of course, Moss would not do so. The nanobots in Zhao Renjie's body spread out into the environment. They unlocked the proliferation lock and replicated and split in the vast space with impunity. In a few days, Chen Fan would be able to replicate what he had done in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, bridging the connection between the Marvel Universe and the Dune Universe. Chen Fan sat down on the sofa. According to Zhao Renjie's memories, the Exterminator was leading his legions to Earth, and a great battle was inevitable. Once the Exterminator was victorious, he would gather all 6 Infinity Gems and snap that ringing finger for the entire universe to plan their families, and half of the people of Earth would die without dispute. Even Zhao Renjie had a half chance of dying. Zhao Renjie didn't have much certainty of defeating the Exterminator. In the end, he was just a nano-soldier and didn't have any scientific research capabilities. He was just a relatively capable super soldier in the Marvel Universe. Good thing Chen Fan came. Chapter 645, Entering Marvel. What's up? Stark stood outside Zhao Renjie's room. He said with a mischievous look on his face. This is my house. I can't enter? The door to the room lit up with the cartoon avatar of Moss. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhao Renjie is in the middle of an important scientific research. If you have something for Mr. Zhao Renjie, you can leave a message with me, and I'll relay it the first time he's busy. Inside the door, Chen Fan was fusing his consciousness. The world barriers of the Marvel Universe were much thicker than those of Cyberpunk 2077, and the ashes scattered from outside the window were already enough to build 10 villas. But it was still impossible to sense the main body located in the universe of Doom. The plot of the Marvel Universe has come to a critical point in Avengers 3, Infinity War. Zhao Renjie's limited abilities hadn't been able to cause much of an impact on the Exterminator's great cause of collecting gems. The only space gem he got was also taken away by Thor with the power of Zeus, and finally fell into the hands of the Exterminator, according to the original plot line. At this time, the Exterminator has already obtained the power, space, reality, soul, and other 4 infinite gems. Will come to Earth to look for the time gem and the mind gem. Only the United Government timely intervention, in order to prevent the arrival of the end of the disaster. Stark looked dissatisfied as he inquired. Didn't he set up a VIP visitor or something for me, so that I can see him immediately when I have something to do? This was his house. How could there be a room he couldn't enter? Damn, Jai. Well, no. Moss showed a regretful expression. Moss had designed for himself a full set of emoticons that contained all human emotions, not only expressing mainstream emotions, but also subtle emotions that were difficult for even humans to convey. Like right now, regret with a hint of hopelessness mixed in. Stark could read this message that he couldn't get into Zhao Renjie's room, no matter what, at a glance through this emoji. Damn it! Stark cursed. I have something very important to find him that concerns the survival of all mankind. Tell him to contact me immediately after he comes out. Not long ago, Dr. Banner fell from the sky and smashed the New York sanctuary, bringing bad news at the same time. The Exterminator was coming right away. Doctor Strange informed him to immediately go to the New York sanctuary for a small meeting. And the first time he received the news, he rushed to call Zhao Renjie. But Zhao Renjie unexpectedly closed his door to him. Although his strength was already far superior to Zhao Renjie's, Zhao Renjie had the ability to foretell the future, and he was already used to consulting Zhao Renjie's opinion on major events. Moss was silent for 2 seconds before replying. If you can tell me what exactly is going on, it might allow Mr. Zhao Renjia to get back to you as soon as possible. The one currently manipulating Zhao Renjia's body was Chen Fan. The Moss would weigh the importance of the information on its own and decide whether or not to inform Chen Fan in advance. The exterminator is coming. Stark gritted his teeth. If you tell him that, he'll know. The exterminator. He had heard Zhao Renjia recite this word since a long time ago. And then he also came into contact with people and things related to the exterminator. And now the exterminator was finally coming. But Zhao Renjia was hiding. Important scientific research project? He did understand Zhao Renjia. Zhao Renjia had been indulging in alcohol and sex ever since he finished chewing up the old money he brought from the United Government. And he had no scientific research talent at all. Most importantly, this room was just a bedroom. There was no scientific research equipment whatsoever. What the hell kind of scientific research was going on in there? Researching IC technology? He was certain that Zhao Renjia was fooling around with women in the room. Stark didn't waste any more time. He turned around and hurriedly left. After 10 minutes, the door to the room opened quietly. Chen Fan had a look of relief on his face. He had managed to make contact with the Dune universe, and was able to enlist the assistance of the United Government at any time. Great Earth consciousness. Stark came by just now. He said that the exterminator is coming. Moss reported the news to Chen Fan. Moss knew what it meant that the exterminator was coming. It weighed the importance of the matter, and decided to tell Chen Fan after he had finished the matter thoroughly. Chen Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Exterminator. As the big boss of the Marvel Universe, the exterminator had a rich characterization, and was not a facile villainous character. The exterminator had his own logic for killing people. He believes that creatures are infinite and resources are limited. Too many creatures will eventually exhaust the resources of the entire universe, leading to the extinction of all civilizations. And in order to prevent all civilizations from extinction, he has found a way to kill. Using the 6 infinity gems to kill half of the creatures in the entire universe at once could greatly extend the lifespan of the universe. That was true. Killing more did decrease the rate of resource consumption. But there were some strange bugs. Since you could do whatever you wanted by collecting all 6 infinity gems, why not multiply the resources of the entire universe by thousands and thousands of times? Does it have to be killed? Furthermore, for the vast majority of civilizations, the most important source of energy is the stars. And stellar energy is almost inexhaustible. Really, the stellar energy is also depleted. The universe almost also end of life. This is the law of nature. And biology has nothing to do. Chen Fan is quite curious to know what the exterminator really thinks. Chen Fan walked to the balcony, and the nanobots wrapped around his body, forming a silver-white nano-battle suit. Whoosh! Chen Fan leapt up and flew towards the New York sanctuary. The Big Bang created 6 infinity gems, each of which is capable of influencing a fundamental element of the universe. Stark listened with furrowed brows. Space, reality, power, soul, mind, time. Doctor Strange puffed out his chest as he opened the necklace's blockade to reveal a jewel that glowed green. Stark frowned and asked, "The exterminator?" "Right, Tony. He's a disaster. He's been pillaging the universe, slaughtering half the people wherever he goes." Banner said heartily. "You shouldn't pronounce his name in that tone. It doesn't sound serious. Just moments ago, he had almost been killed by the exterminator. The whole personality inside him had been too scared to venture out. And it was the first time he'd ever been in that situation. The impression the exterminator had left on him was horrible." Stark raised an eyebrow. "This guy is coming to destroy Earth, and I have to pronounce his name properly. He sent Loki to attack New York," Banner emphasized. "This time he didn't target New York, but half of the people on Earth. And on top of that, he already has the power gem and space gem. He's strong enough to dominate the universe." Stark nodded. He had learned from Zhao Renjia a long time ago that the exterminator was a difficult enemy. So there weren't many waves within him at the moment. He asked, "How much time do we have left?" "It's impossible to say. He could come over at any time." Banner shook his head, panic lingering in his heart. At that moment, a bright silver figure flew down through the broken hole in the ceiling. "Don't worry. I'll make my move." Chapter 646 Obsidian 5 Generals? Jump gang! I will make a move. These words sounded so domineering. It's just that the person speaking isn't very reliable. Doctor Strange raised his eyebrows. He had used the time gem to look at Zhao Renjie before. In countless timelines, there were indeed some timelines where Zhao Renjie played a key role. But in the vast majority of timelines, Zhao Renjie was in an insignificant position. The timeline they were in at the moment was the timeline where Zhao Renjie was irrelevant. Zhao Renjie had completely swung for the fences after a few major failures. He didn't even have much fight in him to fight against the exterminator. And in the last few days, he had even had a nightly fight. Thor's alive or dead right now. And the exterminator will be on Earth soon. Thanks for knowing to come over. Stark squinted at Chen Fan, who floated down from the broken hole in the ceiling. He was not aware that this body was now changed. He said with dissatisfaction, "Setting up a restricted area for me in my home. How dare you?" He was still grumpy about not being able to enter the rooms of his house. Thor can't die. The Galactic Guard will save him. Chen Fan paused for a moment and added, "I was indeed conducting scientific work at the time. I didn't fool around with women." Although Tony did not say it, Chen Fan could guess what Tony was thinking. Zhao Renjie had a rich memory. In the end, he was unable to change anything. But he did make a lot of efforts, only to fail. And in the end, he attributed the reason to the World Line Correction Force, believing that it was an irresistible factor, and that nothing he did would be of any use. So he gave up. He bet that the exterminator could not hit him with his finger. And even if he did, Stark would travel through time and space to save him. After all, he was Stark's savior. With this thought in mind, Zhao Renjie felt that he shouldn't affect anything. He'd better be completely invisible to make sure that Stark would finally make it. So he let himself go, completely swung for the fences, and became the unreliable man in the eyes of Earth's heroes. That guy's not dead? That's good news. Stark shrugged. The exterminator was an enemy of the entire universe. Thor was a good fighter, and with him on board, the balance of victory would tip a little in their favor. What science work? Stark surveyed Chen Fan with a skeptical look as he inquired, "If you don't mind, could you show us?" "Wait a while." Chen Fan waved his hand. Stark bristled, thinking that Chen Fan was indeed lying. But he did not pursue the matter further. Now was not the time. Chen Fan did not explain, as facts would speak louder than words. "Friends, focus." Banner's face was full of seriousness as he spoke out. "Back to the topic of the gems. The time gem is in Doctor Strange's hands, and the mind gem is in Vision's. We need to find Vision as soon as possible. He's in danger." Banner stared straight at Stark. Stark looked puzzled. He lost Vision, and Vision shut down his communicator. Now only Steve can contact Vision. Chen Fan said in a cloudy voice. "Lost it?" Banner had a question mark on his face. Stark waved his hand. "Don't ask if you've already lost it. I'll call Steve now and ask him to help us find Vision." Zhao Renjie eased Stark and Team America's relationship while he was doing serious work, which allowed Stark to call Team America without any psychological barrier. Stark pulled out an old flip phone. Suddenly, he was struck dumb, with a vague feeling that something was wrong. He turned around and noticed that Doctor Strange's hair was moving. This was Stark, who was a scientific genius, was the first to realize what was happening. And he said in a deep voice, "Doctor, you're not controlling your hair to dance right now, are you?" Doctor Strange tensed up at once. "The ship under the exterminator is here, parked outside," Chen Fan said calmly. As the words landed, a rhythmic and special sound came from outside. It was the sound of some sort of oversized device. The faces of the crowd changed. Banner revealed an expression of fear as his body involuntarily trembled. The Hulk had been beaten up so badly on the exterminator's ship that even Banner had been affected. So much so that when he heard the words exterminator had come, fear rose up in Banner's heart. The crowd walked quickly out of the New York sanctuary. They looked up in the direction from which the sound came and saw a huge Ferris wheel-like circular ship. The ship was approaching them. The crowd looked at each other, all seeing the uneasiness within them. "Are you sure it's the exterminator's men and not the exterminator himself?" Stark twisted his head and asked Chen Fan. Although Stark was puzzled by Zhao Renjie's change, he believed in Zhao Renjie's occasional precognitive ability, which was uncharacteristically accurate and more reliable than Doctor Strange. Chen Fan nodded slightly. "All right. Then there's still a fight to be had." Stark's heart was certain. What did they have on their side? An Iron Man, a Doctor Strange with the time gem, and a Hulk. It was very winnable without any surprises. Chen Fan stood behind Stark, silent, The ringed ship soon arrived over the New York sanctuary, and Dr. Strange used a spell to raise the ship a little higher, reducing the damage it would do to passers-by while stopping the ship from continuing. White beams of light dangled down from the airship, and the light cleared to reveal two figures, one fat and one thin. The 5 generals of Obsidian, Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf. Ebony Throat stood gracefully in place as he said in a gentle voice, "Please listen to my words with pleasure. The sons of the exterminator will see you through with their own hands." Boom! Without warning, a shocking loud bang came from above his head, interrupting Ebony Throat's words. Ebony Throat raised his head in confusion, only to see an ugly-looking tin ship plunge into their ship, and a group of small giants, tall and encased in steel battle armor, jumped towards their ship. Ebony Throat had never seen this kind of enemy before. Jump, gang! For the Emperor. Death to the aliens. Great joy to the soul of the machine. These little giants chanted inexplicable words and exploded with their hands to kill those left in the ship. Ebony Throat's face trembled. Their airship was full of soldiers, but it seemed unbeatable in front of these inexplicably appearing enemies. Rolling black smoke was reflected in Ebony Throat's eyes. Ebony Throat felt his heart being gripped, and he thought to himself, "This is a high-class cargo that is hard to repair." Stark and the others looked at each other. They also felt puzzled. It looked like someone had come to help. The opportunity could not be lost. Stark decisively activated his battle armor and sped towards Ebony Throat, who he could tell at a glance that Ebony Throat was the more important of the two aliens. Ebony Throat was thinking of a question. Where are these enemies coming from? Will the ship hold out? How would they get off the planet if the ship broke down? He waved his hand without looking up. The taller Black Dwarf shot out and hit Stark head on at a very high rate of speed. The two rolled around on the ground a few times, with Black Dwarf being the first to wake up from the dizziness of the collision, raising his weapon and slamming it at Stark. If this is implemented, Stark, even if he has a battle armor, will have to eat it. Chapter 647, The Sorcerer Must Die. Just then, shadows enveloped Black Dwarf. Clang! With a loud sound of gold and stone clashing, a huge scythe framed Black Dwarf's weapon. Black Dwarfstar looked up in surprise to see a giant taller than him. This giant had pale skin, a breathing mask on his face, and yellow-green steel armor, all of which exuded an aura of death. "Your opponent is me," Mortarion slowly spoke. As he spoke, he took a sharp breath of poisonous gas from his homeworld. The scythe was raised slowly against Black Dwarf's weapon, then slammed down towards Black Dwarf's shoulder. Black Dwarf was shocked. He tried to dodge, but Mortarion's scythe was too fast. Amidst the spray of blood, half of the muscular arm fell to the ground, and Black Dwarf let out a mournful roar. Roar! The sudden change on the battlefield caught the attention of everyone. Who was this giant that suddenly appeared? Why was he helping Stark? What was the grudge between him and the exterminator? In fact, not only Mortarion, Horus and Celluloid also came to this universe, and their fleet was parked on the backside of the moon. The Protoss are war machines. When there is war, they are the sons of the emperors who walk the earth, the demigods of the earth, the nightmares of the aliens, the supreme loyalists in defense of mankind. But when there is no war, they become humanity's biggest problem. It's not as if there's no more war in the Warhammer 40k universe. It's just that it's escalated to the level of gods and goddesses. Although the Protoss were powerful, they were ultimately only demigods, and were not even qualified to show their faces on the battlefield of God versus God. Not every protoform could be like Kiraman and be raised to the main god position by the Emperor. But the Emperor also had to find a place to house them to avoid them idling away in the Warhammer 40k universe. Solely, it was all thrown to the United Government. Where there is a war, let the original body where to go. Dry food and equipment to bring their own. Died by the Empire pension. Do not spend the United Government a penny. Won the battle to send more awards and medals on the line. Not far away. Ebony Throat frowned tightly. He had thought that this trip to Earth would be easy. But accidents happened one after another, and a layer of haze inevitably clouded his mind. He raised his hand, and the booming Nimbus power dragged nearby cars and broken walls, laying waste to Mortarion and Iron Man. Black Dwarf took the opportunity to flee back to Ebony Throat. Wizard? Mortarion's eyes turned cold all of a sudden as he stared straight at Ebony Throat. Uncontrollable murderous intent bursting out of his deep sockets. Mortarion's psychic talent was actually good, but because he had been toyed with too much by his sorcerer foster father when he was a child, His hatred for sorcerers ranked #1 among all the Protoss. After discovering that Ebony Throat was a sorcerer, his attention instantly shifted from the broken-armed Black Dwarf to Ebony Throat. He stepped violently and launched his body like a cannonball towards Ebony Throat. Ebony Throat's reaction speed was quick as he gracefully turned his wrist and maneuvered the steel bars on the ground to shoot at Mortarion from the side. He even had the energy left over to twist the rebar into a pincer shape, trying to spear Mortarion. Clank. With his rich combat experience from fighting wizards, Mortarion swung aside at the flying rebar without even looking. The sharp side split all the steel bars in pieces in just one swipe. And instead of slowing down as a result, Mortarion himself went a touch faster. Ebony Throat's face changed. Roar! At that moment, Black Dwarf dragged his broken arm over to Ebony Throat, and he swung his weapon to smash into the flying Mortarion's head. Ebony Throat immediately interfered with Mortarion's actions with his nimble power. But Mortarion didn't stop. He firmly swung his giant scythe towards the Black Dwarf star, and the star god metal on the edge of the scythe blade emitted an eerie green light in the sunlight. This time, there was no sound of metal clashing. An arc of greenish light passed through, and the Black Dwarf star was sliced in half with its weapon, blood and guts dripping onto the ground. In an instant, Ebony Throat was stunned. What the hell? This was Black Dwarf. It died just like that? The huge scythe stopped in front of Ebony Throat's nose, and the wind filled with the smell of blood hit Ebony Throat's face, tickling the fear in Ebony Throat's heart into his eyes. Mortarion revealed a teasing smile filled with malice. You're next, sorcerer. In Mortarion's mind, sorcerer was basically equated with all deserved to die, especially after what happened to his brother Magnus. Everything happened in a flash, and before Stark could react to what was happening, Black Dwarf was dead, and Ebony Throat was caught in the side's harvest. Next to him, Dr. Banner looked dumbfounded. This was the son of the Exterminator. And this is it? Huh? Dr. Banner couldn't help but reduce his fear of the Exterminator a little in his heart. Doctor, who is he? Stark said to Dr. Strange beside him. He's awesome. A few of my style. Dr. Strange was used to Stark's narcissism. He shook his head and said with a puzzled look on his face. He's not in any of the countless timelines. Not even in the one we're in. This is too counterintuitive. As powerful as the Time Gem was, it couldn't control people from other universes. In Doctor Strange's observations of the timeline, all things from the Warhammer 40k universe are non-existent, be they people or ships. In his observations, Black Dwarf broke an arm on its own and then cracked itself in half out of nowhere. It was comical, but that was certainly his observation. Yeah, Stark bristled. King, what's that saying in the East about jumping out of the 3 worlds and not being in the 5 elements? Fatty Wan beside Doctor Strange nodded. That's what it says. Fatty Wan was from the East, and his talent in spells was no less than Doctor Strange's, with a chance to become the next Supreme Mage. In any case, we have a powerful ally, Stark said cheerfully. That's a good thing. The battle between Mortarion and Ebony Throat began. For Mortarion, both killing his way out of his native Barbados and sweeping the entire galaxy in the Great Expedition had given him a wealth of experience against wizards, coupled with his own good psychic talent and sensitivity to psychic side powers like mnemodynamics. Ebony Throat was like a chicken to be slaughtered to him. Half a minute later, Ebony Throat was hated on the spot. Mortarion, who held the title of Sorcerer Must Die, had practically whittled him down to a stick, and he died a gruesome death. Hi, friend, Stark shouted tentatively. Can we talk? Mortarion turned around. He put his side behind his back and strutted over to Stark, then walked past the nervous Stark as if he hadn't seen Stark at all. Great Earth Consciousness. Mortarion bowed to Chin Fan as he said in a deep voice. The Emperor has ordered us to follow your instructions. The 3 legions of Death Guard, Wolf of the Shadow Moon, and Wyvern have already marched into this universe, ready to destroy all enemies for you. In a flash, all eyes fell on Chin Fan. Chapter 648 The Calm Before the Storm. Mortarion's words contained so much information that everyone was stunned. What did it mean to open into this universe? Where did this person come from? What was his relationship with Dao Renjia? Chin Fan had been silent during the battle just now, and had no intention of intervening. As if he was a transparent person, everyone had ignored him. At this time, he suddenly became the center of attention in the room. Well, stand by. The enemy is on their way. Let's wait for them, Chin Fan commanded. The Emperor had entrusted the protodermics to him, and it was natural for him to use them without any psychological burden. Good, Mortarion said in a muffled voice. This berserk-killing god calmed down all of a sudden as he asked Chen Fan for advice. The Death Guards are fighting up there. Can I go and take a look? Mortarion did not think that his children would not be able to attack the ringed battleships that Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf had brought with them. However, this was their first battle in this universe, and as Horus and St. Giles had no chance to fight even if they wanted to, he felt that it would be better for him to show up. Chen Fan nodded slightly. After receiving Chen Fan's permission, Mortarion sent a message to his battleship. A beam of white light hung down from the sky, impartially enveloping Mortarion's body, and after a few seconds, Mortarion disappeared from the spot along with the white light. The human empire in the Warhammer 40k universe has shunned artificial intelligence, and technology has stagnated, in order to allow the Protoss to better adapt to the combat environment of the multiverse. The United Government had remodeled the Protoss battleships in every possible way. Not only did it add Moss subroutines and various advanced equipment to their warships, but it also provided them with some advice on their remodeling surgeries, resulting in a huge increase in their overall strength. Before being strengthened, the Protoss and the legions under their command were a powerful force that could sweep the galaxy. Now that they had been strengthened, they were even more powerful. Brother Jia, do you have something to say? Stark walked over to Chen Fan. Among the crowd, he had the best relationship with Chen Fan, and it was only right for him to ask this question. Chen Fan did not intend to hide anything, and there was no need to do so. After he ascended to the position of Lord God in the Warhammer 40k universe, and seized the knowledge of many great civilizations such as the Star Gods, Ancient Saints, Spirit Race, Space Necromancers, Golden Age humans, and so on, the strength of the United Government had swelled to an unprecedented level. With the current strength of the United Government, it was sufficient to deal with the vast majority of enemies. Chen Fan calmly said, I come from a multiverse civilization in the true sense of the word, and I have made contact with my civilization. Showdown was over. No more pretending. Stark disarmed his battlesuit as he revealed a stunned expression. You're really doing scientific research today? He knew that Zhao Renjia had been trying to get in touch with his civilization, but after a few years had passed with no luck at all, he had put this matter behind him. Yes, I was trying to get in touch with my civilization at that time, Chen Fan said calmly. My civilization sent legions of people to protect my safety, while at the same time engaging in technological exchanges with the powerful civilizations of this universe. And Earth is now under our guardianship. Heroes, you can go back to your normal lives. Chen Fan raised his head and glanced at the sky. Those who had come to this universe were of course not only the 3 Warhammer legions of Death Guard, Shadow Moon Wolf, and Wyvern, but also a fleet of the United Government's headquarters. The Warhammer Legion was here to vent their energy, while the United Government's fleet was here to conduct scientific research. They carried the latest time travel device developed by the United Government. After defeating Black Dwarf and Ebony Throat, the Exterminator learned about what had happened on Earth, and instead of rushing to march towards Earth, he cautiously learned about these mysterious enemies that had suddenly appeared on Earth through his intelligence network throughout the universe. The Exterminator is very cool-headed. He wasn't a brainless villain from a normal film, and he would never act rashly before finding out the origins of his new enemies, even though he had already obtained 4 Infinity Stones. The United Government also didn't take the initiative to attack the Exterminator, because the United Government didn't care about him. There was an Exterminator in every parallel time and space in every timeline, and the Exterminator was just a slightly powerful local native before he had gathered all 6 Infinity Gems. Not worth targeting by the United Government. The United Government had more important things to do. That would be scientific research. After the story of the Warhammer 40k universe came to an end, the United Government had made great strides in the field of high-dimensional knowledge. Now, scientists had set their sights on cosmic permissions, hoping to understand the nature of cosmic permissions, including how they were formed and controlled. The headquarters fleet from the United Government was intensively searching the timelines for the Infinity Gems that were in an unclaimed state in these timelines. The Time Gem has been found. The Space Gem was also found. The Power Gem is here. A ship traveled through the crevices of time. They leapt between different time nodes as the time dimension oscillated, bringing back the Infinity Gems for the scientists in the headquarters fleet. The scientists in the headquarters fleet ended up with 6 different Infinity Gems. This is the Infinity Gem? without considering the power contained in the Infinity Gems. The Infinity Gems looked like 6 ordinary gems, not much prettier than gems ground from beer bottles, and not out of place to be used as paperweights. The scientists placed each of the 6 Infinity Gems into their instruments with a research mindset, using different energies to stimulate the 6 Infinity Gems and study their properties. They did not intend to bring the Infinity Gems to the United Government for study, because the power of the Infinity Gems, in a sense, is very close to the Warhammer 40k universe of the Lord God, are a symbol of some kind of cosmic permissions, brought to other universes will be invalid. Moreover, the authority of Infinity Gems is not as high as that of the Warhammer 40k universe. And even if it is brought to the parallel space and time, it may be invalidated. While waiting for the exterminators to attack Earth, the main fleet would explode every once in a while, sometimes destroying the entire fleet in an instant, only to be restored in the next second. The Infinity Stones are dangerous. The scientists' stimulation of them is either ineffective or causes disaster. It was a good thing that all these scientists were more courageous than ordinary people, and that the lab was fitted with a time-tracking device that could roll back time to the moment of the catastrophe and give the scientists a warning. Time just flies by in one big bang. It's worth noting that the scientists would not hold on to the Infinity Stones all the time in order to avoid violent tremors in the timeline, and they made sure that they would restore the Infinity Stones to their original position when their research was finished. Nevertheless, their actions drew the attention of certain powerful beings. A storm far more terrifying than the exterminator snapping his fingers had already been brewing to completion. Chapter 649, The Court of Life. Something's wrong with Earth 199999. There is a group of unknown outsiders playing with the time of this universe, gathering 6 Infinity Gems in this universe, and conducting transgressive research on the Infinity Gems. We should stop them immediately. In the Marvel Multiverse, there exists a special agency that oversees and maintains the timeline called the Time Variance Authority TVA. The point of their existence was to monitor the reality of the multiverse while minimizing the effects of time-interfering events and avoiding vicious time events that would ripple throughout the multiverse. Over the course of time, they have effectively fulfilled their duties. Not long ago, they discovered that some unknown outsiders had appeared in the Earth 199999 universe. And these outsiders had the ability to manipulate time and take Infinity Gems from the past timeline at will. This behavior has caused the timeline of the Earth 199999 universe to enter an unobservable state. A large number of time paradoxes could erupt at any time. These time paradoxes would create a serious time crisis event that would not only lead to the destruction of this universe, but could also affect other neighboring universes. According to the practices of the Time Anomaly Authority, they should immediately step in to stop it. In fact, they were preparing to do just that. Agent Courier, I'll leave this matter to you. Behind the tan desk, a tall man with a serious expression said, "This time, it's not one time offender, but a large group of time offenders. The Time Guardians are taking this matter very seriously. This time I'll give you the highest authority, allowing you to mobilize all the manpower in the Bureau. And you can also recruit powerful bounty hunters in other universes. My request is only one thing. Don't screw up." The Time Mutation Authority wasn't infallible. There were some powerful time offenders that were still at large, and there were other time events that ended before they had a chance to get involved. For every event that was screwed up, the nasty repercussions afterwards were incalculable. Agent Coriel nodded. She already knew the information about the target this time, and she was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Can I deal with them in the name of the TVA?" TVA stood for Time Variant Authority. "Yes, go ahead," the man said slowly. The enemy was very powerful this time, and any option that could be properly handled was allowed. Agent Coral pondered for a few seconds. She turned and left the office, ready to gather a strong group of people and then talk to the time offender this time. With the alien invasion crisis over, Stark strapped on his apron and cooked a barbecue with pepper on the rooftop of his mansion. Snort. Murky grease oozed from the grill, dripping through the black wire mesh and onto the flaming red coals below with a finger-licking sound. The aroma filled the air. Stark turned and wrapped his arms around Pepper's waist as he gazed into Pepper's face, the hunger in his belly silently transforming into a mental hunger that drove him towards Pepper's red lips in a deep kiss. "Stark." An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Stark was shocked in his heart. This was his house. What kind of person ran behind him without alerting Jarvis? Was it a friend or foe? Stark let go of Pepper, and at the same time brushed at his chest, awakening his Iron Man suit. In the blink of an eye, he was encased in a red and gold battle suit. Up until that point, he hadn't been attacked, and he relaxed a little. He turned around and locked eyes with the visitor. When he saw the person's appearance, he was slightly stunned, because this person was all golden with very little life, looking like a golden sculpture or a golden robot. "What are you, and how did you get in?" Stark's brow furrowed as he paused before calling out, "Jarvis." For convenience, he had installed many cameras in his house. It was reasonably unlikely that anyone could come to Jarvis without alerting him. Had Jarvis been hacked? "I'm fine," Jarvis voiced. "He appeared here out of nowhere," it replied as it pulled up the security footage for Stark from earlier. The surveillance footage showed that the Golden Man appeared out of thin air behind Stark the moment he kissed Pepper. There was no air distortion or other visions. Slowing down the screen showed that in one frame Stark's back was empty, and in the next frame, the Golden Man appeared in full whiskers. Stark's brow furrowed even more, while Doctor Strange had to draw a circle to move instantly. This Golden Man needed nothing. "It doesn't matter who I am. It matters who you are." The Golden Man spoke slowly. "Tony Stark." Pepper realized that the atmosphere was wrong. She faced the Golden Man and quietly backed away, quickly leaving the rooftop. She was going to get help for Stark. "Don't do it yet. You're not here to fight me." Stark raised an eyebrow as he said in a fake calm voice, "If it comes to a fight, I'm up for it. But to talk about cartwheels, like important or not, I think I'd rather just keep roasting." To be honest, Stark didn't want to start a war here. On the one hand, he was quite happy with this mansion, and on the other, Pepper was still in this mansion. "Your friend is causing a catastrophe that is rippling throughout the universe, and I want you to stop him. Make him return the Infinity Stones, and take his people out of this universe." The Golden One spoke slowly. An invisible pressure emanated from her body, weighing Stark down a little. "A disaster that ripples through the entire universe?" Stark had a flash of light. "You mean Zhao Renjie?" It wasn't that Stark looked down on Doctor Strange and the Hulk, but out of all his friends, only Zhao Renjie could possibly cause a disaster of this magnitude. And from another universe. What's that got to do with the Infinity Stones? Stark wondered. After defeating the Exterminator's henchmen that day, Zhao Renjie left Earth and didn't mention the Infinity Gems at all. The Time Gem was still in Doctor Strange's hands, and the Mind Gem was still on Vision's head. "Your friends brought 6 Infinity Gems from the past by way of time travel. They tried to understand the wonders of the Infinity Gems, and this act shook the rules of this universe's existence," the Golden Man patiently explained for Stark. Stark frowned. Although he didn't believe that Zhao Renjie would do something that would destroy the universe, this Golden Man didn't seem to be talking nonsense. However, he couldn't completely trust this Golden Man either. Maybe this was one of the Exterminator's men? "Then what are you?" Stark inquired. The Golden Person's body slowly rose to a high place, and she looked down at Stark and said, "I am the Court of Life, the adjudicator who maintains the balance of the multiverse." Chapter 650, Annexation of the Time Anomaly Authority? Life Tribunal? Stark vaguely remembered hearing that name at some point, but couldn't recall it with a jolt. "Tell your friend that if he doesn't stop this dangerous behavior immediately, he will face judgment from all over the universe." The Court of Life was expressionless, but her voice was serious. Serious enough for Stark to raise his eyebrows at the matter. As soon as the words left her mouth, she disappeared into thin air. Just like when she came, she left without creating any trace. At almost the same moment, a circle opened in front of Stark, which showed a view of the New York sanctuary under renovation. Some time ago, Dr. Banner had fallen from the sky and smashed a hole in the New York sanctuary. Doctor Strange had simply taken the opportunity to launch a major renovation of the New York sanctuary to make it more in line with his personal aesthetic. On the angular side, what happened? In the circle, Doctor Strange asked, holding up his mobile phone. Doctor Strange had been staying on Earth all this time, partly because he was worried that Xin Fan couldn't be relied upon and that the Exterminator army would attack Earth, and partly because he wanted to keep an eye on the United Government's fleet to prevent it from attacking Earth. When he received Pepper's call, he immediately opened the portal. He didn't even hang up the phone. Stark shrugged as he disarmed his battle armor and said, as if nothing had happened, "Someone said that Zhao Renjie was doing something that could destroy the universe and asked me to stop him. Is that so?" Doctor Strange put his phone in his pocket. He asked with a nervous expression, "Do you think Zhao Renjie is such a person?" Dr. Strange hadn't put Zhao Renjie in his eyes before. But now that Zhao Renjie was manipulated by Chen Fan and had the strong support of the United Government, he wasn't what he used to be. Of course he isn't. Stark's brow furrowed. But he may not realize how dangerous what he's doing is. And I'm going to have to go and warn him. Dr. Strange nodded slowly, some concern lurking in his eyes. As a mage, he was very familiar with the plot of a person being ignorant of how dangerous what they are doing is, which usually led to a bad ending. By the way, what exactly was Zhao Renjie doing? And who was the person who notified him? Dr. Strange asked. Stark thought about it for 2 seconds and decided that Dr. Strange was a trustworthy person. So he answered, Renjie Zhao has mastered the ability of time travel. He has gathered 6 infinity stones from the past, and is now studying them. What? Dr. Strange was shocked. Using time travel to collect infinity gems. He actually had this ability himself. However, he had watched the future more than 14 million times. And all the futures where he did so ended up going to an extremely bad end. So he didn't do it. He wasn't sure what Zhao Renjie relied on to achieve time travel. But was Zhao Renjie ignorant or fearless for doing so? Either way, it was terrifying. Because it all meant that it would be hard for them to convince Zhao Renjie to give up. But Dr. Strange, who had seen more than 14 million futures, knew that whoever gathered the 6 infinity gems would only end up bringing disaster. He was certain that Zhao Renjie would be no exception. We must stop him immediately. Dr. Strange glared and said emotionally, This is too dangerous. The power of the infinity gems will only bring misfortune. Not only will it be a basket case, but it will also bring disaster to many people. Stark raised an eyebrow. Dr. Strange's words were pretty much the same as the Court of Life. Both said that Zhao Renjie's actions would bring disaster. So it seemed that this was true. By the way, who was the person who told you about this? Dr. Strange pursued. How did he know? Where is he now? Did he say anything else yet? Dr. Strange threw many questions at Stark like a barrage. She said she called the Court of Life, the adjudicator who maintains the balance of the multiverse. Stark pursed his lips. She also said that Zhao Renjie would have to face judgment from all over the universe if he didn't stop. The Court of Life. Where on earth have I heard that name before? Stark revealed a thoughtful expression. Maintaining the balance of the multiverse. That's quite a mouthful. I just don't know how much real skill it has. Suddenly, he noticed that Dr. Strange froze. Dr. Strange maintained the same posture as when he asked the question. Even his expression was exactly the same. As if someone had pressed the pause button. Stark reached out nervously and shook his hand. What's wrong with you? Something couldn't be wrong with Dr. Strange. Could it? Court of Life. Dr. Strange snapped back from his trance, his tone going all high-pitched. As a supreme mage who had inherited the mantle of the Ancient One, Dr. Strange understood many hidden knowledge in the universe, and was not unfamiliar with the name Life Tribunal. Life Tribunal. This was the adjudicator above the 4 major gods of the universe. Only when the entire universe is facing a major crisis, the Life Tribunal will appear. Compared to the Life Tribunal, the Exterminator is not as good as a prehistoric single-celled organism. The two cannot be compared. Zhao Renjie even alarmed the Court of Life? Move! Dr. Strange reached out and pulled a puzzled Stark into the portal. Let's get to Jinsho right away. He and what he's doing are too dangerous. Time Mutation Authority. I know you guys. Chen Fan sat on a wide chair. His eyes were without ripples as he said in a normal tone. We're just passing through this universe, and will naturally leave after figuring out what we want to know. The United Government doesn't do evil, and it doesn't make a big deal out of nothing. As for the infinity gems that we took, they will be put back into the time nodes where they originally existed after we finish our research, and will not cause any damage to this universe. Chen Fan's words were tantamount to a promise from the United Government. Looking at the true multiverse, civilizations as ethical as the United Government were rare. However, Chen Fan's words failed to satisfy the lady in front of him. Agent Carol's face did not change as she had a premonition that she might hit a wall before she left. And her main reason for making this trip was to feel out the United Government and see just how much strength it had. In other words, you are unwilling to stop this serious violation of time law at hand, even knowing that you may be sanctioned by us? Agent Courier crossed her fingers and leaned forward, trying to create some sense of oppression for Chen Fan. However, this was clearly futile. Chen Fan scrutinized Agent Courier. In terms of strength and status, The Time Anomaly Authority simply did not have the qualifications to talk to the United Government on an equal footing. The Time Anomaly Authority, as lucrative as it sounded, was actually just a puppet organization. Every member of the Bureau was a brainwashed former time criminal, including this agent courier in front of him. However, the structure and influence of the Time Anomaly Authority was valuable. So, should they be merged into the United Government? Chapter 651 Preparing for War. The Time Anomaly Authority's strength was average, but the influence they possessed in the Marvel multiverse was real and recognized by the cosmic gods. By controlling the Time Anomaly Authority, the United Government would have a legitimate reason to intervene in the various affairs of the Marvel multiverse. In the process, the United Government could realize its greatest goal: engage in scientific research. The United Government wasn't a villain, had no interest in ruling the multiverse or wreaking havoc, and couldn't understand the villain's motives for doing either. For a higher civilization like the United Government, ruling the universe was a thankless task. Destroying the universe was even more inexplicable, and only the eternal truth was worth the United Government's tireless pursuit. The United Government does not necessarily want to annex the Time Anomaly Authority. If the Time Anomaly Authority can give the United Government a free status, the United Government can actually cooperate with the Time Anomaly Authority and help them catch time criminals. The United Government fully supported the position of the Time Anomaly Authority in maintaining time order, although the Time Anomaly Authority had some overkill. Overall, they were extremely beneficial to the stability of the Marvel multiverse. Mr. Zhao Renjie, please answer my question, Agent Coriel said with a serious look. She already knew what the attitude of the United Government was, and asking this question was just to put an end to this conversation. And then she could leave this place and plan an arrest operation against the top echelons of the United Government. Although the United Government was mysterious and unpredictable, no trace of their existence could be found in the entire multiverse. But the Time Anomaly Authority was no slouch either. Agent Coriel thought that the United Government was nothing more than a hick who had come out of some closed timeline, and had no idea of the power of the Time Anomaly Authority. Against such a time offender, she would make the other side fully appreciate the tactics of the Time Anomaly Authority. We can cooperate. Chen Fan stared at Agent Courier's face for 2 seconds as he slowly spoke. You allow us to move freely in the timeline, and we can help you catch some difficult time criminals, while at the same time, we will restrain our behavior and try not to have an impact on the timeline. This condition was sincere enough. The last person to establish a cooperative relationship with the United Government was the Artridi family of the Dune universe. And the Artridi family not only got rid of the fate of their species' demise, but also became the new galactic royal family. The Time Anomaly Authority's cooperation with the United Government would only result in more benefits than the Artridi family. All the United Government had asked for was the right to free movement. With the Time Anomaly Authority's approval, the cosmic gods would not easily target the United Government. In return, the United Government would help the Time Anomaly Authority catch time criminals, and would also consciously reduce their influence on the timeline, doing the Time Anomaly Authority no harm. However, Agent Coriel didn't see it that way. You are in no position to negotiate with the TVA. Our dialogue ends here. Prepare for war. The victor will only be us. Agent Coriel stood up from her chair, her face expressionless, as if she was eating up the United Government. Chen Fan nodded and said with a calm expression, I understand. TVA wanted to be annexed. As the words landed, the door to the office opened automatically. Stark and Dr. Strange walked in, and Dr. Strange shouted as soon as he entered. Zhao Renjie, I don't know what you think, but you must stop your research on the Infinity Gems immediately. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Because of the Life Tribunal? The Life Tribunal was a high-dimensional being in the Marvel Universe, who presented herself as an adjudicator, managing the multiverse with doppelgangers scattered across countless timelines, and only stepping in when timelines were facing a crisis of destruction. The United Government has scattered 100 Homo sapiens across the planet. While Stark was communicating with Dr. Strange, Chen Fan had already learned about what had happened in Stark's home. Agent Coriel froze. She was about to activate the time shift device to leave this place. But when she heard the words Life Tribunal, she decided to wait a bit before leaving. As a senior agent of the Time Anomaly Authority, Coriel knew what the Life Tribunal meant. How do you know? Stark was a little puzzled. You wouldn't have installed surveillance in my home, would you? Chen Fan shook his head. We released a kind of micro-robot used to collect information on Earth. And when the Court of Life appeared, It happened to pass by your house. Stark frowned. He was about to press the question of whether the microbot would stay in his house, when Doctor Strange said anxiously, "You know about the Court of Life. You should know what his appearance means. The Infinity Stones are indeed powerful. But the Life Tribunal is more powerful than the Infinity Stones. If you don't stop your research on the Infinity Gems, you'll be greeted with the joint sanction of the Life Tribunal, and even all the cosmic gods." Doctor Strange was truly anxious. He was mainly worried about Earth, because the United Government's fleet was parked on the backside of the moon. And once the Court of Life and the United Government's fleet went to war here, Earth would definitely be affected. He didn't think that Earth could protect itself in a war between the Life Tribunal and the 6 Infinity Gems. "Oh," Xin Fan replied without thinking. The United Government knew more about the Court of Life than Doctor Strange. And in reality, the power of the Court of Life was above the 6 Infinity Gems. The Infinity Gems were useless to the Life Tribunal. Even the rule that the Infinity Gems could not be kept in the same place had been set by the Life Tribunal. So in the event of a war with the Life Tribunal, the only thing the United Government could rely on was its own technology tree. But the United Government was not afraid of the Life Tribunal. Although the United Government hadn't fully digested its gains in the Warhammer 40k universe, Xin Fan himself served as the main god in the Warhammer 40k universe, and could fish for super weapons of various races from the long river of time for the United Government to experience. Want to know how the space necromancers managed to shatter so many star gods at once? In a real fight, it's not certain who the deer will die. The Life Tribunal is not an invincible being. And in the comics of the Marvel Universe, his deaths are constantly being pushed out. Even the Exterminator has killed the Life Tribunal. There's no way the United Government would come to the Marvel Universe and not touch the Infinity Stones without getting the TVA's endorsement. Then a war between the United Government and the Cosmic Gods is just inevitable. But as long as it stands firm in the war with the Court of Life, the United Government's activities in the Marvel Multiverse will be much freer after that. Because there is only the OAA, the one above all above the Court of Life. The OAA is similar to the will of the multiverse. And he has more important things to do, and won't easily attack a well-intentioned being like the United Government. Besides, the Infinity Gems were originally created artificially. And since the United Government had shown enough strength, it was qualified to know the secrets of the Infinity Gems. The United Government might even be able to cooperate with the OAA. After all, the Marvel Multiverse was just the Marvel Multiverse. Wouldn't the powerful existences here want to travel to other multiverses? A chance to jump out of the pond. This would always be the United Government's greatest bargaining chip. Chapter 652 Leaving. Agent Coral was listening in disbelief from the sidelines. The Court of Life wanted to unite the gods of the entire universe against the United Government. As far as that was concerned, was the United Government that powerful? From the time she had sent a request for a meeting to the United Government to the time Xin Fan had received her, she had been treated with full respect throughout the entire process. And the United Government had not shown an ounce of the majesty of the powerful. It had never occurred to her that the United Government was so dangerous that it required the gods of the entire universe to come together to deal with it. Don't take civilization for weakness. It was as if Xin Fan could hear Agent Carroll's heart. And he suddenly turned his head to say to Agent Carroll, "We are still interested in the TVA. And if you are willing to cooperate, you can inform us at any time." Some people would have a strange mentality. It was as if the strong should bully the weak. And if they didn't, they weren't strong enough. This mentality was especially present in some people who had bullied others. Agent Coriel was one of those people. She had been treated too well by the Combine, giving her the illusion that the Combine feared the TVA. Perhaps you should have a chat with your timekeepers. They might make a choice that attaches to the interests of all. Xin Fan said slowly. Once the United Government had the idea of annexing TVA and paid for the practice, it would be impossible for TVA to cooperate with the United Government again. The time limit would be at the latest after the war between the United Government and the Life Tribunal ended. If TVA still couldn't see the situation by then, and insisted on treating the United Government as a time offender, then the United Government would also see TVA as an incoming enemy. Agent Coriel fell silent. She realized that she had greatly underestimated the combined government, and that she had committed the sin of arrogance in belittling a powerful civilization that could travel freely through time. This was a terrifying existence that even the Court of Life had to summon all the cosmic gods to deal with. If she hadn't heard the conversation between Doctor Strange and Xin Fan, she had really brought her TVA agents over with a brainless A. And in the end, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to keep her ashes. What do you mean? Dr. Strange felt his blood pressure coming up. Joe Rengia didn't take my words seriously at all. That's the court of life. That's all the gods in the entire universe. In front of those great existences that maintain the order of the universe. The exterminator isn't even a piece of sand in the ocean. No matter how strong Zhao Rengia's civilization was. Could it be stronger than all the universe gods combined? Brother Jia? Stark raised his eyebrows. He knew that Dr. Strange was doing it for the good of Earth. But at the same time, he also knew how proud Zhao Rengia was of his civilization. Just from the fact that the United Government could easily gather 6 infinity gems. The United Government was indeed powerful. He just didn't know just how powerful. Chen Fan and Stark looked at each other. Chen Fan had browsed through Zhao Rengia's memories. And he knew that Stark and Zhao Rengia were very good friends. In addition, he himself was also more interested in Iron Man. So he was willing to listen to Stark's opinion carefully. If you're not going to stop your crazy research, then I ask you to grant me at least one request for the sake of your friends. Stark said slowly. What request? Chen Fan asked calmly. Stark stared at Chen Fan's face. He could not read any emotions from Chen Fan's face. And he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Is this still the Zhao Rengia I know? Don't fight in the solar system. Stark said after 2 seconds of silence. Don't spill over to this Earth of ours. Go as far away as you can. And preferably to other universes. The other universes Stark was talking about were the other numbered Marvel universes. Good. Chen Fan replied calmly. Fighting in any universe was the same. And since Stark had made this request, as a reward for him providing food, clothing, and shelter for Zhao Rengia during this period of time, the United Government would go to another universe's unoccupied deep space to fight against the Court of Life. Not other universes either. Dr. Strange raised his volume, as he said seriously. If they go to other universes to fight, the life in that universe will also face great havoc. We should stop them from continuing their research. Dr. Strange, as a supreme mage, had an innate strong sense of justice. What are we going to stop it with? Stark bristled. They have 6 infinity stones. We'll be lucky to save ourselves. Dr. Strange was momentarily speechless. Yup. Zhao Rengia obviously wouldn't listen to advice. So if he wanted to stop it, he would have to start from the physical level. But could he beat Zhao Rengia's civilization? Which side was more powerful? 1 gem or 6 gems? As a medical doctor at Columbia University, he could still weigh it clearly. Alright. My mission is done. Stark shrugged as he looked at Chen Fan and said in a pretense of relaxation. I'll go back and continue grilling. Let me know the results when you guys are done fighting. I will. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Notify the result after the fight. It seemed that Stark wanted the United Government to win the fight, as only those who won the fight would survive to inform others. Stark turned around and walked out through the open hatch. I'm going back too. Agent Coriel said with a rushed look. I will tell the timekeeper what you said. And the TVA will carry out the timekeeper's orders meticulously. Dr. Strange looked at Chen Fan's expressionless face, and knew that he would not be able to convince Chen Fan in any way. So he turned around and followed Stark. After the conversation ended, the fleet of the United Government moved. Huge wormholes appeared near the moon. The curvature of space twisting out an exaggerated S-shape on the monitoring instruments. The massive fleet clustered around a large, spherical device. It was a fleet-class propulsion engine, fueled by space debris. This propulsion engine was able to create a powerful propulsion force field that enveloped the entire fleet, allowing the fleet to navigate at a high rate of light in real space. Forward 4. Under the effect of the propulsive force field, the entire fleet advanced neatly at an even speed, sailing into the wormhole without any disorder, as if it were a gray sword piercing into the universe. Stark stood on Earth, looking at the images sent back from the space station. A faint melancholy on his face. He wondered where the United Government had gone. He hoped that he would have another day to see Zhao Rengia again. And at that time, he must get Zhao Rengia drunk and ask Zhao Rengia if he had forgotten him as a friend when he returned to his own civilization. You failed. Suddenly, Stark heard a cold voice. He turned around and found that the Court of Life had appeared beside him at some point. Except that the Court of Life was tilting its head, as if it could see directly into space. I failed. What next? Stark asked as if nothing had happened. Are you going to go after them, and start a war with them? The Court of Life replied emotionlessly. Yes. The war has begun. Chapter 653. The War That Came to an Abrupt End. Chin Fan stood in the flagship of the United Government's headquarters fleet. This flagship carried the latest technological successes of the current stage of the United Government, and had also transplanted some finished technological creations from the Warhammer 40k universe. The United Government named it the Navigator in honor of the Navigator space station from the Mountain Shift period. It's been hundreds of years since the United Government left the wandering Earth 2 universe, and many people's memories of that time are becoming fuzzy. But the stories of that time would always be worth remembering. Through the high-strength synthetic glass, Chin Fan saw some starry lights, which were some kind of spacecraft that utilized vacuum zero-point energy, and each of them had a Moss subroutine on it, capable of performing some complex tasks. Utilizing vacuum zero-point energy was equivalent to white-whoring the universe. But if this energy was not returned, it would shorten the life of the universe. Luckily, the universe was so vast that a few thousand vacuum zero-point energy craft weren't enough to shrink the universe's lifespan by even a second. So they could use these craft with impunity. These craft are preparing for war. They were using their high-dimensional knowledge to tamp down the nearby space with a hammer so that the place could carry the next big battle. In the eyes of higher-dimensional civilizations, space is like fluffy cream. Doing something randomly would change the shape of the cream, and even make it splash around. And even the things on top of the cream would suffer. This kind of space cannot be used for fighting. Although high-dimensional civilizations have mastered powerful high-dimensional knowledge, and are able to create scientific phenomena comparable to miracles in real space. However, the individuals of high-dimensional civilizations are relatively fragile, and are often unable to survive in turbulent multidimensional space. That's why high-dimensional civilizations will tamp down the space on the battlefield before a big war. Just like turning cream into reinforced concrete, and making flimsy space dense and hard to shake. Objectively, this would limit many space-based technologies. Without mastering the correct spatial parameters, it would be impossible to use means such as spatial jumps here. And even if the correct spatial parameters were mastered, the consumption would be much higher than normal conditions. Chin Fan could tell that the speed of the vacuum zero-point energy vehicles was gradually decreasing. At the very beginning, these craft were traveling at the speed of light, and they were able to perform sharp-angle steering with no power loss, which the naked eye could not even capture. But now the light trails they were tracing through space could be clearly seen. As space gets denser, the movement of all matter slows down. And not only does the speed of the craft drop, but the lethal range of the weapon blasts shrinks as well. It had the feeling of a metaphysical novel, where strong mortals became ordinary people after ascending to the upper realms. But accordingly, after the space became dense, it wouldn't happen that when the intensity of the war increased a little bit, a large number of battleships would turn into fragmented space labyrinths, destroying them along with their people and instruments. Even though these battleships themselves all had equipment to stabilize space. In a war of ultra-high intensity, the effect of such equipment was far less effective than tamping down the space near the battlefield in advance. The storm is coming. Chin Fan was somewhat emotional. Unconsciously, the United Government had developed to the level of a high-dimensional civilization. And along with that, he had also become the planetary consciousness of a high-dimensional civilization, and had also become the main god of the Warhammer 40k universe, which should be considered as a father-son. Suddenly, the universe lit up with a bright golden light. The core of life was here. Most of the screens inside the battleship played out clear space images, and inside were clearly the 5 universe gods who had participated in the battle this time. Core of life, eternity, annihilation, infinity, and death. In the name of the cosmic adjudicator, I order you to stop your research on the infinity gems immediately, the Court of Life said with a serious attitude. In every parallel dimension, there were ambitious people who attempted to grasp the secrets of the infinity gems. But the Court of Life never paid any attention to them, because they could never succeed anyway. The reason why the United Government was stopped was because the Court of Life felt that the United Government really could have researched the secrets of the infinity gems. The United Government was able to travel freely through time and space, and bring back the infinity gems from time and space. But more importantly, there were no traces of the United Government's past or ripples of the future in time and space. And it was as if the United Government only existed in the present. Something even the Court of Life itself could not do. The Navigator turned on its broadcast system and broadcast to the area where the Court of Life was located. We have no ill towards this universe. We just want to learn about creating infinity gems. For a high-dimensional civilization, the most ecstatic thing was to discover a completely new kind of knowledge. Infinity gems involved the most essential rules of the universe. and were similar to the chaos automom of the Warhammer multiverse. As long as the knowledge of creating infinity gems was eaten up, the United Government would have the opportunity to autonomously create combat units at the Lord God level in any universe. If you are willing to share this knowledge with us, we will share knowledge of equal value with you. The pilot continued to broadcast. The United Government did not have mastery of the Infinity Gems production process, but it possessed the complete technology tree of the Warhammer multiverse. The Warhammer multiverse was very different from the Marvel multiverse, and there was much to learn from each other. Even if in terms of value alone, there were many technologies that were not inferior to the Infinity Gem manufacturing process, like the space Necrons destroying the superweapons of the Star Gods, who can't control the rules but can destroy them, or the Human Empire's time technology, which was truly costless time technology that could sail recklessly through the sea of time without any sanction from the laws of space and time. It's a win-win deal. There is no knowledge in the universe that I do not understand, the Court of Life said indifferently. The commander of the Navigator asked back, "Do you know how we came to this universe? Do you know where we came from?" The Court of Life was silent. The United Government had no trace in space and time, and she could only see the present of the United Government. So she knew neither where the United Government came from nor how it came to be. Violence was always an available option when faced with unanswerable questions. Much ado about nothing, the Court of Life said indifferently. If you want to get your hands on the manufacturing process of the Infinity Gems, let's fight. If you win, you can say anything. If you lose, you can go to hell with your pointless ambitions. Extinction level high energy reaction detected. River level attack detected brewing. Eternity breaking into the first defense circle. Swarm defense layer 76% broken. Void shield durability continues to drop. The war began silently, but soon came to a screeching halt. The United Government plucked the time string. Matter vibrated wildly on the time string, and in the blink of an eye, countless identical United Government fleets appeared nearby out of nowhere, and they stuffed a spherical cosmic space with a radius of 1 light-year. In an instant, the only lights in the sight of the cosmic gods were the lights on the battleships, and not a trace of starlight could be seen. Space was completely frozen. The laws of space were a string of multidimensional codes, so complex that even the Court of Life in conjunction with the 4 cosmic gods could not parse them in a short period of time. The Life Tribunal froze along with space, unable to move. In the midst of all the silence, the commander of the United Government spoke slowly. "We still offer the option of a cooperative exchange. When someone thinks you have the potential to destroy the universe, you better really have." Chapter 654 Marvel Technology Exchange Conference. Silence was tonight's con. The sudden turn of events had silenced all the cosmic gods such as the Court of Life. What could he say? Not cooperate? The United Government had the power to destroy the entire universe if it had the power to still him. And refusing to cooperate with the United Government would do nothing to improve the current situation. Besides, the United Government had done no evil, and this confrontation had started simply because the United Government was researching the Infinity Gems. The Infinity Gem itself is an artifact. Restricting the circulation of the craft that makes the Infinity Gems is an attempt to stop the forces of evil from destroying the universe. But if a power already had the ability to destroy the universe, what would be the point of giving them mastery over the crafting of Infinity Gems? At worst, it would just give them an additional means of destroying the universe. There was no point in continuing this battle anymore. Cooperation. The Court of Life conveyed a clear signal. Cooperation was a means to promote understanding between the two sides. And in the process of cooperation, he could learn about the origins and purpose of the United Government, as well as the strength of the United Government. The Court of Life had a doubt at this point. Where did the United Government come from? An organization as powerful as the United Government shouldn't be unknown in the multiverse. However, no matter which timeline, he could not see the United Government. And even in the timeline where the United Government was active, he could not capture the past and future from the timeline where the United Government existed. It was as if the United Government had jumped out of the timeline. This is an even more incredible means than manipulating time, because even manipulators of time leave traces in time. Erasing the traces is tantamount to suicide. After all, the past and the future didn't exist, much less the present. The commander of the United Government spoke, saying in a deep voice, "We wish to have the right to move freely in any universe on any timeline. And in return, we will try to avoid causing irreversible and serious damage to the universe." Maybe. The Court of Life agreed without thinking. The united government possessed the strength to defeat the cosmic gods and destroy the universe, and naturally possessed the right to move freely in any universe on any timeline. Because no one could restrict the united government, the commander of the united government added, "We will make good on any disaster we trigger. And we will make sure that the impact of the disaster is minimized." The united government ventured to the Marvel multiverse not to take in the sights of the Marvel multiverse, but to acquire more knowledge about the universe itself. This part of the knowledge was exceptionally dangerous, and the united government could not guarantee that it would definitely not cause a disaster. But the united government was a civilization with a sense of responsibility. If it caused any disasters in the course of its own experiments, it would definitely do a good job of the aftermath. It can. This time, the Court of Life pondered for a second before agreeing. The reasoning was the same as earlier. No one could restrict the united government. The universe gods were sensible. Since the result would be the same if they answered or not, they would agree to avoid an immediate outbreak of conflict. In addition to that, we would like to organize a technology exchange conference. The commander of the united government continued. We can exchange some knowledge that the other party doesn't possess. It's a win-win situation. The thirst for knowledge was a major characteristic of the current stage of the united government. The Court of Life was silent. Exchanging knowledge? Frankly speaking, the Court of Life was moved. The united government held at least these two pieces of knowledge that were of great interest to him. One was the knowledge of hiding traces in the timeline, and the other was the knowledge of imprisoning him in place. Good, he agreed. Happy cooperation. I also wonder when they're going to start fighting. Stark sat on a $300,000 Italian couch, annoyance written all over his face. The Court of Life after Doctor Strange science. He already knew what kind of existence it was. Zhao Renjia and his civilization were going against the Life Tribunal. Stark didn't feel optimistic no matter how he thought about it. Maybe the next time he would see something about Zhao Renjia, it would be in the clothesline he had erected for Zhao Renjia. The war is over. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Stark. Stark was startled. He turned his head and saw the expressionless Zhao Renjia. It's over. Stark was stunned. Is your war as short as yours? The united government's fleet had only just left the back of the moon. Could it be that the war ended as soon as they arrived on the other side? Were the wars of higher civilizations so dry? Chun Fan raised his eyebrows. He walked over to Stark and sat down beside him, and said with a calm expression, "We are preparing to organize a technology exchange conference. And this conference will invite outstanding scientific research talents from the multiverse, and superpowers who possess exclusive knowledge." The united government was serious about its thirst for knowledge, and had even obtained the contact information of the Heavenly God Group through the Court of Life. The infinite gems were produced by the Heavenly God Group, and the united government had already sent an invitation to the Heavenly God Group. If they could get the production process of the infinite gems directly from the source manufacturer, it would save the united government a lot of time. Wait a minute. You haven't said the result of the war yet. Stark asked nervously. Did you settle with the Life Tribunal? Or did the Life Tribunal let you go? We won. Chin Fan said calmly. Won? Stark asked incredulously after being stunned for 2 seconds. Do you mean the same thing by winning as I understand it? A big win? A big win. Chin Fan replied calmly. Stark was silent as he digested this information. In other words, Zhao Renjia's civilization had defeated the allied forces of the cosmic gods led by the Court of Life in a very short period of time. If that was true, no wonder Zhao Renjia was swinging for the fences, with such a big thick leg on his back. If it were him, he would also swing for the fences. Alright, let's talk about the Technology Exchange Conference. Stark took a sip of ice curacao to suppress his shock as he cautiously asked, Am I fortunate enough to attend this conference that you specifically came to find me? Chin Fan was not in the habit of selling out. He nodded. I came to find you because you wanted me to inform you of the outcome of the war after it was over. You can indeed participate in this assembly. Not just you, but you from other universes are also eligible to attend. So you will meet many of yourselves from different times at the convention, and even meet many of your fathers. Didn't you want to ask your father what he really thought back then? Now you have that chance. Looking at Chin Fan's expressionless face, the corner of Stark's mouth twitched. One genius like me is enough, Stark said in a deep voice. I've already looked away from what happened back then. I don't need the guy to answer any of my questions. Chin Fan nodded as he took out a brooch and placed it on the coffee table. This is the ticket. Go or not as you wish. Just pin it to your chest. Although the conference hasn't officially started yet, the venue is already open. You might be able to meet something you're interested in there. Chapter 655 The Glove of the Exterminator, The Great Joy of Machine Souls. It was a delicate blue brooch with the words United Government engraved in hundreds of languages, and served mainly as a beacon to help the United Government locate those attending the exchange conference. Stark stared at the pin for a few seconds in silence, but finally did not refuse. "Thanks," he whispered. He knew how valuable an opportunity to exchange knowledge with other universes was, and he couldn't even imagine how the United Government had managed to make this conference possible by inviting attendees across universes, and also withstanding the pressure of the cosmic gods and various cosmic monitoring organizations. He now believed that the United Government had really won the fight. Not only did it win, it also won easily, which was why it was able to organize this incredible exchange conference. Chun Fan surveyed the nanomodule on Stark's chest. "Our nanotechnology and battlesuit experts will also be attending this exchange conference. I will arrange a meeting for you, and I hope that you can get enough out of the exchange conference." Chun Fan extended his hand toward Stark. Stark froze for a moment, then extended his own hand as well, and the two of them shook it vigorously. Chun Fan slowly closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes with a look of excitement on his face that was very different from earlier. "Stark, I'm back." Zhao Renjia was excited. During the time he had been manipulated by Chun Fan's body, he had been observing from the first viewpoint, and had gained many experiences that he had not previously had, and most likely would not have in the future. This included the fact that the commander of the United Government treated him with respect. In the old days, in a fleet of this size, it would have been difficult for him to see his commander, let alone give him orders. It was simply too good to be true. "What do you mean? Aren't you always here?" Stark looked at Zhao Renjia suspiciously, a strange feeling hidden in his heart. Zhao Renjia gave Stark a smug expression. Stark looked at Zhao Renjia's face and suddenly had a familiar feeling. This was the Zhao Renjia he knew. "Stark, do you know who possessed me?" The Great Earth Consciousness. The Marvel Technology Exchange Conference was the highest-ranked project of the United Government at the moment. In addition to the participation of people local to the Marvel multiverse, there were also people from the trusted United Government, which included not only scientists from the United Government, but also some technical sergeants from the Warhammer 40K universe. For the sake of information security, both the scientists of the United Government and the technical sergeants of the Warhammer 40K universe, as well as the humans of other universes who will participate in the conference through various channels later on, will all have to give their memories to the United Government and the Warhammer 40K universe. They all had to hand over their memories to the United Government for safekeeping. And when they entered the arena, they could only bring with them memories that had been modified by the United Government, and could not change back to their original selves until the end of the convention. This was a necessary measure of secrecy. In addition to wanting to learn about the Marvel Universe, the tech sergeants also wanted to know if their knowledge of Machine Soul would still be useful in other universes. When the Machine Soul was in great joy, a cannon with a one-shot capacity could fire 2 shots. It had been verified by Kilimon, who had become the god of order and reason, that even certain superweapons that could destroy the heavens and the earth with a single shot could fire an extra shot out of thin air when the Machine Soul was happy enough. This involves a fundamental law of how the universe works, like getting stuck with a bug. The technical sergeants were eager to know if this bug also existed in other universes, and if they could develop some special technology based on this bug similar to the green-skinned orcs' I seek power. The scientists of the United Government found this research project interesting and asked the United Government to allow these technological sergeants to attend the convention together. The convention hadn't officially started at this point, but the venue was open. "Hello. I'm Stark. 19 years old. I'm Stark too. I'm 30. So much Stark. I'll be 42 after my birthday." The same people from different universes were the first to get together. They knew their own natures very well, and were more likely to trust each other, and be willing to share their knowledge with their other universe selves for free. "Watch out for Obadiah. That old bastard is trying to kill you." "Yeah. Be careful of him. Here's this little robot for you. If you can bring it back, press the red button and automatically kill Obadiah." Besides sharing knowledge, they also shared something else. As more and more people entered the venue, a Stark speciality quickly formed near the arena, with more and more Starks converging here and spontaneously dividing into many smaller Stark specialties. Seeing so many geniuses at once, I feel like I'm dreaming. Stark looked around. He looked at one more familiar face than another, and inexplicably had a trance-like feeling. Zhao Renjie was immune to Stark's boastful words. He introduced, "This is the Earth Arena. You from all universes will appear here. You can talk to them if you're interested. Some of them are you." After the exterminator snapped his fingers. After the United Government came to the Marvel Multiverse, Jin Cho returned to his position. However, he took a short leave from the United Government to accompany his good friend around the exchange conference to prevent Stark from being swindled by certain people with evil intentions. After all, this was an exchange convention involving many universes, where scientific geniuses or people with special knowledge could participate. With too many people, it was inevitable that some ill-intentioned ones would blend in. Although Zhao Renjie wasn't a smart person either, after realizing that he had been swindled, it was easier for him to find the United Government's security to deal with the problem. There's no need to understand those. Stark shrugged as he said sagely, I can't give them much help. And I don't want to listen to other people's miserable lives, because you've already told me about it many times. There really isn't much need to meet if you think so. Zhao Renjie paused for a moment. Let's go. I'll take you to those who have special knowledge. It's only when you talk to them that you can get something out of it. Zhao Renjie dragged Stark to the Warhammer 40k Universe's arena. This arena was next to the Earth Arena, but the area was much smaller, because the Warhammer 40k Universe came with national teams, all excellent technical soldiers who had been approved by Terra and the Emperor, and the number was very rare. Stark surveyed the tech sergeants. Hello. My name is Stark. Stark ignored the strange dress of the techno sergeants and said enthusiastically, I'm also here for the exchange conference. And before the conference starts, I thought we could have a private conversation first. The technical sergeants looked at Zhao Renjie standing behind Stark. They recognized the United Government logo on Zhao Renjie's body. Good. The technical sergeant spoke slowly. Stark sat down and exchanged methods of making battle suits and pleasurable machine souls with the technical sergeants. That such a thing as a machine soul even exists in the world. Stark couldn't help but let out an exclamation. According to the theory of the techno sergeants, the glove of the exterminator harnessing the infinity gems also had a machine soul. And that thing would be a great pleasure to the machine soul if it was. Chapter 656, The Technical Sergeant in a Dilemma. This technology is amazing. I just don't know if it can be used in my universe. Stark revealed a hesitant expression as he cautiously asked. Forgive me for taking the liberty. Can you demonstrate it live? The battlesuit technology he shared was built on basic physics, and the techno sergeants were comfortable using it with a little bit of refinement. However, the machine soul technology that the technical sergeant shared with him was like a form of sorcery. And not being a human resource in this area, he wasn't sure if he understood it or not, and if he could use it when he returned. He wanted to understand the machine soul technology in more detail. He was actually a bit skeptical. Did machine souls really exist? The technology sounded so unscientific. According to the theories of the technical sergeants, even a spanner and a screwdriver had a machine soul. Of course, the techno sergeants readily agreed, saying reverently, Give us your battle suit and the greatness of the Omni Messiah will be presented to you. Praise be to the almighty Omni Messiah. Stark smiled awkwardly. These techno sergeants were truly devout believers, praising the Omni Messiah with every word they spoke. And in his short exchange with the techno sergeants, he had heard no less than 100 phrases praising the Omni Messiah. He was a little uncomfortable. Ever since he had dealt with Thor, he had become uncomfortable with this god and that god, and he was vaguely uncomfortable looking at the techno sergeant's fervent eyes. But he could feel the sincerity of these technical sergeants. These technical sergeants were good people. Of course they were good people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to go through the double screening of the Empire and the United Government and come to this super platform of multiverse communication. Zhao Renjie could see Stark's discomfort. His voice rang in Stark's ears. The Warhammer universe is a very desperate universe, and it's hard for humans to survive without some spiritual support in that universe. Stark was slightly stunned. He knew that this was Zhao Renjie using the nanobots to make a sound near his cochlea. A very desperate universe? Stark was a little puzzled. He thought to himself, how desperate is very desperate? More desperate than the exterminator snapping his fingers? But he couldn't ask questions at this point, because he didn't have Zhao Renjie's voice transmission technology. If he opened his mouth to ask, he might appear reckless and cause the technical soldiers to resent him. Stark didn't give it much thought as he pressed on his chest. The nanobots were activated. spreading from the robot storage compartment on his chest around his body, quickly forming a red and gold Iron Man suit. Influenced by Zhao Renjie, Stark designed the lines of this Iron Man battle suit to be very sharp and look extra cold. "Can we take it off?" a technical sergeant asked. Iron Man's facial armor popped upwards to reveal Stark's face. He shook his head regretfully. "This suit needs me to provide the energy to maintain its shape. Detach me, and it will disappear." "That's okay." The techno sergeant reached out and ran his hand over Iron Man a few times as he lamented. "Very good tech indeed. Just too much abominable intelligence to be very suitable for use in our universe." The Golden Age Empire had also mastered nanobot technology. But unfortunately, after the rise of the four evil gods in subspace, the pollution and influence from subspace had become increasingly rampant. And the abominable intelligence that was strongly associated with nanobot technology could easily be infected into monsters. Even if it is regained, the Empire will not use it in a short time. In fact, the war in the Warhammer 40k universe has moved away from the mortal plane. And even the reputed demigods of the Protoss can only give the Empire and Kill-Em-On a run for their money. The war was fought in a wider and deeper dimension of space and time. The ultimate battlefield where only the gods could stand. Praise be to the almighty Omni Messiah. The techno-sergeants stood around Stark. They lit incense and kept caressing Stark's battlesuit, muttering the prayers of the mechanical theocracy under their breath, while continuously sending out blessings in binary. Stark was surrounded in the middle, and felt his scalp tingle. He roughly understood how the machine soul technology worked, but hadn't imagined such a bizarre scene. He cast a look of help to Zhao Renjie. Zhao Renjie shrugged his shoulders, pretending that he didn't see anything. "You chose it, Tony. It's rude to interrupt people at this time when they've already started. Thank you, Omni Messiah, for your gift to mankind." Praise be to Omni Messiah, the all-knowing, all-powerful one true God. A few minutes passed and nothing happened. The techno-sergeants looked at each other, and they looked puzzled in each other's eyes. No response from the spirit of the machine. They were all devout followers of the mechanical theocracy. A few minutes alone could make the machine spirit pleased. Several together would only take less time. And it shouldn't be unresponsive. Had the light of the Omni Messiah not shone here? The techno-sergeants didn't stop. They paced around Stark. Their hands kept stroking the Iron Man battlesuit. And the chanting grew. Stark silently lowered the suit's facial armor to cover his shaking face. He regretted it. A machine spirit? How could he believe in such a thing? If he had to say machine souls existed, maybe Jarvis was his machine soul? Stark held his tongue for a few more minutes. "I say, guys, does this battlesuit of mine not have a machine soul?" Stark interrupted the tech sergeants, who were acting godlike in his eyes. The tech sergeants fell silent. After a few seconds, one of the technical sergeants spoke. "A machine soul exists in any mechanical creation. But this space is special, and the light of the Omni Messiah may not shine here. In special places, there were indeed cases where the machine soul did not respond. They were a little embarrassed. It was because they had gained a great deal of knowledge about the battlesuit through the USB stick provided by Stark, but had not come up with an equivalent." "I see." Stark paused for a moment. "So besides the machine soul technology, do you have any other distinctive technologies?" Frankly, he wanted to leave the arena, but he had already paid for his battlesuit technology. And to be fair, he had to get something. "Right?" The tech sergeants blushed. "Specialty technology?" They had it. And lots of it. All of them were specially prepared by the Empire to communicate with other universes. And they included some powerful technologies that Kill-Em-On had salvaged from the Golden Age. But the problem was that these technologies were too powerful. Time-traveling devices, time-stopping force fields, timeline elimination guns, black hole generators, full module swarming abomination intelligences, none of which are on par with the battlesuit technology Stark provided. Take out those technologies, and they lose out. But except for the technology Kill-Em-On salvaged from the Golden Age, the other technologies were primitive and outdated, hardly comparable to Stark's battlesuit technology. For a time, they were caught in a dilemma. Chapter 657 Techno-Sergeant. There's nothing more low-grade than this. It was too much of a loss for them to exchange the technology Kill-Em-On had salvaged from the Golden Age. But it was too primitive and backward to exchange it for the other technologies the Empire currently held. So give nothing? It was only their first day here. So they couldn't discredit the Emperor and the Omni Messiah. If it was because of them that the Emperor and Omni Messiah's reputation was tarnished, they would have to cut themselves to thank them. I'm sorry. Please let us discuss this. A technical sergeant said nervously. Stark nodded indifferently. Be my guest? He wasn't panicking at all. He was sure that everyone who came here had a couple of tricks up their sleeves. After all, this was a superb communication platform spanning the multiverse. Not just anyone was qualified to come in. He was just curious as to what the technical sergeants would eventually discuss. The technical sergeants looked at each other with trepidation. They walked to the side and gathered around to mutter in a low voice. This is the first exchange. Don't mess it up. What technology should we take to him? Neutron Battlestar construction project? That's too high-end. How about a stellar energy extractor? That's too precious. Think fast. What technologies do we have? Stark didn't eavesdrop on the techno-sergeants' conversation because he couldn't hear them if he wanted to. The techno-sergeants had turned on their conical mute force field, and not a single sound could come out of the force field. How much do you know about them? Stark asked in a low voice as he pulled Zhao Renjia. The mute boundary was two-way. He couldn't hear the technical sergeants, and the technical sergeants couldn't hear him or Zhao Renjia. Zhao Renjia wrapped his arm around Stark's shoulders and said mysteriously, Don't look at these techno-sergeants dressed in dirt. They're from a superhuman empire that rules the galaxy and has two gods that exist in the timeline. The Empire of Warhammer 40k. If it moved to the Marvel Universe with the technology Killamon salvaged from the Golden Age, would undoubtedly be a T0 level power, standing at the very top of the pyramid, both in terms of technological level and personal greatness. The Exterminator can't touch a bit of it. The technology you can imagine. They have 80% of it. So cherish this exchange opportunity. Zhao Renjia poked Stark's waist. Zhao Renjia had a very good relationship with Stark. He didn't know if such a multiverse forum would be held in the future, so he sincerely hoped that Stark would get enough out of this forum. Really? Stark's face was shocked. The technical sergeants were too itsy-bitsy to communicate with much of a stance. He really didn't see that the technical sergeants were as sharp as Zhao Renjia described them to be. Zhao Renjia nodded affirmatively. He said with a look of certainty, Of course it's true. They can send a random fleet to take out the Exterminator who hasn't collected all the Infinity Gems. Stark was heartily moved. At that point, the tech sergeants finished their discussion. They turned off their cone of silence force field and returned to Stark. Mr. Stark, frankly, we don't have the right knowledge to exchange battlesuit technology. One of the tech sergeants said apologetically. Stark froze for a moment. But under the watchful eye of the Emperor and the Omni Messiah, we will never let our friends suffer. Another tech sergeant spoke up. The captain of these tech sergeants. This is an STC template. This tech sergeant took out a silver metal orb the size of a human head. All you have to do is drop it to the ground with force, and it will use the resources around it to automatically build a large space dock. It contains production models of several types of spaceships. Your civilization is still developing inside the planet. It should be of use. He handed the metal orb to Stark with a precious and heavy hand, flesh pain written all over his face as he let go. The STC module, or Standard Template Construct, was a high-tech computer system that was capable of constructing buildings in a program set up on its own without any knowledge of the subject on the part of the user. For a long time, the STC module was an important part of the human empire's technology. However, after Killamon ascended to God, he could bring back any technology directly from the Golden Age, and the importance of the STC module thus plummeted. This time, they had brought a total of 20 STC modules to trade with other civilizations, even though the importance of STC modules was much less than before. And this STC module he handed over to Stark was originally for trading. He still felt very reluctant to part with it. This was an STC module. Stark was shocked as he held the STC module and inquired, Are you saying that I don't have to do anything? Just throw this thing on the ground and I'll get a large space dock? This sounded too incredible. The Earth civilization he was in was still developing within the planets, and it simply did not have the technology or experience to build spaceships. If what the technical sergeant said was true, it could save humanity a lot of hard work. It would directly allow Earthlings to enter the interstellar age. That's right. The STC module is the crystallization of such an easy and practical technology. The technical sergeant stared at the STC module in Stark's hand and said fondly, The dockyard also contains 3 production models of standard battleships, standard transports, and standard space fighters. STC module is the crystallization of wisdom left behind by the Golden Age humans, especially for the uneducated colonists of the Golden Age, highlighting a foolproof operation. Even an ape can build a building that transcends the ages with the STC module. All you have to do is provide the raw materials, and the dockyard will automatically produce these 3 space carriers. The technical sergeant's voice got lower and lower. It doesn't matter even if the raw materials are insufficient. The dockyard will adjust the production details based on the raw materials you provide and produce a simplified version of these 3 types of space carriers. That good? Stark's face showed joy. He was not worried about the materials. With this, he would be able to mass-produce spaceships. And the Earth civilization he was in would become an interstellar civilization in one step. The knowledge you provided is actually not enough to exchange this STC module, the techno-sergeant said heartily. But we don't have anything lower than this. So let's consider it a friend. Stark felt his mouth go dry. Nothing lower than this? Human words or not. If you can, please spread the word for us when you interact with other civilizations. The techno-sergeant took a deep breath as he said solemnly, "We are very generous and hold very powerful technology." Stark nodded. "No problem." The techno-sergeants gathered around Stark. Their eyes kept glancing over the STC module in Stark's hand, and there was a look of lust for words. Stark noticed their eyes. Without moving, he shifted the STC module behind his back and secured it with his battle suit, like he was carrying a small bag. It suddenly occurred to me that there's something I haven't done yet. So I'll go first. Stark flashed a grin. "I'll come back to visit you guys in a little while." After saying that, he quickly turned around and headed out. If he didn't leave again, he was afraid that these technical sergeants would backtrack and take back this STC module. This wave had earned a lot. Chapter 658 Reception of the Sky God Group. The technical sergeants looked at Stark's back that disappeared in a puff of smoke, and a melancholy expression appeared on their faces. Our STC module. The technical sergeants were actually not petty. If they were petty, they wouldn't have taken out the STC module. They just had a special complex for STC modules. Not so long ago, the Empire's technology still relied on archaeology, and an STC module could make 2 mechanical theocracy great sages tug at each other's oil pipes. Not to mention these technical sergeants of theirs. During that period, STC modules were priceless treasures. Even if the Empire no longer needed STC modules to support the technology tree now, STC modules had an emotional value to the technical sergeants that was incomparable to anything else. Times have changed. The technical sergeants muttered. STC modules could even be traded. It took several minutes before the tech sergeants calmed down and worked diligently to set up their stalls in the arena. On the other hand, the corners of Stark's mouth went up wildly after he escaped the arena of the Warhammer 40k universe. Harder to suppress than AK-47, and anyone who saw him was infected by his joyful emotions. Ha 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 ha. He let out a loud laugh. He picked up the STC module from behind his back and held it in his hands with immense cherishing, as if he were holding a fragile heat treasure. A space dock for dummies. You can't even find something like this in a sci-fi film. He grinned happily. With this thing, Earth can even take the initiative to seek war with the exterminator, instead of fighting the exterminators in their own homes. It would be better to pull the fleet out and solve the problem in space. This STC module was too valuable to Earth. You've been lucky this time. Zhao Renjia looked at the STC module in Stark's hand and lamented. The Warhammer 40k universe has a technological fault line. The lower layers technology can't compare to your nano battlesuit, and the upper layers technology far surpasses your nano battlesuit. That's why they gave this STC module to you. Although he hadn't been to the Warhammer 40k universe, he had some knowledge of that universe. Only in the Warhammer 40k universe, and only if the techno-sergeants hadn't figured out how to deal with the situation, would Stark have had the chance to get this STC module. In fact, the tech sergeants could also delete their memories and pretend they never received Stark's knowledge of the battlesuit. They might have to do that when they encounter a similar situation again. The reason they hadn't done so this time was presumably because Stark was their first guest, and they didn't want their reputation damaged in the slightest. Think hard about what valuable technology you have. There's more than just one arena in the Warhammer 40k universe here. Zhao Renjia looked around at the positively distinctive arena buildings everywhere, and he said mysteriously, not only is the universe experienced by the United Government, but even the United Government itself has set up an arena here. The United Government's technology was undoubtedly of the highest order. Stark nods lightly. He was a little excited, but not much, as he also knew that this deal was a special case. He certainly wouldn't get anything comparable to the STC module in the United Government's arena, because the United Government had no technology breaks, and there would be equivalents for any grade of technology, and there would be plenty of copies. He's certainly not losing money, but he's not making a lot either. Normal reciprocity. Stark put away the STC module and said with a sunny face, "Come on. Take me to the United Government. Interesting place." A giant clad in golden battle armor stood in the vast square, cautiously observing the crowds and venues around him as he continued to engage in complex mental activities inside. His name was Faint. He was a member of the Heavenly God Group. The Heavenly God Group had received an invitation from the United Government for a technology exchange, and they were filled with curiosity when they learned of the United Government's victory over the Court of Life and the other cosmic gods. So they sent Dim to represent them at the Technology Exchange Conference. Before he came, Koma had temporarily learnt several languages provided by the United Government, and spoke them not yet proficiently. But he was able to communicate. Other universes. Unknown. Dim's heart was filled with shock. The Marvel Universe had a multiverse concept, but the Marvel Universe's multiverse was closer to a parallel universe, not a true multiverse. In Marvel's multiverse, one wouldn't see the wandering Earth that drove a planetary engine toward Centaurus, nor would one see Big Bone who held up the god's light rod and transformed into Dija, nor would one see Doryman who flew around with a bamboo dragonfly stuck in his mouth. The Marvel Universe is pseudo-multiverse. That's what made it so unbelievable for Faint, who, as soon as he entered this particular space, received detailed information about this technological exchange conference, which included the concept of the multiverse, exchange, United Government. Faint developed an interest in communicating with the United Government, and it was incomparably strong. Before coming here, he was just going to look at it for a few moments, say a few words, and then bring the information to his companions. But now, he really wanted to have a good exchange with the United Government. "Hello." Chung Xian came in front of Faint. She smiled and said, "You're a member of the Heavenly God Group, aren't you? I'm the one who's specially in charge of receiving you. Please follow me." Dim was over 50 meters tall. Chung Xian stood on a specially made circular apparatus, which could project her image outside, forming a huge projection similar to Faint's size. The United Government had done its homework to receive the members of the Heavenly God Group. The scientists wanted to learn about making infinity gems from the members of the Celestial God Group, and they wanted to know how the members of the Celestial God Group bound the infinity gems to the rules of the universe in depth. After understanding this, the United Government will be able to make infinity gems in other universes. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the United Government can increase its understanding of the nature of the universe. It was about truth. Faint. Dim introduced himself. He had met humans. In his impression, humans were a frail and weak creature. He couldn't feel any obvious energy fluctuations from Chung Xian. But he didn't dare to underestimate him, because Chung Xian represented the United Government, a powerful force that could easily defeat the Court of Life and other cosmic gods. "Hello." Faint endeavored to express his goodwill. "We've built a large arena especially to receive you." Chung Xinfei led the way for Faint in front. "Are you the only one coming this time?" The United Government had built a 300-meter-high arena. Even members of the Heavenly God Group, who were as large as giants, wouldn't feel suffocated if they stayed inside. One person. Next time. Multiple people. Faint replied. Chung Xian nodded slightly. Dim's language wasn't very fluent, but it was able to convey the basic meaning this time. It was only him. But next time, a few more people would come. Under Chung Xian's guidance, Dim entered the arena. The arena was very quiet. This was an arena specially built to receive the members of the Heavenly God Group, and the only people in the arena were experts from the United Government. Chapter 659, The Method of Making Infinite Gems. "Wait for me. Right away." Dim spat out 2 words briefly. After meeting the United Government experts in the arena, Dim immediately realized that to communicate with so many people, relying on such a broken language level was completely insufficient. The efficiency of their communication would be greatly dragged down. He had to improve his language level. Was it difficult to learn Earth language? It might be difficult for ordinary aliens, but for aliens at the level of the Heavenly God Group, there was only the difference between willing and unwilling. Before, Faint was unwilling. As a high and proud member of the Heavenly God Group, Faint didn't want to learn the language of other races. It was enough to barely be able to use it. But the situation had changed drastically. The United Government was not a low-level power that the Heavenly God group could look down upon, but a higher civilization that possessed terrifying power and held something that the Heavenly God group was interested in. In reason, Thane had to learn the language well. Chung Xian expressed her understanding. She stood quietly in front of Feint and bowed her head to deal with her own political affairs. As the governing secretary of the United Government, she had to do quite a few things every day, and receiving the members of the Heavenly God group belonged to the category of taking time out of her busy schedule. The reason why she came in person was because this month, China was the rotating counselor, and she represented the United Government's attitude towards this matter. The Infinity Gems involved the truth of the universe, knowledge that the United Government was determined to obtain. If the entire Heavenly God group was present, the one who came to receive them would not be her, the counselor's secretary, but Counselor Zhang Weilai himself. Feint was silent. He didn't move a muscle, but a fierce brainstorm was unfolding in his brain. Countless characters and voices echoed in his mind, and after half a minute, he mastered 14 Earth languages skillfully. Hello. I am Feint. I've come here on behalf of the Heavenly God group to exchange techniques with you, and I hope we all have the desired harvest. Feint's voice was incomparably smooth. It sounded like a native Earthling without the slightest lag to speak of. Sorry. Feint's voice lowered. Chung Xian knew what Dim was apologizing for. To be proficient in the Earth language in half a minute, and to come here and only be able to burst out one word at a time. It was obvious that he hadn't taken the United Government too seriously before. It's no matter. Just a little thing. Chung Xian smiled and asked. When we invited you, we attached some basic information. Have you grasped it? It was mainly about the structure of the coalition government, such as the coalition government being led by the 5 permanent members. I know that information. Dim nodded. As the words landed, his body rapidly shrunk, eventually becoming similar to a normal Earthling. Dim had some attainments in magic. Magic was an essential thing when creating Infinity Gems. Chung Xian saw this and cancelled her projection. She extended her hand towards Feint. I'm Chung Xian, the secretary of Counselor Huaxia. You can tell me anything you need, and I'll provide what you need as much as I can within the conditions. Such as your favorite environment. Different creatures had different environmental preferences. Some creatures would be more comfortable in water. Others would be quicker in a vacuum. The United Government took these into account as well, and could change the environmental conditions inside the arena at any time. That's fine. Thanks. Feint waved a hand. He had his own environmental preferences, but it was irrelevant. There were more important things to note right now. I've read the information you provided, and you say you're from another universe in the true sense of the word. Before our exchange begins, could you define another universe? Without procrastination, Feint asked his question. Not only was it his question, but likewise the question of the entire Heavenly God group. Namely, what was the difference between a pseudo-multiverse and a true multiverse? Further, he also wanted to ask how to travel to the other universe. I understand what you really want to ask, Chung Xian said with a calm expression. As far as I know, a long time ago, you only had one universe, and there was no concept of parallel universes. The era of the only universe was the starting point of the Marvel multiverse. Because of a war, this universe spawned many parallel universes. And then you named the collection of these universes the multiverse, and gave each universe a number. We named this universe the First Vault. Chung Xian raised her hands. Each of her 2 hands held an azure-colored ball of light, and there were many small bubbles floating in both of them. The other universe is a universe that is parallel to the First Vault. It is not derived from the First Vault, but is a completely independent universe, and can produce a collection of many parallel universes just like the First Vault. The First Vault is a concept from the comics. The United Government briefly communicated with the Court of Life for some time after the battle with the Court of Life, confirming a lot of information, including the concept of the First Vault. This collection is not interoperable with yours, and you cannot go from your collection to the collection of another universe by conventional means. This is another universe, Chung Xian said without changing his face. Feint's brain ran at high speed to digest Chung Xian's reply, and he could understand Chung Xian's words. The Marvel multiverse was like a petal of an orange. Each pulp fiber in the orange was a parallel universe, and the bacteria living on those pulp fibers could move to other pulp fibers. Another universe is another petal of orange, and this petal of orange has just as many pulp fibers in it. According to the Heavenly God Group's definition of the multiverse, each petal of an orange is a separate multiverse. So put countless petals of oranges together. And what are these oranges collectively called? True multiverse. That could only be the word. There is the true multiverse. And naturally there is the pseudo-multiverse. The conceptual problem was solved. I see. We can get to the point. Faint pause for a moment. You want to understand the technology of making infinite gems. This technology is very complicated. What are you prepared to take in exchange? Chung Xian revealed a decent smile. The infinity gem itself wasn't such a remarkable thing. Every parallel universe had a set of them. But the principle of producing it involved the truth of the universe, and was of such high value that it was difficult for unusual technology to match it. But the United Government really did have some technology that could be taken. For example, the Golden Age Human Empire's space-time technology, the Spirit Race's subspace technology ensemble, the Space Necromancer superweapon project that blasted the Star God, the Star God's multidimensional knowledge. You have one chance to choose. Chung Xian spoke slowly and methodically. Dim looked apprehensively at Chung Xian's face. You can choose a technology exchange. We will provide several reciprocal technologies for you to choose from. Chung Xian paused for 2 seconds and then continued. You can also choose multiverse travel opportunities. One universe is open for you every month. Chapter 660, Deal Reached. Successful closing. To an eldritch species like the Heavenly God Group that had lived for an unknown number of years, there was little point in bargaining. So the United Government decided to just show their chips. Technology. Or the multiverse. In fact, the United Government preferred the Celestial God Group to choose the latter. It wasn't that the United Government couldn't be bothered to exchange the technology for it. But the Celestial God Group was much more powerful than the Eldritch family of the Dune universe. And the United Government could use the Celestial God Group as an advanced exploratory team. One could imagine how efficient the Sky God Group must be. Also exploring the universe. The Sky God Group could get more comprehensive information in more time. Moreover, they were strong enough to deal with most of the dangers in the universe. So they didn't need the United Government to worry about them. And they wouldn't cause trouble for the United Government. They were an excellent exploration team. This was also the reason why the United Government had taken out the opportunity to travel to other multiverse right off the bat. If they encountered a super high-risk universe similar to Warhammer 40k in the future, they could throw the Heavenly God Group over there first. And based on what happened to the Heavenly God Group, they could decide on the United Government's subsequent actions. It only said to open up other multiverse for the Heavenly God Group. It didn't say to let the Heavenly God Group enjoy those multiverse exclusively. Chung Xian calmly locked eyes with Dim. Dim's eyes were brownish-gray and looked cloudy, completely failing to reflect the window of the mind, making it hard to figure out what he was feeling at the moment. Dim was silent. After entering this place, he had lost contact with the Tenjin group. Personally, he would undoubtedly prefer the latter, as technology could always be broken through with the passage of time. But the chances of traveling to other multiverses, he hadn't heard of anyone who had traveled to other multiverses. No one. And the only presence from other multiverses was the United Government. I need to contact my companions. Vane spoke after 2 seconds of silence. This matter is too important for me to make a decision alone. He had come to spy on information. If it was some trivial matter of no importance, he could of course make the decision. But when it concerned the chance to travel to another multiverse, he had to let the other members of the Heavenly God Group know about it first no matter what. Chung Xian said without changing her face. Be my guest? She raised her hand to open a light door and reminded. You can return to your multiverse through this door. But it's fine if you don't go there if you're just exchanging messages. The signals can be transmitted in both directions. With that, she lowered her head again to deal with her political affairs. As the highest-ranking alien in the United Government, she was definitely a superb time management master. Thanks, Dim said gratefully. He craned his head to look at the light door, and a ghostly light floated up from deep within the pupils of his eyes, as he condensed all he had seen and heard at the venue into a stream of information that shot towards the Marvel multiverse in the light door. After a few seconds, he received replies one after another from other members of the Heavenly God Group. Each reply contained a large number of emotional statements. But the opinions were united. Exchanging the Infinity Gems manufacturing technology for the opportunity to travel to other multiverses. After the power level reached a certain height, the way of using power was not as important as it once was. Instead of focusing on how to create more powerful explosions or how to create shields with better toughness. The Celestial God group was very concerned about things about the universe itself. It was a quest for the truth of the universe. If they could travel to other multiverses, it would undoubtedly boost their knowledge of the universe itself and bring them closer to the truth of the universe. Reading the replies from his companions, Dim's heart was clear. In fact, before sending the message, Dim knew what choices the companions would make, and sending the message was just going through the motions. As for bargaining, Dim didn't know what bargaining was necessary for him after the United Government had taken out the opportunity to travel to other universes. We choose the other multiverse. 1 per month. Hopefully there won't be any duplicates, Dim said with some apprehension, assuming that they could travel to a new multiverse every month. Then in 10,000 years, they would be able to travel to 120,000 different multiverses. And if they thought about it with their knees, they would know how many opportunities would be waiting for them. Thane tried to keep his face expressionless to prevent Chung Xian from sitting on the ground after seeing his excitement. He was overthinking it. The coalition government was not a straw man. Any decision was well thought out before it was proposed, and it would not easily change its mind on the spot. Deal? Chung Xian revealed a smile. It was done. She was able to add another glowing addition to her personal resume, presiding over the negotiations with the Marvel Multiverse Sky God group and reaching a smooth cooperation. The negotiation process was faster than she had imagined, though it might take a few more years to completely complete the negotiations. That's because the Sky God group wants to make sure that the United Government has really opened up access to the rest of the multiverse for them, and isn't just finding some out-of-the-way timeline in the Marvel Multiverse to fool them. What was even more time-consuming was that the United Government scientists needed to verify the technology provided by the Sky God group. First, they would experiment in the Marvel Universe, and after obtaining stage-by-stage research results, they would then go to other universes to experiment, and finally summarize the universal laws applicable to all multiverse. A process that would take several years at the earliest. In the next few hours, the United Government opened a wormhole to the Terminator universe in the Marvel Multiverse, while Fang condensed the technology for creating the Infinity Gems into an information medium and handed it over to Chung Xian. Happy cooperation. The Celestial God group was the heaviest participant in this technology exchange conference, and after completing the exchange of Infinity Gem manufacturing technology, they took out some other technology and exchanged some facilities with the United Government. For example, moving the wormhole to a place designated by them. Another example was expanding the size of the wormhole so that their battleships could pass through. And another example was alerting them when someone else sneaked through the wormhole. The United Government could be said to have reaped a lot of rewards. Aside from the Celestial God group and the United Government, the other participants of the convention were also very rewarding. The Resident Evil universe was typical of them, and they had obtained many genetic samples from other universes. Not only the genes of the Sandworms in Dune, but also the genes of Astartes in Warhammer 40k. They are going to research a new virus when they get back, and they are going to launch a new product that surpasses the old viruses such as TGC. Accordingly, they will also research the corresponding viruses. Accordingly, they will also research the corresponding harmless reinforcement injection. T-virus reinforcing injection is their main product in this exchange conference. No infectious ability. Safe to improve physical fitness. Many universes have line purchase. Let them earn a lot of money. Alice, the main character of the universe, was temporarily offline without any impact on them. From the exchange conference from the typical not only Resident Evil profit, other universes participants also gained a lot. 2 months later, the conference closed. Participants from different universes returned from the conference, all full of money, looking forward to the next call from the United Government. Chapter 661 Infinite Terror. Earth consciousness was missing again. The technology exchange conference organized by the United Government this time was not bad. Turning a war into a war, and getting what we wanted, and incidentally helping the human race in other universes to take a big step forward. As an Earth consciousness, Chun Fan was very satisfied with the United Government's actions. After experiencing the hiccup of going to war with the Court of Life and other cosmic gods, the United Government quickly got rid of its hostile stance with the Marvel Multiverse through a unique technology exchange conference, befriended the veteran force, the Heavenly God group, and completely stood firm in the Marvel Multiverse. Not only that, the United Government also made the Heavenly God group willingly explore the unknown universe for the United Government. making the Heavenly God Group a de facto advanced exploration team. In addition to this, the various human forces that participated in the Technology Exchange Conference had also reaped a great harvest. Although the humans of other universes had little to do with him, the Earth consciousness, the United Government was full of goodwill towards the humans of other universes. So was there any need to worry about the United Government being unfavorable to the Earth consciousness? The United Government had been a civilization of goodwill since the beginning. Although it wielded great power, it never bullied the weak, but instead lifted up the weak to progress together. It was simply the sun in the Black Forest. Humans are a complex race. Ava snuggled on Chin Fan's shoulder as she softly said, "We have traveled through so many universes, and you are the only one who has birthed such an outstanding and wonderful human race." Both Chin Fan and Ava could transfer their consciousness in different bodies, so their traveling efficiency was very high. If they didn't deliberately calculate, they didn't even know how many universes they had already visited. And it was true, as Ava had said, that humanity was an extremely complex race, and civilizations like the United Government were a very small minority. "I hope they can stand the test of time," Chin Fan said meaningfully. The United Government was currently in a period of booming development, and the entire society was filled with positive energy that was active and progressive. But the day the United Government stagnated, it would be hard to say if it could still maintain its current appearance. The reason why the United Government was the way it was now actually had little to do with him. The Earth consciousness, after all, he rarely participated in the affairs of the United Government. From the time he had awakened from his slumber, the United Government had been the way it was. If there was at least one universe where humans exuded goodness from the top down, that universe might be Wandering Earth. Wow! The sound of waves was incessant. Chin Fan gently loosened his arm around Ava as he stood up on the reef and said with a smile, "This sea is very clean. Let's go down and swim round." This was a glassy sea that was very suitable for sending out friend circles. The sea was clear to the bottom, and the colorful sea fish looked gorgeous as they weaved in and out below. Ava smiled and stood up. The two planetary consciousnesses glanced at each other, and then in unison, they leapt into the sea water fluidly. In the middle of the day, Ava revealed her head from the surface of the sea. She waited for Chin Fan to float up as well. But after waiting for a long time, she never saw Chin Fan. Puzzled, she dug underwater to look. But she had turned the neighborhood over and could not see any trace of Chin Fan. Not even any trace of Chin Fan left behind underwater. She realized that a situation had occurred. She immediately transferred her consciousness into the soul tree and tried to communicate with Chin Fan through the soul tree, but received no response. This situation was deja vu all over again. Chin Fan, missing again. However, when this news traveled back to the United Government, it immediately caused a commotion. Earth consciousness is always the United Government's important dependence. The United Government can lose everything it owns now, but only can't lose Earth consciousness, because as long as there was Earth consciousness, all that was lost could be regained. But without Earth consciousness, the United Government will lose infinite possibilities and become a powerful civilization without hope. The wormhole is still functioning normally. It's possible that just like last time, the Earth consciousness was swept away to another universe. No matter what, we must contact Earth consciousness. Where is Lu Peiqiang? Can he still contact Han Duo Duo in Earth consciousness? Chin Fan knew nothing about the commotion that had occurred in the United Government. As they had guessed, he had been swept away to another universe by an inexplicable force. Cold, shaking. This was his first impression of the new world. Thanks to his experience in Cyberpunk 2077, it only took Chin Fan a split second to realize his situation. He had accidentally arrived in another universe. Chin Fan's heart sank. This was the second time in a short period of time, and the attribute of coincidence tended to be close to zero. He could not help but wonder if something was targeting him. Perhaps a mysterious force hiding in the shadows, or some sort of natural law that he had yet to understand. He preferred the latter, as the former's motives were unimaginable. But what caused him to trigger the mysterious laws of nature one after another? Because he opened multiverse wormholes? This was the only reason Chin Fan could think of. And if it wasn't this, then it was because he was a traveler. The intelligence was insufficient, and there was no way for him to continue analyzing it. He slowly opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground, dripping wet. He had jumped into the sea for less than a second before being transferred here. Not enjoying the swimming and diving at all. Not bad. You're the one with the best quality among the people who came here this time. An ice-cold voice came. Eh? Chen Fan had a strong sense of vestigial vision. He sat up and looked around. When he realized that the speaker was a youth with black hair and several hideous scars on his face, as well as the fact that he was in a moving train, while there were also some people lying on the ground, and a dozen or so loaded foreigners standing next to him. A name called out in the back of his mind. Infinite Terror. I actually came to this universe this time. Speaking of which, is Infinite Terror considered a multiverse civilization? It should be counted. At least Infinite Terror knew a lot about other universes. And knowledge meant contact. And contact meant a deeper understanding, regardless of what it was like at the very beginning. Over time, multiverse-level civilizations were naturally born. Chen Fan's eyes flickered. Infinite Terror was a very dangerous universe. The slightest mishap could cause him to bring the creatures from Infinite Terror to the United Government. And that would be an unquestionable disaster, as an unprecedented war could erupt on the United Government's soil. Coming here by accident is a bad thing. But there was something even worse. And that was that his unexpected arrival might have already attracted the attention of certain powerful creatures at this point. Chen Fan was somewhat helpless. If he had not come by himself, but had come with the fleet that had defeated the Court of Life, the situation would have been much better. Although this body of his was powerful, it had its limits. What is this place? Who are you people? Why am I here? Another person woke up. Chapter 662, Infinite Terror. A world grander than the multiverse? Infinite Terror is the groundbreaking work of Infinite Flow novels. There was a main god light sphere in the book. And the main story was that the main god gathered people who had no hope in life into the main god space, and sent them to adventure in various film and television worlds. These people are called reincarnators. And many of them are reincarnations of powerful people. The person speaking at this time was called Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia was supposed to be the first to wake up. He was the main character of Infinite Terror, the reincarnation of Pangu who possessed the great power to destroy the multiverse. Destroy the multiverse? Chen Fan looked at the terrified Zheng Jia as he silently pondered, thinking to himself that many novels had similar ceilings of battle power, and their protagonists were all capable of destroying the multiverse. However, these novels were incompatible with each other. Their protagonists wouldn't appear in the same places, and accordingly, the multiverse they were referring to shouldn't be the same multiverse. Just like the Marvel multiverse. Chen Fan had a flash of inspiration. He thought to himself, is there an even greater world above the true multiverse? Like the true multiverse is to Marvel's pseudo-multiverse? Again, the Orange Theory explains it. Marvel's pseudo-multiverse is related to other pseudo-multiverses as different petals of the same orange. What about the orange itself? Are there other oranges that are independent but similar? Chen Fan suddenly had a feeling of clarity. If this assumption was correct, he was afraid that his worldview would be turned upside down. He returned his gaze to Zheng Jia. This time, he was much more serious. According to his hypothesis, Zheng Jia's previous life held a power that could destroy an entire orange. And after inheriting this power, Zheng Jia would have the same or even greater capabilities. This was a super individual that the United Government was not yet able to fight against at this stage. He would have to return the favor. Come to think of it, he should have already implanted this in your mind. The scarred-faced dark-haired youth spoke slowly. As he spoke, he sized up Chen Fan. Obviously, he was more interested in Chen Fan than Zheng Jia, mainly because Chen Fan was acting too calm. It was not even like a newcomer. Chen Fan and the black-haired youth exchanged glances. The black-haired youth was called Zhang Jia, who had died once before in one of the copies and accidentally fused with the creation that the Lord God used to select captains, becoming half of the Lord God's hitman with some special permissions in his hands. As the main God's hitman, Zhang Jia's mission was to hold a captain's election when a strong enough reincarnator appeared in the team, testing whether the reincarnator had the qualifications to serve as the captain of the reincarnation squad. Once it was confirmed that the reincarnator had the qualifications to serve as the captain, Zhang Jia would have to follow the process to confirm the captaincy of this reincarnator and then go up in smoke. Zhang Jia did not want to go up in smoke, so he used the power and special privileges he had obtained to pit the last wave of reincarnators and lead them to a mass destruction, thus evading the captain election. This was the reason why he was the only senior in the team now. Chen Fan calmly gazed at Zhang Jia. Although this body of his was not comparable to Pangu, it was still easy to kill a Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia's strongest ability at the moment was nimble power. Coincidentally, this ability he also had, and it was much more powerful than Zhang Jia's. having been researched by the United Government from Resident Evil's Alice. Alice was able to stand on the ground and drag satellites outside the atmosphere. His Yin power was an enhanced version of Alice. In addition to his 9 power, he also has nanobattle suits and a swarm of nanomachines loaded with various building blocks. In the first and middle stages of Infinite Horror, he was invincible. It was now the very beginning of Infinite Terror, and Zhang Jia had only just entered the main god space, which was his first copy of Resident Evil. Chen Fan twisted his head towards the side. Between the crowd of foreigners, he saw a familiar face. Alice. At this moment, Alice had yet to get rid of the effects of the Hive Base's amnesia gas, and confusion was written all over her face. Chen Fan took a deep breath. He suddenly noticed a problem. Compared to a normal reincarnator, he was missing a very important thing. He slowly raised his hands, and his wrists were empty. He didn't have a reincarnator wristwatch. Why don't you have a wristwatch? Zhang Jia also noticed this matter, and he revealed a puzzled expression. The reincarnator wristwatch was the identification of a reincarnator. The main god space could locate and teleport a reincarnator through the reincarnator wristwatch. And without a reincarnator wristwatch, one could not return to the main god space. Chen Fan replied with deliberation. Perhaps. I'm different from you guys. What are you? Zhang Jia's expression became wary as he stared straight into Chen Fan's face, his eyes incomparably sharp. Chen Fan ignored Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia did not have a powerful past life like Zhang Jia. He was just an ordinary person with an evil heart. Chen Fan pondered to himself. Not having a reincarnator's wristwatch meant that the Lord God hadn't dragged him here. And at the same time, he had been excluded from the story of Infinite Horror. Without making a change, he was just a passerby. Zhang Jia looked at Chen Fan with a face full of scorn. Just a moment ago, he tried to observe Chen Fan with his spiritual power, all of which were intercepted by another force. He thought to himself, this guy might be a senior from another team. He just didn't know why he didn't have a reincarnator watch. At this time, the others lying on the ground woke up one after another, and the carriage began to become noisy. Quiet! Zhang Jia voiced to maintain order. He said viciously, this is Resident Evil I. You rookies are lucky. In such a simple horror film, even death will be painful. He pulled out a pistol. The Desert Eagle. I don't want to hear you guys talk right now. Anyone who raves in my ear again, I'll break their legs and throw them to the zombies to eat later. Boom! He fired a shot, and the slug left a blackened hollow in the side of the carriage, proving that he had the real thing in his hand. Ah! The young girl wearing glasses was startled. Zhang Jia glared over with fierce eyes. The young girl immediately covered her mouth, her palms gently trembling. Very good. Zhang Jia paused for a moment. The plot is about to start. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut, and don't let the plot characters hear words that shouldn't be heard by them. He said in a deep voice. Stay close to me. I'll try my best to keep you all alive. After saying that, he looked at Chen Fan. You don't have a reincarnator watch. Stay away from us. His expression was very serious. Chen Fan was unimpressed as he calmly repeated Zhang Jia's words. Whoever raves in my ear again, I will break the legs of whoever it is, and throw them to the zombies to eat later. His voice was not too soft and not too heavy. Just enough for everyone to hear. The two men stared at each other. The air seemed to be bursting with invisible sparks, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 663. The plot begins. Help Zheng Jia brush up his score. The newcomers were silenced as they looked at Chen Fan and Zhang Jia. And just from the level of ferocity, it was undoubtedly Zhang Jia, who held the Desert Eagle in his hand and had several scars on his face, who was superior. However, Zhang Jia carefully observed the expressions of the two men. He found that the unarmed Chen Fan remained calm in such a tense situation, while Zhang Jia, who had a gun in his hand, looked fearful, and had a stern look on his face. He felt very puzzled. At this time, he knew nothing about the main god space, and could not understand why someone with a gun was scornful of someone without one. Damn it! Zhang Jia violently raised his gun up. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? The black hole of the gun was pointed straight at Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan's face was expressionless, but a pale silver metallic luster overflowed from his pores. What was this? Zhang Jia, who possessed nimble power, was the first to notice the difference, and without hesitation, he directly pulled the trigger. However, his movements were still slow. The nanobots gushing out from Chen Fan's pores formed a layer of translucent nanofilm, easily intercepting the high kinetic energy bullets that came out of the gun's chamber in the air. Oops. Zhang Jie cried out in his heart that it was not good. He thought to himself, to resist a large caliber bullet at close range in such a cloudy manner was at least a grade A enhancement. Coupled with the fact that this person did not have a reincarnator's wristwatch and came from a mysterious origin, the true level of reinforcement could be a grade A or even higher. Zhang Jie regretted in his heart. He shouldn't have aimed his gun at Chen Fan. This was now a big conflict for them. Although he had gained A-level nimble power after becoming a semi-guide of the main god space, this power was lent to him by the main god space. And the more he used it, the easier it would be to attract the attention of the main god. Moreover, using it would not necessarily defeat Chen Fan. Without warning, Zhang Jie felt a familiar fluctuation from Chen Fan. Numinous power? He was startled in his heart. He hastily mobilized his yin power and tried to fight against Chen Fan. Boom! In full view of everyone, Zhang Jie flew backwards and smashed into the side of the car box, with a small half of his body sunk in. Zhang Jie sprayed a mouthful of blood. Looking at Zhang Jie's miserable state, Chen Fan's expression did not fluctuate as if he had done nothing. Spraying blood was a sign of damaged internal organs. A normal person with damaged internal organs would surely die without being saved. Chen Fan did not care whether Zhang Jie could survive or not. His blow was retribution for Zhang Jie shooting at him. It did not matter whether Zhang Jie was dead or alive. He felt Zhang Jie's nimble power. Weakness. Was this the A-level enhancement of the main god space? Just then, everything around him suddenly became vivid. The plot had officially begun. And the cognitive barrier that originally separated the plot characters from the reincarnators quietly disappeared. And the mercenaries instantly saw Zhang Jie embedded in the train car. Damn! What happened? The mercenaries rushed over. They moved Zhang Jie out of the opening in the side of the carriage with their hands and feet, then shouted for the medics to check Zhang Jie's condition. The internal organs are injured, but his vitality is tenacious. The medic took out his stethoscope and briefly listened for a few moments before saying, "The level of medical care here is not enough. We have to send him to the hospital." Mercenary Captain Matthew frowned. "We have a mission. Then we'll have to leave him here to die." The medic's face revealed a touch of intolerance. "Why don't we pick 2 people from among them and have them bring this person up?" The them in the medical soldier's mouth were naturally the clueless-looking reincarnator newcomers. After the main god's cognitive distortion, the mercenaries thought that the reincarnates were all employees of the Hive base, and had only inhaled the Hive base's defensive gas and temporarily lost their memories. The same as Alice, the caretaker outside the base. At that moment, Alice came over, and she whispered, "We can't just watch him die here. It's tantamount to murder." Captain Matthew was silent. Chen Fan watched the scene without moving. Having been to the Resident Evil universe once, he knew that Matthew was considered to be a good person. And with this statement from Alice, Matthew was bound to choose 2 people from the reincarnators to take Zhang Jie away. However, he who knew something about infinite horror also knew that the initial mission of the reincarnators in this horror was to stay near Matthew. And once they left Matthew for more than 100 meters, they would be mercilessly wiped out by the main god. "No. I can still hold on." Zhang Jie struggled to sit up. He fished out a pill from his pocket, grabbing it before the mercenaries could react. He stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it without chewing. "What did you eat?" The medic was alarmed. She reached out to break open Zhang Jie's mouth, but the pill had already entered Zhang Jie's stomach, and Zhang Jie's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The company's first aid. Zhang Jie squeezed out a smile. "I can still hold on. No need to go to the hospital." Matthew no longer dwelled on it. He said with cold eyes, "Then hold on a little longer. We'll send you to the hospital when we finish our mission." Zheng Zhao looked at Zhang Jie suspiciously. He thought to himself, if this is really the world of Resident Evil 1, then they will have to face zombies next. Zhang Jie had the chance to leave. So why not? Distance. A soft voice sounded from behind him. Zheng Zhao turned around and realized that it was a brunette girl wearing glasses. "My name is John Lon," the girl whispered. "Did you look at your watch?" Zheng Zhao subconsciously looked down. The upper left corner of the reincarnator's watch displayed a name, Matthew Addis 2.5M/100M. John Lon said uncertainly. Going 100 meters past this Matthew Addis name might result in something bad happening. Zheng Zhao was a little surprised. His mind was flexible. And after hearing Jean-Lan say this, and seeing how Zhang Jia was stiffening up and refusing to go, he knew that Jean-Lan's idea should be right. What a keen insight! There is still a countdown on the watch, Jean-Lan boldly surmised. We shouldn't stay here forever. When the countdown ends, it might be time for us to leave. Zhang Jia was even more surprised. In such a short period of time from the time they woke up until now, this girl had reasoned out several pieces of information. Not an ordinary person. Caw 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 caw. The train traveled at a slower and slower speed, eventually coming to a complete stop. The mercenaries opened the doors, clutched their guns, and carefully stepped off the train, their eyes filled with vigilance. Zhang Jia followed closely behind. Chen Fan did not continue to take shots at him, but he did not dare to stay in the same enclosed space as Chen Fan. He had almost died just now. He had taken a life-preserving drug with great side effects, and if he could not return to the main god space in a few hours, the side effects of the drug would make his life worse than death. Zhang Jia and Jean-Lan glanced at each other and prepared to go out as well. At this moment, a bland voice called out to them. Wait! Zhang Jia's body froze. He heard that the owner of the voice was Chen Fan, who had glazed Zhang Jia into the side of the carriage with one look. He turned around apprehensively, keeping his head down and not daring to look around. Take this. Chen Fan handed a black suitcase to Zhang Jia, his voice dripping with calm. Chapter 664 Opening a Nano Battle Suit Mod for Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia did not dare to disobey, as he strained his stiff smile and reached out to take the suitcase in Chen Fan's hand. Suddenly, a deadpan but solemn voice rang out from beside his ears. Level D branch plot completed. Reward points 500. Zhang Jia froze. This was, I'll help you achieve as much as possible in this horror film. And when you return to the main god space, exchange a reincarnator's wristwatch to pick me up, Chen Fan said with a calm face. He didn't have a reincarnator wristwatch, and the odds were that he wouldn't be able to go to the main god space. He needed Zhang Jia's help. In addition to this, Zhang Jia was the protagonist of Infinite Terror, and would gain the power to destroy the multiverse in the future. Investing in friendship in advance would be beneficial to his activities in Infinite Terror. Thanks. Zhang Jia came back to his senses with a jolt. He didn't know what a subplot was, but he could understand the word reward. Without a doubt, Chen Fan had just helped him out. Reincarnator's wristwatch? Zhang Jia remembered the word in a haze. Let's go! Chen Fan brushed past Zhang Jia. He surveyed the environment, which was consistent and unchanged from the film footage, and felt a bit of emotion in his heart. He and Ava had been to the other Resident Evil 1 universe, but when they went in, the United Government had already taken over everything, so he hadn't seen the exact same picture as the film. This time, he saw it instead. Zhang Jia and Jean-Lan glanced at each other, and Jean-Lan queried, What did he give you? She noticed that Zhang Jia's expression changed when he received the suitcase. It should be the T-virus and antidote from the film. Zhang Jia lowered his voice and replied. He hesitated to say anything about the subplot and reward points. Hey! Suddenly, the mercenary in front of them turned around, and she looked at Zhang Jia and Jean-Lan with a displeased expression. Why are you guys walking so slowly? Her eyes glazed over. Wait! What's that in your hand? She noticed Zhang Jia's black suitcase. Zhang Jia was startled. He didn't expect to be questioned. Once this question was answered poorly, he could be left on the platform, unable to move with the team. And once he left Matthew for more than 100 meters, something bad would happen. He said in a rush. It occurred to me that this suitcase contains a piece of confidential company information, and I'm going to deliver it to the company myself. Yes. The female mercenary frowned. You've recovered your memory as well? I just thought of some fragments. Zhang Jia tried to strain his expression. It might be because I saw this suitcase and thought of something about it. Then did you think of what happened at the base? The female mercenary looked at Zhang Jia suspiciously. No. Not yet. Zhang Jia dismissed it without hesitation. He remembered that Zhang Jia had said that he could not let the plot characters hear words that should not be heard. And although he knew the plot, he could not dramatize it to these mercenaries. I hope you think of it soon. The female mercenary walked up to Zhang Jia with her gun. Put down the suitcase and give it to us for safekeeping. Zhang Jia got into a state. He put on a stern face and said in a serious manner, This is the company's confidential information. You are not the company's management, and do not have the authority to access it. We won't open it and look at it. We're just keeping it for us." The female mercenary's brows were tightly locked, while she slowly raised her gun. The atmosphere became tense. The other mercenaries also noticed the turn of events at the back of the group, and two tall male mercenaries retreated as they inquired, "What happened? Rain?" They stood beside the female mercenary, eyeing Zheng Jia and Zhan Lan. The female mercenary stared at Zheng Jia and said, "He picked up a briefcase from the boot of the car and said that it contained confidential information about the company. So I think it should be given to us for safekeeping." But he refused. Zhan Lan was so nervous that her lips trembled softly. "The company sent us to investigate what happened here," one of the male mercenaries said to Zheng Jia. "Before you are completely cleared of any suspicion, you'd better cooperate with us to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." With things having developed to this point, Zheng Jia no longer knew how to respond. Hand over the suitcase? He clearly remembered that this suitcase contained the T-virus antidote, and in case he was scratched or bitten by a zombie later, the T-virus antidote in the suitcase would be his only saving grace. "Give me the suitcase." The male mercenary walked towards Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia's heart was in turmoil, and he unconsciously threw a look of help to Chen Fan, who was not far away. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, since he had decided to help Zheng Jia brush up his score, it would be better to be thorough and let Zheng Jia take over this horror film world from now on. Changing the plot of the original film allows you to gain side plots and bonus points. Chen Fan suddenly opened his mouth as he said, as if no one else was there, "With these, you can exchange them in the main god space for various enhancements such as werewolf, vampire, inner strength, and so on to turn yourself into a little superhero." Zheng Jia's eyes widened. He knew that this was Chen Fan mentioning himself. "What are you talking about?" The mercenary twisted his head to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's body lit up with a silvery white metallic luster, and a slender nanofilament drilled out of his pores, slicing all the weapons on the mercenaries into pieces. Ping pang pang, the sound of metal crashing to the ground. These mercenaries did not have the speed of thought added by the A-grade nimble power. They hadn't even seen what was happening before they became barehanded. And while they froze in place, the nanobots inside Chen Fan's body were still pouring out. In the blink of an eye, the entire station was coated with a light silver luster. What if K? The mercenaries were stunned. As if alive, the nanofilaments spiraled upwards beside the mercenaries, forming an improvised cage. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Jia looked at Chen Fan in horror, thinking, what is this guy going to do? Is he going to kill all the plot characters as soon as he comes up? Chen Fan slowly walked up to Zheng Jia. In Zheng Jia's shocked eyes, he stretched out his hand, and the nanobots in the air gathered towards his palm, quickly forming a silver ring branded with the UG logo. "For you," he said calmly. Zheng Jia stretched out his hand dumbfounded. Chen Fan directly put the ring onto Zheng Jia's finger. Stab. Ah! Zheng Jia couldn't help but yelp as he ate the pain. Immediately after, translucent panels emerged from before his eyes. Nano Battle Suit Experimental. Current number of nanobots, 1.25 trillion. Maneuver, Intent plus AI assisted. Construction, function blocked. Breeding, function blocking. Zheng Jia turned his gaze incredulously. The silver sheen that covered the station rippled as he turned his gaze, as if ripples were being plucked by an invisible hand. You've been strengthened. Go. Change the plot. Chen Fan's voice rang in Zheng Jia's ears. Chapter 665 Plot Changes. Zhang Jia's death is imminent. Fuck. What is this thing? So sharp. The female mercenary known as Rain touched the nanofilament that surrounded her with her finger, and after just a slight rubbing, a clear line of blood appeared on her fingertip, and beads of blood oozed out one by one. Her face was terrified. What happened at this moment was just beyond the comprehension of all mercenaries. What are you? Captain Matthew asked Chen Fan. His expression was very tense. In the blink of an eye, their weapons had been destroyed, and they themselves were even trapped in some sort of sharp silk threads unable to move. He would have believed Chen Fan when he said he was a magician. Matthew was no longer thinking about completing the mission. It was obvious that the accident at the hive base was caused by this wizard, and their team had already failed, and whether they lived or died depended on this wizard's whim. Chen Fan ignored Matthew. He said to Zheng Jia, saving these mercenaries will earn you a subplot, and killing them will also earn you a subplot. Zheng Jia looked at Chen Fan with a confused expression. The nano-battle suit came with instructions on how to use it. And he had already preliminarily grasped how to use the nano-battle suit. This was simply something that only appeared in science fiction novels. Not even in films, because they couldn't film that kind of expression. Chen Fan was too good to him, and he felt overwhelmed. Chen Fan quietly looked at Zheng Jia. He did not rush Zheng Jia, but silently waited for Zheng Jia to come back to himself. Zheng Jia hesitantly said, "Why are you so nice to me?" He was certain that he didn't know Chen Fan, and that there were no relatives surnamed Chen in his family. So how could he be so virtuous as to obtain such a great deal of help from Chen Fan? "I see the future in you," Chen Fan said calmly. Zheng Jia was the protagonist of Infinite Terror, and had a good character. These two factors made Zheng Jia a diamond potential stock worth investing in. He was good to Zheng Jia now. And Zheng Jia would always not turn on him after he rose to power. He gave half of the nano-suit to Zheng Jia. Even though it was only half, and limited the core functions. It was enough for Zheng Jia to rampage through an unusual horror film. And as long as he wasn't hit head-on by a nuclear bomb, he wouldn't be in danger of losing his life. The power system of infinite horror is the genetic lock, which usually requires a great terror between life and death to open. The life-saving ability of half a nano-battle suit was comparable to an early 4-stage gene lock. As to whether this half nano-battle suit would cause Zheng Jia to have difficulty opening the gene lock, Chen Fan did not know. However, Zheng Jia was the reincarnation of Pan Gu, and his path to becoming stronger should not be stopped by half a nano-battle suit. If Zheng Jia's body wasn't too fragile, he didn't even intend to restrict the core functions. Zheng Jia took a deep breath. He did not understand what the future Chen Fan was talking about. And he said in a deep voice, "I don't know why you're helping me, but I'll definitely repay you for the kindness of a drop of water." Zheng Jia was a person who knew how to repay favors. He remembered Chen Fan to his heart. And at the same time, he remembered the reincarnator's wristwatch that Chen Fan wanted. And when he figured out what it was, he would bring it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Zheng Jia turned his head to look at the mercenaries. Through Chen Fan's reminder, he probably knew what the use of the branch plot and reward points were. He could use the branch plot and reward points to exchange for enhancement effects to make himself as sharp as Chen Fan. The key was in changing the original plot. The mercenaries were the main plot characters of Resident Evil 1. And the changes that happened to them would undoubtedly alter the original plot to a great extent. The people who deserved to die survived. And the people who deserved to live died. And there were definitely rewards for both. Zheng Jia paced in front of Rain. Lei En externally shouted, "What do you want?" Zheng Jia moved his thoughts. The nanofilaments wrapped around the mercenaries spiraled down and merged into the silver sheen that spread across the station, disappearing without a trace. "The change in the high base has nothing to do with us. But I have decided to help you in your mission," Zheng Jia said in a deep voice. Chen Fan's face did not change. He was not surprised by Zheng Jia's decision. Before experiencing the series of major changes in the original, Zheng Jia's character was on the saintly side, differing from Chung Xian in 3 bodies only in the depth of her saintliness. Not being willing to kill innocent mercenaries made complete sense. The time you can stay in this world is limited. Don't waste it. Chen Fan did not intend to let Zheng Jia help the mercenaries carry out their mission. He reminded, "You remember the content of the film, right? The executives of the Umbrella Corporation are underneath the high base. They are the root cause of all disasters." Chen Fan was not a reincarnator. He could say whatever he wanted. The executives of the Umbrella Corporation were all sleeping in the secret base underneath the hive. And the ones operating outside were their clones. Killing them all would be at least an A-rank subplot. And more. Zheng Jia froze for a moment. If there was a sequel to this in Resident Evil 1, he could totally take control of Umbrella's executives and make them stop Resident Evil. What could be more influential than that? "Thanks." Zheng Jia's face showed joy. He reached out and pointed at Matthew, and said in a deep voice, "The situation has changed. There's no need for you guys to carry out the mission. You come with us, and the others stay here." He didn't want to know what would happen if he left Matthew for more than 100 meters. "I can't understand what you guys are saying. The boss of the Umbrella Corporation is under the high base?" Matthew wore a confused expression. From gun-toting dominatrix to unarmed dominated, everything had shifted so quickly that he wasn't used to it yet. "You don't need to know that much," Zheng Jia said calmly. "I won't hurt you anyway." After saying that, he looked at the other reincarnates. "Come to my side. I'll take you down." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know if they should follow Zhang Jia or not. Lan was the first to step forward. She walked to Zhang Jia's side and said in a clear voice, "I'll join you." She knew that Zhang Jia was doing this for the good of everyone. Once Zhang Jia took Matthew far away, and the rest of them left Matthew 100 meters away. There was no telling what might happen, and they might even die outright. Immediately after that was Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia walked to Zhang Jia's side with his head lowered, and the others could not see what expression he had on his face. Zhang Jia was in an unusually bad mood. Chen Fan had given Zhang Jia a powerful force, and with Zhang Jia promising to give Chen Fan a reincarnator watch, there were two more powerful people in the team all of a sudden. If these two people didn't die, it wouldn't be long before the main god Space would force him to hold a captain election. His death was near. No. I must find a way to eradicate them. A flash of sternness flashed under Zhang Jia's eyes. Can I stay? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a naive appearance spoke up, his face showing hesitation. I'll stay here and wait for you guys to come back. Promise not to go anywhere. Zhang Jia twisted his head to look at Lan, his eyes conveying an inquisitive meaning. Chapter 666. It's not that the doctor doesn't work hard. It's that Xiao Zheng is driving technology. Lan revealed a hesitant expression. She actually didn't know what would happen after leaving Matthew for 100 meters. She was just speculating based on the numbers on her watch. Maybe a new mission would be triggered after leaving Matthew for 100 meters? I suggest you guys follow him. Zhang Jia suddenly spoke up, reversing his inner ruthlessness, and said with a smile on his face, "Something really bad will happen if you stay too far away from this guy. And you guys don't want to know about it." Zhang Jia wasn't suddenly being merciful. He had just fought a large group in his last horror film. And Resident Evil 1 was a low-difficulty welfare book given by the Lord God. So if there was another drastic attrition in Resident Evil 1, the Lord God would put pressure on him. On the other hand, he wanted to win Zhang Jia to his side. Although Chen Fan had given Zhang Jia power, Zhang Jia was, after all, a newcomer to the world, and very innocent in his eyes. In case, he was able to compel Zhang Jia to his side, so that Zhang Jia would not give Chen Fan the reincarnator watch, or to get Zhang Jia's help when a conflict broke out. His chances of winning could be greatly increased. Hundreds of benefits without any harm. Zhang Jia's words, a senior, carried weight, and the crowd looked at each other, their hearts gradually wavering. All follow me. I will protect you. Zhang Jia sealed the deal. The crowd gathered beside Zhang Jia. With a thought from Zhang Jia, the nanobots seeped into the floor, drilling through the floor while also forming a spring-like structure so that they wouldn't fall all at once when the floor collapsed. The floor gradually sank. Chen Fan stood at the entrance of the hole and did not follow down. He wasn't a reincarnator, so there wasn't a single benefit to participating in this matter. So he stood on the side and watched. There was no need to go down and stir up trouble. Zhang Jia, leave some nanobots up there. There are also rewards for killing monsters, he reminded. Zhang Jia froze for a moment, and with gratitude on his face, he looked up and said to Chen Fan above, "Thank you. I know." Dozens of nanofilaments shot out. Nanobots would possess intelligence once their numbers reached a certain level, and these nanofilaments were formed by the convergence of a large number of nanobots, capable of screening and hunting living things in the base on their own. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He found a chair and sat down to quietly wait for Zhang Jia to return. "It's a bit of a feeling," he murmured. He had been in this world for 10 minutes, and the consciousness on the side of the United Government was reviving. His original body was Earth. The consciousness in this body could only be considered a relatively strong thought, and after this thought was lost, his body would naturally generate new thoughts, because it belongs to the same consciousness. The thoughts are in common with each other. In other words, he was immediately able to get in touch with the JG. The speed of recovery this time is much slower than last time. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. In the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, not long after he landed, he had sensed himself on the other side of the planet and successfully contacted the United Government. However, when he came to the world of Infinite Terror, a full 10 minutes had passed before he could sense it. Perhaps his guess was correct. Infinite Terror might be located in another multiverse. A multiverse that was parallel to the one where the United Government was located. If this guess was correct, were there other parallel multiverses? And what led to the birth of these parallel multiverses? What was the root cause of everything? Chen Fan was puzzled. and time flew by in his thoughts, while his senses with the earth essence grew stronger and stronger. On the other side, Zheng Zha's reward message frantically swiped the screen. Killing a zombie. Reward points 10. Kill a zombie. Reward points 10. Kill a zombie. Reward points 10. Successfully eliminated all the zombies in the hive base. Class B subplot completed. 5,000 reward points. Killing a licker rewards 500 points. Killing a licker rewards 500 points. Killing a licker rewards 500 points. Successfully eliminated all lickers in the hive base. Class B subplot completed. 10,000 reward points. Killing a zombie dog rewards 300 points. Killing a zombie dog rewards 300 points. Killing a zombie dog rewards 300 points. Successfully eliminated all the monsters in the hive base. Class A subplot completed. 25,000 reward points. Zheng Zha went crazy with the points. He had lost count of how many reward points he had received. At least 80,000. And had completed a bunch of small and large subplots. What is this, a horror film? It was simply a field of green leaks. If we were to judge the best newcomer in the history of the Lord God space, then Zheng Zha would be the one to do it. In less than half an hour, he had angrily slashed 80,000 reward points plus a whole bunch of subplots. But this wasn't the end. The real prize was just about to be revealed. They had finally arrived at the bottom floor. This is the secret base below the hive base. The entire Umbrella Corporation executives are dormant here. They have arranged everything, just waiting for the world to end. And then, they resurrected from hibernation. Create a new world belongs to them. Throughout the process, not a drop of blood will be on their hands. Nor will they hear anyone's screams. They just need to wake up and receive the results. Elegant and decent. But this dream is going to be shattered. This can't be. Dr. Isaacs let out a shocked growl. Who are you people? Dr. Isaacs was the mastermind behind the Umbrella Corporation. He was ambitious. And under the banner that human overexpansion would eventually destroy the Earth. He picked the right people to freeze and slumber. And then used the T-virus to carry out a great cleansing of the entire human race. His ultimate goal is to rule the Earth. Isaacs is incredibly convinced that he can achieve this goal. And at one point in the film, he kills so few people on Earth that he would have actually succeeded if Alice, the main character, hadn't appeared. Now Alice was still weak. But a nano-soldier Zheng Zha, who was 100 times more outrageous than Alice, had appeared. Boom! 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 Isaacs held a sharp scalpel and divinely stabbed around Zheng Zha. Zheng Zha was completely unable to react. But the nanobots were not only able to react, they were also able to grab Isaacs before he attacked, targeting their defense to the location of Isaac's attack. A bit like my arrow's sand in Naruto, but much more advanced than arrow's sand. Zheng Zha was a little embarrassed. To be honest, Dr. Isaacs brought him a strong sense of oppression. But the nanobots Chen Fan gave him were too perverse. It's not that Dr. Isaacs doesn't try hard, but Xiao Zheng is driving the technology. The more Dr. Isaacs fought, the more desperate he became as he realized that he was completely helpless against Zheng Zha. Chapter 667 Harvest and Mission Change. He could already tell that Zheng Zha himself had little combat experience and wasn't even a qualified soldier. But every time he swung his blade at Zheng Zha, a light silver film would block his path of attack. When he swung his sword at Zheng Zha, a layer of light silver film would block his attacks. The blade of the sword burst into openings. But the light silver film wasn't shaken in the slightest. How could this even be a fight? Are you guys from the military? Isaac stopped his attack as he stood a few meters away from Zheng Zha, trying to pry into Zheng Zha's identity. The Umbrella Corporation worked closely with various countries. As the helmsman of the Umbrella Corporation, Dr. Isaacs had deep connections, and he believed that as long as he could find out Zheng Zha's origins, he would be able to mobilize his connections to stop Zheng Zha from doing anything. What's more, he could get his hands on this amazing technology that was piggybacked on Zheng Zha's body. He couldn't tell what kind of technology it was. If he could get this technology, he would be able to become stronger while creating stronger monsters to cleanse humanity more efficiently. No, we are just a bunch of ordinary people. Zheng Zha shook his head. Just a short while ago, he was an office white-collar worker complaining about the boredom of his life. And as a result, in just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in this world of horror films, and had even received a nano battlesuit gifted by his mysterious predecessor. It felt pretty good. Tell me your identities, and I'll be sure to know your leader. Dr. Isaacs paused for a moment. Don't you guys want a promotion and a raise? Zheng Jia shook his head. This is just a horror film world. What's the point of getting a promotion and a raise here? Besides, he has such a nano suit. If he really wants to get a promotion and a raise, he doesn't need any help from others. Do it yourself, and you'll be well fed. I'm the boss of the Umbrella Corporation. I can give you whatever you want. Dr. Isaac shouted. Money, power, status, and if you have your eye on any actress, she'll be wagging her tail at you in your bed tonight. How about that? Zheng Jia shrugged his shoulders. A glint of sternness swept across Dr. Isaac's eyes. Although Zheng Jia didn't say anything, he had already seen Zheng Jia's refusal. And he suddenly realized that the man standing in front of him was a very simple-minded fool. The type that was full of fairness and justice. When they didn't have power, this kind of person was ridiculous to the extreme. But when they held power, this kind of soft-hearted person with only idealistic ambitions was simply the ultimate nemesis of evil people like him. Isaacs had retreated to the side of his desk by this time. Since this was the case, he violently pulled out a tube of T-virus from the side of his desk and threw it fiercely towards the ground. And then turned into a residual shadow and quickly ran towards the outside of the room. Snap! Isaacs fled out of the office before the tube hit the ground and exploded. The dense T-virus instantly filling the entire room. Zheng Jia's eyelids jumped. Although he didn't react to Isaac's movements, he guessed what Isaacs was doing. Isaacs had spread the T-virus in this room. Zheng Jia became furious. The reason why he didn't lay his hands on Isaacs was because he had never killed anyone before. And even when facing villains from the film world, it took a little time to psych himself up. With anger in his heart, his killing heart rose up on its own. The nanobots accurately captured Zheng Jia's thoughts and transformed into a straight silver thread, instantly piercing through Dr. Isaacs, who had escaped from the office, while churning Dr. Isaacs' heart and brain. You have killed Dr. Isaacs. Level A branch plot completed. 25,000 reward points. Zheng Jia's heart was filled with chagrin. If he hadn't bullshitted Isaacs and killed Isaacs the first time he found him, he wouldn't have been infected with the T-virus. We're infected with the T-virus, John Lon said with a look of fear. Zheng Jia nodded distractedly. Things had come to this. He could only learn from his mistakes. T-virus invasion detected. Antivirus mode ongoing. T-virus numbers have been contained within safe limits. A few lines of small letters rose up from before Zheng Jia's eyes. Zheng Jia's heart was certain. Nanobots were originally creations of the microscopic realm, and antivirus was a professional counterpart. So he didn't have to worry about the T-virus on himself. I wonder if it could work on others. The nanobots spread to Zhang Lan and the others along with his thoughts. And a few more lines of small writing rose from Zheng Jia's eyes. Killing the virus on the selected target in progress. Kill mode ongoing. T-virus numbers have been contained within safe limits. Zheng Jia breathed a long sigh of relief. Don't be afraid. I've cleared the T-virus from your bodies. Zheng Jia reassured Zhang Lan. If anyone else feels uncomfortable, we still have the T-virus antidote. He was still carrying the suitcase that Chen Fan had given him in his hand, which contained the original liquid of the T-virus and the antidote. Thanks. Zhang Lan paused for a moment. What exactly did that person give you? I feel like you're even sharper than Superman in the film. Her eyes were filled with envy. In the crisis-ridden world of horror films, the importance of strength was self-evident. She stayed with Zheng Jia. But Chen Fan only gave it to Zheng Jia and not her. Was she not as attractive as Zheng Jia? Thinking of this, she glanced at her towering breasts without moving. Zheng Jia rubbed his nose and replied in embarrassment. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but looking at the description, it should be a battle suit made up of nanobots. Next to him, Zhang Jia's gaze flickered. A nano-battle suit? Was this the direction of that person's enhancement? It sounds like it's a technology side enhancement. I'll have to check how to restrain him when I get back. The only plot character, Matthew, had a numb scalp. He felt that he had looked at something he shouldn't have, and that this mission would probably take his life here. And even if he survived and went back, he would still have to face endless trouble. Had he known this, he would never have taken this mission. Matthew's face was hopeless. With a thought, dozens of nanofilaments shot out, slaughtering everyone in this base along the passageway. He received an intensive reward message. Kill Umbrella shareholder Jimmy Allen. Reward points 300. Kill Umbrella shareholder in Arning. Reward points 300. Kill Umbrella shareholder Kyle Gell. Reward points 300. 500 points for killing Umbrella scientist Johnny K. You overthrew Umbrella Corporation. S-rank subplot completed. 50,000 reward points. Zheng Jia's heartbeat became much faster. He wasn't sure about the goal content of an S-rank branch plot. But as of this moment, he had already killed his way through Resident Evil, accumulatively harvesting more than 100,000 reward points, and many branch plots of various levels. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't even be able to defeat a small-scale zombie herd. Right at this moment, a solemn voice sounded beside his ears. The main quest has been updated. Killing the abnormal plot character Chen Fan. Rewarding 3 S-rank subplots and 200,000 reward points. Zheng Jia's pupil suddenly shrunk. Chapter 668, Forcing Zheng Jia. Punishment for failure, erasure. Erase. Not a trace of emotion could be heard in the icy voice. And Zheng Jia could only feel the coldness. At this moment, he was like falling into an ice cave. Although the Lord God hadn't explicitly stated it. This abnormal plot character called Chen Fan was in all likelihood the mysterious person who had gifted him the nano-battle suit. Asking him to kill Chen Fan? This was simply joking with him. Not to mention the fact that Chen Fan was kind to him. But what would he take to kill Chen Fan and take this nano-battle suit that Chen Fan had given him? It was really too outrageous. Chen Fan most likely had something stronger than the nano-battle suit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it to him so easily. If he didn't, then he had left a backdoor in his nano-battle suit, which could be withdrawn or deactivated at any time. In short, he didn't think he could rely on this nano-battle suit to defeat Chen Fan. Zheng Jia's mind was in turmoil. This mission wasn't just for Zheng Jia alone, but for the entire team. And the others heard the voice of the main god. 2. Holy shit! Zheng Jia was the first to react. He cursed. Erase your mother. Is that person someone we can kill? Isn't this asking us to die? Zheng Jia had fought Chen Fan once in the train. The A-level Nian power enhancement collapsed at the touch of a button, and his entire body was slapped into the side of the train compartment. His life hanging in the balance. Only able to hang on to his life by medicine with great side effects. Going to kill Chen Fan and getting wiped out if you can't? Why not just wipe them out directly? Sending this mission is redundant. Zheng Jia's scalp was numb. He watched Zheng Jia chopping and slashing his way through the world, and knew that Zheng Jia had taken all the subplots and reward points to the point of weakness, and would definitely be strengthened to the point of being a monster when he got back. He didn't even know how to get rid of Zheng Jia, and the main god wanted him to kill Chen Fan, who was much more terrifying than Zheng Jia. The difficulty of the mission can be seen from the generous rewards. 5 S-rank subplots. 200,000 reward points. Zheng Jia cursed in his heart. I've never even seen an A-rank subplot. Do I look like someone who can complete 5 S-rank subplots worth of quests? Didn't those senior people in the past say that the Lord God wouldn't release quests that would result in certain death? Zheng Jia continuously took deep breaths to control his emotions. He did not want to die yet. Thinking on the bright side, this might also be an opportunity. Zheng Jia would definitely fight Chen Fan to the death in order to survive. If they both lost, the others looked at each other in disbelief. Did you guys hear someone talking? Who is Chen Fan? What does obliterate mean? What does it mean? Let's go kill people. Zheng Jia twisted his head and exchanged glances with Zhang Lan. Is it that person? Zhang Lan asked uncertainly. Zheng Jia pursed his lips. I think so. He had killed all the executives of the Umbrella Corporation and ended the story of Resident Evil from the source, and had only gained 1 S-rank side plot and 50,000 reward points. 5 S-rank side plots plus 200,000 reward points other than the one who gave him the nano-battle suit. He couldn't think of anyone who could be worth that much. Zhang Lan had a worried look on his face. From the high base to killing in front of the Umbrella executives, the nano-battle suit given to Zheng Jia by Chen Fan had shown its power. She had the same amount of thinking as Zheng Jia. Since Chen Fan could give Zheng Jia the nano-battle suit without batting an eyelid, he must have a countermeasure. Objectively, the possibility of killing Chen Fan was slim to none. What now? Zhang Lan couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Zheng Jia looked disheveled. His heart was in turmoil. On one side, there was the savior that he could not defeat with high probability. And on the other side, there was the Lord God that forced him to die. Mentally, he disliked the latter immensely. What else is there to think about? Zheng Jia interjected. Of course it's to rush up and fight that guy. Now it's either his death or ours. Don't be afraid. The Lord God won't send out quests with certain death. We definitely have a chance. Frankly speaking, Zhang Jie himself didn't quite believe that they would be able to complete the mission. But right now, his only chance of survival was to urge Zheng Jia to fight Chen Fan. Zheng Jia's nano-battle suit was at least AAA rated enhancement. Maybe even S rated. There was a chance of survival if he flung himself into it. But if Zheng Jia gave up, they would be dead. He definitely couldn't kill Chen Fan by himself anyway. Chen Fan could kill him with a single look. Erasure means death. Zhang Jie turned his head again and said to the others, everyone should have received the mission to kill Chen Fan. Chen Fan is the one up there. We can only survive if we work together to kill him. He could see that Zheng Jia was hesitating. The others were useless. But their stance might be able to influence Zheng Jia. To kill? The honest and naive middle-aged man revealed a horrified expression as he said fearfully, killing is illegal. You'll go to jail. His name was Mao Gang. And he was a truck driver in reality. He hadn't said anything before. It was partly because of fear. And partly because although Zheng Jia had gone on a killing spree in the high base, it was all done remotely with nanosilk. And even Dr. Isaacs died out of sight. Zhang Jie glared fiercely at Mao Gang. This is the Lord God's space. There are no laws. Only the Lord God's mission. Do you have a wife and children? If you still want to go back alive to see them, you have to kill Chen Fan. Mao Gang froze. At this time, Zhang Lan spoke up, expressing an opinion diametrically opposed to Zhang Jie's. Chen Fan has done nothing bad, and even gave Zheng Jia a nano-battle suit. We shouldn't kill him. She was able to call out Zheng Jia's name, as they had already introduced themselves on the way here. Zhang Jie sipped his teeth in anger. He blurted out, I don't want to just kill anyone either. But if he doesn't die, we'll have to die. Don't you understand such a simple truth? His voice was permeated with hatred. We can think of something else. Zhang Lan pursed her lips. You came to the main god space before us. Don't you have any ideas at all? Zhang Jie said baldly. No. Either he dies or we die. Take your pick. Zhang Lan stopped talking. No one wanted to die. But if she had to trade other people's lives for her own, she couldn't get past what she had in her heart. Vote. Zhang Jie looked around at everyone. How about the minority obeys the majority? People were selfish. Zhang Jie believed that as soon as the voting started, everyone would quickly unify their opinions. I will not participate. Zhang Lan voiced out. Zhang Jie furrowed his brows as he said in a deep voice. You can't not participate unless you commit suicide for us after we kill Chen Fan. Zhang Lan was dumbfounded as she turned her head to look at Zheng Jia. You must participate. Zhang Jie followed suit and looked at Zheng Jia. If you don't participate, we don't stand a chance. The crowd looked at Zheng Jia with bated breath. Although the voting had not yet begun, the opinions of the crowd had already unspokenly agreed. After all, when it came to choosing between someone else and themselves to die, everyone would choose someone else without hesitation. Now, the pressure came to Zheng Jia. I'll think again. Zheng Jia's brows were locked. Zhang Jie's words made him uncomfortable. Chapter 669 Second Order Genetic Lock. Zhang Jie's fight to the death. Zhang Jie's words sounded like if he didn't participate, it meant he was going to get everyone killed. Zheng Jia's eyebrows knitted together. What's there to think about? Zhang Jie said unwillingly. It's a situation where you're going to die. You wouldn't be so stupid as to want to kill yourself. Would you? He believed that he would be able to convince Zheng Jia. Even if Zheng Jia was a bit of a saintly mother, he couldn't be a living saint who cuts his flesh and feeds eagles. That kind of person wouldn't be able to enter the main god space even if he existed. Quiet, Zheng Jia said in a deep voice. Let me think about it. Zhang Jie deflated his mouth and lowered his voice. I don't want to rush you, but we don't have much time left. Look at your own watch. There are less than 15 minutes left before the return. If we haven't completed the mission by then, we all have to die. My wife is still waiting for me to return alive. He carefully watched Zheng Jia's expression and noticed that Zheng Jia's eyes flickered for a moment. He understood that his emotional card had worked. I'll think about it, Zheng Jia muttered. Zheng Jia's heart was very conflicted. Of course he wanted to live, but he had to kill his benefactor to do so. He would rather let nature take its course and do nothing. However, he was the key factor in determining the development of things. Anyone could go with the flow, but not him. And him going with the flow was the same as letting everyone die. On the other side, Chen Fan was trying to deepen his induction with the earth essence. Phew. It's finally connected. It's just not very clear. After many days, Chen Fan had once again entered the perspective of a two-line manipulation. With the united government on one side and infinite terror on the other, there was a feeling of schizophrenia. It was a good thing that he was an earth consciousness. The consciousness of countless earth beings formed him, and the dual-line operation did not pose any pressure on him. Except that this time, the dual-line operation had some signal problems. What a strange feeling. When he was in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, although he was also briefly disconnected for a while, he was watertight after connecting. Just a simple 1-2 punch. But it was different now. Although it had reconnected to the earth essence, it was intermittent. One moment it could be felt, and the next moment it could not be felt. This reinforced Chen Fan's judgment. Infinite terror was most likely in another multiverse, which was why this was happening. If I can't feel the earth essence all the time, but the earth essence has condensed another one of my consciousnesses, would I have gone from 1 to 2? Chen Fan was somewhat curious. However, this was not his main concern right now. His main concern was the mission that Zheng Jia and the others had received. He couldn't hear the voice of the Lord God, but he could hear Zheng Jia and the others discussing it through the nanobots on Zheng Jia's body. And after only listening for a short while, he knew roughly what was going on. It's not unusual for the main god to discover me, Chen Fan pondered. Firstly, Zheng Jia himself was a special character. He was the protagonist of Infinite Terror, the reincarnation of Pangu, and possessed the power to destroy the entire multiverse in the future. Any influence on Zheng Jia's behavior was possible. Secondly, he had given Zheng Jia half of a nano-battle suit, and Zheng Jia must have swiped a lot of side plots and reward points with that half of the nano-battle suit. Zheng Jia was just a newcomer who had just entered the Lord God's space. If he got something he shouldn't have, the Lord God would definitely check to see if there were any anomalies. It made sense to check him out. Chen Fan thought to himself. The penalty for failure is obliteration. So only one of Zheng Jia and I can survive. That said, how does the main god determine death? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. After a while, restless sounds came from the deep pit. Getting closer and closer, Zheng Jia and the others rose out of the pit. They had discussed it. After much agonizing, Zheng Jia finally agreed to join Zhang Jia and the others to try and kill Chen Fan. He had no choice. He was grateful for the help Chen Fan had given him, but he couldn't wait to be wiped out by the Lord God just because Chen Fan had helped him. Come to kill me. Chen Fan's voice didn't have much emotion in it. So calm that it was like asking Zheng Jia if he had eaten. The faces of the people behind Zheng Jia changed drastically. Their greatest advantage was poor information. They thought that Chen Fan did not know the contents of the Lord God's mission, and seizing the opportunity to sneak attack Chen Fan once, they might be able to kill him in one blow. But now it seemed, the information difference was gone. The plan to sneak attack had fallen through, and they could only fight hard. I wonder how many people will have to die. Sorry. Zheng Jia revealed a bitter smile. Did you hear our conversation through the nano-battle suit? The nanobots that formed a scale had a listening function. Chen Fan nodded. Yes. The nano-battle suit was still essentially his, and all Zheng Jia had was the right to use it. Take this battle suit back, Zheng Jia said with a shameful face. I can't wear this battle suit against you. Give up the nano-battle suit? Chen Fan asked calmly. Did you just make this decision? Or did you think about it before you came up here? His knowledge of Zheng Jia came from the Infinite Terror novels. And in reality, he had only been in contact with Zheng Jia for a few minutes. So he couldn't be 100% sure what Zheng Jia's character was like. If it was something he had thought of before coming up, then Zheng Jia's character was okay. Although he had come to kill him, there was a reason for it. Returning the nano-battle suit and reminding him of this incident. They would be considered as not owing each other. But if it was only after he came up that he thought of giving up the suit, then he would have to put a question mark on Zheng Jia's character. Because Zheng Jia obviously realized that the nano suit was still under his control before he gave it up. The reason why he refused to give it up was because he wanted to sneak up on him on the one hand. And on the other hand, he must have wanted to continue possessing the nano-battle suit after killing him. Before coming up, Zheng Jia said without a trace of weakness, they wanted me to use your battle suit to sneak attack you. But I can't do something so unethical. I plan to return the battle suit to you first before killing you. Even though I'll probably die. Chen Fan nodded slightly. The nanobots showed that Zheng Jia's breathing, pulse, blood pressure, and skin humidity had no abnormal changes, which indicated that Zheng Jia was not lying. Confused, Zhang Jia angrily rebuked. "What are you without a battle suit? Do it." Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. He had used the nanobots to listen in on the conversation between Zheng Jia and the others, and knew that Zhang Jia had been urging Zheng Jia to deal with him. He should have killed him just now. But it was not too late now. He slowly turned his gaze. An invisible nimble power slammed towards Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia's sweaty hairs stood on end. His eyes became blank, and a shocking power erupted from his body, as his entire body disappeared from its place like an instantaneous movement. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Zhang Jia had just stood collapsed. Genetic lock? Chen Fan looked at Zhang Jia curiously. Zhang Jia possessed a second-order gene lock. After the second-order gene lock was opened, he was able to freely control 90% of parts of his body to bring out 100% of his potential power. Whether it is the muscles, blood, nerves, and 5 senses will be greatly strengthened. And even part of the energy flow in the body can be dominated, so that the person who opens it will have superb resilience, reflexes, toughness, and strength at the same time. Some people throw a half-ton fire axe out of supersonic speed after opening the second-order gene lock. If this technology could be mastered in Infinite Terror, it would undoubtedly help the United Government's Super Soldier program. "Go!" Zhang Jia roared. "Either he dies or we die." He really wanted to fight for his life this time. Chapter 670 Zhang Jia's Death. Death may not necessarily be death. Zhang Jia deserved to fight for his life. Whether it was the identity of a guide or the mission of the Lord God, it forced him to stake his life on a fight that would not end in death. However, he did not have enough chips. With only his AA grade 9 power and second-order gene lock, he couldn't even beat Zheng Jia, who possessed a nano-battle suit, because Zheng Jia only needed one thought. The nanobots would drill into Zhang Jia's lungs along with his breathing, and then turn Zhang Jia into a sieve from the inside out. Doesn't Zhang Jia himself know the difference in strength? Of course he knows. But he had no choice. He couldn't just sit back and wait for death. For the sake of his wife in the main god space. For the sake of the life he does not want to end. For the slim hope of returning to the real world, he would gamble everything to kill Chen Fan. 5 S-rank subplots, plus 200,000 reward points. If he could kill Chen Fan, he would be able to take his man-made wife and leave the main god space forever. On the dimly lit platform, the air reeked of death. Chut chut chut. Chut chut chut. The crowd responded to Zhang Jia, taking out the guns they had found in the base and firing them at Chen Fan. The tongues of fire from the muzzle spewing out a dozen centimeters in length. The brass cartridges clanking and crashing down. The columns, ceilings, and containers were all shattered, giving people a sense of momentum. It was only the accuracy that was worrying. They had never touched a real gun before coming to the main god space. And in order to avoid arousing Chen Fan's vigilance, Zhang Jia didn't let them test the gun when he taught them below. Under the recoil, their guns flew haphazardly. Only 1 out of 20 bullets was fired at Chen Fan's body, all of which were blocked by the azure-colored nanofilm and did not pose any threat to Chen Fan. It was completely a bunch of rabble. Zhang Jia did not expect these people to do any harm to Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan had shown the ability to withstand bullets on the train. Chen Fan also had a stronger nimble power than him. Unless it was a sneak attack, it was never possible to injure Chen Fan by firearms. However, fire suppression could interfere with Chen Fan's vision. Zhang Jia then took advantage of the chaos and scurried behind a concrete pillar while the crowd was firing. He was panting heavily. He was already severely injured and had relied on medication to forcefully suppress it. And now that he had turned on his second-order genetic lock, he could clearly feel the sores within his body. He thought to himself that he must fight quickly. If he could not end the battle within 30 seconds, without Chen Fan's action, he himself would have to face the certain death of genetic collapse. "Zheng Jia," he growled as he hid behind a pillar. "What are you waiting for?" Zheng Jia laughed bitterly. "Haven't I been shooting all along?" Because he had played gun games. Zheng Jia's marksmanship was a little better than an ordinary person. He at least knew how to shoot point blank instead of holding down the trigger dead and letting the gun float into the sky. He knew what Zhang Jia was expecting. Zhang Jia wanted him to fight Chen Fan with his nano-battle suit. But he couldn't do such a thing. Wasn't this a farmer and a snake? Moreover, The nano-suit was still under Chen Fan's control. So for him to use the nano-suit to kill Chen Fan would be no different than the old man eating arsenic. To be honest, Zheng Jia had already thought about it. It was almost impossible to kill Chen Fan. The main god was to blame for giving them such an inexplicable mission to send them to their deaths. Hopefully, they would be able to return to reality after death. Chen Fan stood motionless, the nanobots perfectly intercepting all the bullets fired at him, as he quietly observed Zheng Jia's expression and surmised Zheng Jia's psychology. It wasn't bad. Whether it was based on Zheng Jia's performance in Infinite Terror or on the United Government's knowledge of psychology, Zheng Jia was a standard good guy. At this stage, he was even a Madonna. Very empathetic, able to put himself in other people's shoes. Chen Fan took a deep breath. In the next second, a light silver luster lit up on everyone's bodies, including Zheng Jia. They were unable to move, as if they were small flying insects engulfed in amber in the heat of the summer, with only their eyeballs still able to rotate, exuding a horrified look. It's over, Chen Fan said calmly, possibly out of a misperception of Chen Fan. The Lord God had awarded a death-defying mission without any hope. Chen Fan was loaded with the United Government's most advanced nano-battle suit. Nano-battle suits were not omnipotent. For example, in the Marvel Universe's war against the cosmic gods, nano-battle suits were not even qualified to make an appearance. However, it was indeed more than enough to suppress a group of ordinary people at the beginning of the Infinite Terror plot. Even if Zheng Jia had opened the second-order gene lock and could throw a half-ton object out of supersonic speed, he had not gone beyond the realm of ordinary people in essence. Chen Fan glanced at a concrete pillar not far away. Zheng Jia was behind this pillar. Zheng Jia felt the loss of vitality in his body and fell into great despair. He withdrew from the second stage gene lock state, so that he could probably survive until the time when the main god wiped him out. He cursed the Lord God in his heart, with all sorts of vicious words. Snap! Without warning, his head exploded. After dealing with Zheng Jia, Chen Fan twisted his head to look at Zheng Jia and uttered a sentence that was mind-boggling. I can let you kill me. What? Zheng Jia was stunned as he wondered if he had heard something wrong. Death may not necessarily be death. Chen Fan's face was calm. But you have to promise me that when you return to the main god space, you will bring your reincarnator's wristwatch here to look for me after every mission. If only one of him and Zheng Jia could live. Then he decided to let Zheng Jia live. Not only because he was only a very small part of his consciousness, but also because even if he was killed, he wouldn't necessarily really die. After all, he only needed to meet the criteria for death as judged by the Lord God. With his body disintegrating into countless individually independent cells, and not even a thinking organ like a brain existing, he should be considered dead. Right? Biologically, it was definitely dead through and through. But his consciousness wouldn't be affected. The main god shouldn't be able to detect his consciousness. The main god was just a supercomputer with limited capabilities. And there were quite a few enemy-killing missions in Infinite Terror. And I had never seen the main god ask for any target to be soul-destroyed. Besides, his consciousness was not the same thing as a soul. Chen Fan was 80% sure that he could survive. If he did survive, Zheng Jia would no longer have a reason to be his enemy. He had given Zheng Jia equipment and died for Zheng Jia. And based on Zheng Jia's character, as long as he didn't want to destroy the Infinite Horror Multiverse, Zheng Jia wouldn't be his enemy. In the event that he opened up the Infinite Horror Multiverse and the United Government Multiverse in the future, based on his relationship with Zheng Jia, I'm sure that the United Government will be able to do great things in the Infinite Horror Multiverse. Chen Fan calmly looked at Zheng Jia. If you agree, I will let you kill. Zheng Jia choked a little, but his reaction speed was quick as he swore. I promise that after every mission, as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely bring my reincarnation watch here to find you. Chapter 671 Zheng Jia returns. Come back from the dead? Who would want to die if they could live? As for why Chen Fan was willing to die, and why he made the strange request that followed, Zheng Jia knew in his heart. He thought that Chen Fan might have a way to come back to life, resurrecting from the dead. Although unlikely in reality, it appeared from time to time in films. Chen Fan must have mastered at least one method of resurrection, which was why he willingly went to his death and asked him to come back to him later with his reincarnation watch. Fine. You come and kill me. Chen Fan slowly spoke. Shoot me in the head. I won't resist. As the words landed, Zheng Jia regained control of his body. The silver light on his body's surface disappeared. Not only had he regained control of his body, even the nano-battle suit was still under his control. Which meant that Chen Fan was not only willing to let him kill, but was also willing to let him continue to hold the nano-battle suit. Thank you. Zheng Jia's heart was filled with gratitude towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan had not only given him the nano-battle suit, but also sent him to his death. He didn't even know how he should repay Chen Fan in the future. Don't forget what you said, Chen Fan slowly said. Zheng Jia's face was solemn as he raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, I, Zheng Jia, swear to heaven that I will do what I promised you. And as long as I am still alive, I will bring my reincarnation watch on a trip here after every mission. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He believed in Zheng Jia's words. You've gained too much in this horror film. The main god will adjust your hidden score so high that your next horror film will be very difficult. Chen Fan reminded, I suggest that you purchase the cultivation techniques and resources of a cultivator, and then redeem the time of the biohazard to cultivate. Everything he did was an investment in Zheng Jia. If Zheng Jia's venture collapsed before he was halfway through, his investment would all go down the drain. So it was necessary for him to give Zheng Jia some advice. Cultivators and gene locks were the 2 main power systems of Infinite Terror. They do not affect each other. Zheng Jia had the nano-battle suit to save his life. And before experiencing the next horror film, it was definitely too late for the gene lock, which required a great horror between life and death to be unlocked. So he could only work in the direction of the cultivator. As for the other enhancements, especially the physical ones, such as the blood and witch bloodlines, none of them could bring out their full strength without opening the gene lock. Even if they were strengthened to S rank, they might not be able to increase Zheng Jia's chances of survival by much after entering the next horror film world. Chen Fan pondered for 2 seconds before adding, you can also exchange one of the bloodlines and physiques that can aid in cultivation. Innate Tao body, chaotic body, 6 paths of reincarnation body and the like. Pick a suitable one for yourself. The United Government already had a more scientific understanding of cultivation after the Warhammer 40k universe. Cultivation is essentially absorbing subspace energy to strengthen the body cells, or to strengthen the affinity for subspace energy, so as to manipulate subspace ability. The subspace of different universes has different characteristics. The subspace of 3 bodies is silent and abnormal, and creatures can only use high-tech equipment to contact it. The subspace of Marvel Multiverse is active and pure, which is a more suitable place for cultivation. The subspace energy of Warhammer 40k is full of negative emotions, and it is easy to go crazy if you are exposed to it more than once. Different body types have different sensitivity to subspace. The so-called innate Tao body is a kind of extremely sensitive to subspace body. In the 3 bodies nothing in the comic book can easily become the next supreme mage. But if in the Warhammer 40k, Resident Evil is not much of a place for cultivation. But Zheng Jia had only experienced the Resident Evil universe. He could only cultivate here. And it was good that 50 reward points could be exchanged for a day. He had harvested 300,000 to 400,000 reward points this time. If he exchanged all these reward points for time, it would be enough to cultivate for more than 20 years. You can also exchange for a rebirth cross. 7,000 reward points plus 2 B-rank branch plots. The wearer can be resurrected 5 minutes after death, while choosing whether or not to immediately return to the main god space. It's a life-saving prop. Zheng Jia listened very carefully. He knew that these were valuable knowledge that could help him survive in the main god space. Alright. Nothing else. Shoot, Chen Fan said frankly. As a planetary consciousness, he knew more about death than anyone else. All sorts of ways to die could be found as examples from the vast and infinite sea of consciousness. And even though Zheng Jia hadn't shot yet, he already knew what it felt like to be shot in the head. It wasn't bad. See you later. Zheng Jia took a deep breath and aimed his gun at Chen Fan's head before slowly pulling the trigger. Suddenly, a bloody hole appeared on Chen Fan's right cheek. But he did not fall down. He expressionlessly reached out and touched the hole, picking out the bullet embedded inside. This image was somewhat frightening. Zheng Jia looked at Chen Fan with a confused expression. Chen Fan shook his head as he walked straight towards Zheng Jia. Hit me in the eye. This body had been strengthened and upgraded many times in the United Government and Cyberpunk 2077 universes, and its bones were much harder than bullets, capable of blocking the muzzle of a tank. Goodbye. Zheng Jia once again bid farewell to Chen Fan. This time, he put the muzzle of his gun against Chen Fan's eyes. Suddenly, Chin Fan's body fell backwards. There was no image of blood flowing all over the ground as the bullet failed to pass through the skull, and the back of Chin Fan's head was still intact. Chin Fan silently manipulated the cells to disintegrate. His body sanded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in the end, all that remained was a diamond-like crystalline skeleton with a brilliant luster, as well as devices and cables associated with the nano-warrior. Zheng Jia looked at Chin Fan's skeleton in silence. A solemn voice sounded beside his ears. Mission completed. Rewarded with 5 S-rank side plots and 1,980,000 reward points. This mission was a team mission, since the others did not cause any damage to Chin Fan. Zheng Jia received almost all of the rewards. Begin the return. The crowd instantly disappeared, and the station became empty all of a sudden, leaving only the mercenaries, who had been imprisoned by Chin Fan earlier, standing blankly in place. The Lord God had modified their memories to a lesser extent. They still remembered what had happened in general. They just couldn't recall the details, such as how Zheng Jia and the others had disappeared in place. That person died? They looked at each other in disbelief. What they experienced today was more shocking than all the memories in their minds combined. Shall we go down and take a look? Rain came to the side of the large hole that Zheng Jia had drilled and curiously stretched her neck to look down. Their mission was to investigate the anomalies of the high base. And this large hole was certainly within the scope of their investigation. And she was curious if the Umbrella Corporation executives were actually down there. How did his body get like this? Are his bones diamonds? What are these things in his body? The other mercenaries walked around Chin Fan's bones, and they curiously reached out their hands, only to accidentally touch a layer of azure-colored nanofilm. Blood and flesh began to grow on the diamond-like crystalline skeleton. Chapter 672, Occupy Resident Evil. The cells scattered all over the ground wriggled and climbed onto the skeleton, first forming layers of thread-like blood, then skin, and finally blood vessels, muscles and organs. The whole process exudes the beauty of Cthulhu. Chin Fan watched the scene without any ripples in his heart. This was just a small scene for him. In less than half a minute, the skeleton returned to its human form. The mercenaries backed away in horror. This was a monster. They were unarmed and had no ability to defend themselves at all. They shouldn't have taken this mission in the first place. Chin Fan did not care about the mercenaries' reactions, as he quietly waited to see if the Lord God would react to his resurrection. 2 minutes passed, and nothing happened. The Lord God had acquiesced to his existence, or his resurrection from the dead had successfully drilled the Lord God's loophole. He slowly got up. Without making any noise, the nanobots formed a pair of silver-white wings behind him, and the propulsion engine spewed out bluish-white flames, causing his body to fly at high speed along the train tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the station was flung into darkness. He left a communication device on the station platform, through which Zheng Jia could contact him if he returned. In fact, if Zheng Jia followed his advice and came to Resident Evil to cultivate, then there was no need for Zheng Jia to contact him. He would be able to spot Zheng Jia, because Resident Evil would soon be fully under his control. This world would become the United Government's bridgehead in infinite horror. Nanobots surged out along the tunnels. They formed a miniature assembly factory, frantically devouring all sorts of substances, and then assembling them into new nanobots. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. 4 becomes 8. The number of nanobots skyrocketed geometrically, and the silvery white waves drilled into the lift shaft at the end of the tunnel, rushing into the holiday villas used as camouflage above the high base. In the blink of an eye, the nearby land turned silver white. This turn of events quickly drew the attention of the Umbrella Corporation. And although the true executives of the Umbrella Corporation were all killed by Zheng Jia, there were still clones of them outside. These clones were ignorant of the truth, and they all thought they were the original owners. What's going on? What are these silver things? Some kind of new virus? Arrange for someone to get some samples back? This isn't what we had planned. In the conference room, the clone executives were observing the scene near the villa through the satellite image and were all puzzled. They had planned to use the high base as the center for the outbreak of a biochemical crisis that would sweep across the globe. And in order to prevent them from being liquidated after failing, they had deliberately arranged a good show to steal the virus. Even if the biochemical crisis was suppressed by various countries, they could still argue that it was someone else who accidentally broke the virus when stealing it. And it had nothing to do with them. The Umbrella Corporation. At least they didn't have to take the main responsibility. But at the very beginning of the plan, there was a big problem. Firstly, the mercenary squad was lost as soon as they got off the train. And secondly, a silver-colored unidentified substance was pouring out of the hive base. They now had absolutely no idea what was going on in the hive base, let alone what this silver substance was. Things were vaguely out of their control. Arrange for a nearby lab to collect samples. Dr. Clone Isaac spoke slowly. Figure out what this silver stuff is. Wait. What is this? In the large screen, the silver substance changed significantly. With the villa at the center, the silver substance formed a writhing sphere within a 3-kilometer radius, as if it was about to hatch something. Send a field survey immediately. Dr. Clone Isaacs ordered. Chen Fan stayed in the villa. This villa was built by the Umbrella Corporation to conceal the hive base. The hive base was a biological virus base, and no resident would want to be neighbors with a biological virus base. So such a cover-up was necessary. As for why the Umbrella Corporation didn't put the hive base in a deserted place, but put it in a densely populated city, it could only be said that the residents didn't want to be neighbors of the biovirus base for good reason. This villa was usually occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Alice, and it was fully furnished with all kinds of furniture. Chen Fan poured himself a cup of coffee. The spheres that cloned Dr. Isaacs had seen from the satellite were actually prototypes of various types of buildings. The nanobots were frantically reproducing with this villa as the center and constructing dozens of large-scale buildings at the same time. And it was no surprise that the first one to be completed should be an air defense system. In Resident Evil, this Raccoon City where the hive base is located was hit by a nuclear bomb. Chen Fan was going to start controlling the globe from this city, and it was likely that he would also be hit by a nuclear bomb. So it was extremely necessary to first build an air defense system that could protect the city. This air defense system had no name. Through space technology, it was able to shoot down 128 intra-atmospheric flying objects at a distance of no more than 3,000 kilometers in 1 second. The principle of operation was to solidify one or more points in space in front of the flying object, causing it to collide with the object traveling at high speed, causing irreversible physical damage to the flying object. In the case of a missile, the probability is that it will detonate early in the collision. With the efficiency of this air defense system, even if all the nuclear-armed countries dumped nuclear bombs on Raccoon City together, it would not have any effect on Raccoon City. As for the pollution problem caused by a large number of nuclear bombs exploding in the atmosphere, it can be dealt with later by a sufficient number of nanobots. Although Chen Fan did not control the entire planet yet, it was only a matter of time, and it would not be long. Facing the technology of a powerful civilization like the United Government, which was based in the multiverse, the humans of the Resident Evil universe did not have any ability to resist. Ding, the lift rattled. The mercenaries came out with their thieving heads, and they couldn't help but shiver in fear when they saw Chen Fan, who was drinking coffee. The hive only had this one entrance and exit, so they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. They had discussed it for half a day on the way here, and finally agreed that Chen Fan was an alien, which filled them with awe. Matthew asked stiffly, "Hello. Can we go?" They were afraid to leave without saying goodbye. It was easy to die. The real executives of the Umbrella Corporation are all dead in the high base. The ones outside are their clones, Chen Fan said in a flat tone. Matthew's heartbeat accelerated, but Chen Fan's next words surprised him even more. You are also clones produced by the Umbrella Corporation, and your memories are all fabricated. What? Matthew was shocked. Chen Fan said calmly, they even cloned themselves. The mercenaries looked at each other. We are clones? They all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. But the one who told them about this was an alien, and there was no reason for an alien to lie to them. Right? Chapter 673, Raccoon City Ascends. Total transformation begins. The memories in your heads are all fabricated by the Umbrella Corporation. I will now give you two choices. Chen Fan's heart was devoid of waves. The reason he had spoken out to retain these mercenaries was because he had no one on hand, and he needed some people to act as a bridge between him and the humans of Resident Evil. He would be drastically remodeling this planet next, and he would need some communication with the humans in the process. He's not here to be a tyrant. Proper communication would cut down on unnecessary trouble and avoid having rebels everywhere attacking his buildings if something happened, in which case he'd have to exterminate or captive breed the entire human race. He could also go to other planets, but Earth was the center of the Resident Evil universe, and he preferred to stay here. The first option is to get out of this villa. The mercenaries did not dare to act rashly, as they stood still and listened carefully to Chen Fan. The signal in the villa is blocked by me. Once you get out, you will be able to contact the Umbrella Corporation and report your experience to them. And you will receive some monetary rewards for it. You guys can take their rewards and slouch for a few days, then die quietly in other future missions. After speaking, Chen Fan paused for a few seconds. When the mercenaries had finished digesting the words, he continued on. You can also choose to stay and be the voice of humanity. I will rule this planet. You are both my representatives and the representatives of humanity, communicating both my ideas and the ideas of humanity to me, playing the role of a communication bridge between me and humanity. Chen Fan looked at these mercenaries with calm eyes. No matter what choice these mercenaries made, it did not matter much to him. The spokesperson could be found after a while. When he started transforming this planet, the humans on this planet would frantically try to get in touch with him. And there would always be someone to act as a bridge between him and the humans. Instead, for these mercenaries, this was a chance to change their destiny. These mercenaries were mass-produced clones of the Umbrella Corporation. The Umbrella Corporation's original intention of producing them was simply to save costs, to avoid paying the huge pensions that come with the deaths of normal employees, and to avoid outside regulation of the Umbrella Corporation. After all, they were a bunch of clones, and the outside world didn't even know they existed and were dead. They were Umbrella Corporation consumables. If they chose to leave the villa and return to the Umbrella Corporation, they would end up like their kind, losing their lives on some dangerous mission in the future. But if they chose to stay, they would become Chen Fan's spokespersons and gain freedom in the true sense of the word. The mercenaries had a hard time choosing. It's unbelievable. But it's from an alien. So convincing. What are you guys going to choose? Who is it not to work for? I decided to stay. Working for the aliens is always more promising than working for the Umbrella Corporation. Right? My daughter is still in primary school at Umbrella Corporation. We're clones. Our memories are all made up by the Umbrella Corporation. Where do you have a daughter? I'm staying too. A human advocate sounds cool. After a few minutes, the mercenaries gradually discussed the results. Not everyone was willing to stay. 5 people, including Matthew and Ryan, decided to stay. And the remaining few mercenaries chose to return to Umbrella Corporation. The few mercenaries who left did not believe that they were clones. They believed that their memories were real. They had their own families and friends, and were by no means clones born out of thin air. After seeking Chen Fan's permission, the few mercenaries who chose to return to the Umbrella Corporation walked out of the villa with quick steps, just as Chen Fan had said. As soon as they stepped out of the villa with their front feet, they received a contact from the Umbrella Corporation with their back feet. Tick Kaplan. Can you hear me? Has the situation at the hive base been investigated clearly? Why are there only a few of you out? And where is your Captain Matthew? Kaplan was a computer expert among the mercenaries. In the film, he misjudged the Red Queen's defense system, causing 3 of his teammates to die in the laser corridor outside the Red Queen's machine room. And he himself was later eaten by zombies. Zheng Jia swept through the entire hive base and killed all the monsters. And he was spared as a result. I'm Kaplan. What we experienced down there was unbelievable. Kaplan paused. We encountered aliens. What aliens? The operator pressed. Kaplan mentally organized his language for 2 seconds. But his answer was still a bit confusing. The aliens look just like us. They're all turned into skeletons, and they can still come back to life. He said that there's another secret base underneath the hive base, that it's hiding the real executives of the company, and that he said people go down there and kill everyone in that base. He also said that the company executives outside are all clones. And we are clones too. He said too much in one breath, and the operator fell silent. After a long time, a calm voice rang out from the communication channel. This is Isaacs. Say it again. What clones? Chen Fan stayed in the villa for 3 days. He was waiting for Zheng Jia. The flow of time was different between the main god space and the horror film world, and he didn't know exactly when Zheng Jia would return. But if there was still no movement after 3 days had passed, then he probably wouldn't be able to wait for anyone for a few more months. But the nanobots had amassed a terrifying number in those 3 days, devouring almost the entire Raccoon City's available resources and turning the city into a flat, silver square. A large number of citizens lost their homes as a result. In the midst of this unprecedented and bizarre change, some decided to move towards other cities, while many chose to stay and wait for the government to compensate them. Those who stayed would have a day to remember in this life. The number is almost there. Let's begin. The Nanobots all over Raccoon City received the command and began to spontaneously coalesce. And they rampaged through the city, as if it were a flood until they arrived at a predetermined location. Dozens of 100-meter-tall anti-gravity engines revealed their shapes in the flood, emitting invisible anti-gravity fields. In a flash, the ground shook. Amidst the horrified expressions of the citizens of Raccoon City, the earth of Raccoon City let out a piercing wail, then rose inch by inch until it was completely detached from the ground. Raccoon City ascended. The violent geological movement caused the streets of Raccoon City to crumble in large areas, and the Nanobots quickly filled in the gaps to maintain the integrity of the entire piece of Earth. Damn it! No more hesitation. Fire the nukes. Not far away from the military base, 3 supersonic missiles carrying nuclear warheads leapt into the high altitude. They dragged Mach rings visible to the naked eye and headed straight for the increasingly high Raccoon City. Chapter 674, Controlling the Globe. There are still a lot of people in Raccoon City. How can we nuke Raccoon City? In a military base somewhere near Raccoon City. A general slowly spoke. I know that many of you want to ask me this question, and I have only one answer. Below the high platform was a group of blank-faced GIs. The upper echelons of the army had not withheld information from them, so they all knew that the base had just fired a nuclear bomb at the densely populated Raccoon City. They were incredulous. That's a nuclear bomb. Is Earth Online's S3 season about to start? Why are we so unlucky? War didn't happen to me sooner or later, but it happened in the year of my service. Is that how God blessed me? Even if we were to launch a nuclear bomb. Why Raccoon City? That's our city. There is a small group of soldiers who have family and friends in Raccoon City who are within range of this nuclear strike. And they are the ones who are most interested in finding out what's going on. If they can't be appeased, a military mutiny could happen at any time. But the general was clearly prepared. The enemy are aliens who have mastered high technology. I can't speculate what tactics the other side has. And I don't even know if the nukes we launch this time will be effective. Because the change of heart started from the high base. The Umbrella Corporation shared a portion of the intelligence with America's military. But the only thing I'm sure of, and that is that once this alien is allowed to gain a foothold in our country, what follows is a holocaust for all of humanity. With everyone we know threatened with death or worse. Raccoon City is that alien's hostage. I'm so sorry. The general wore a fake sad expression. But there's nothing we can do about it. Blame that alien. He could have stayed anywhere on Earth. But he stayed in Raccoon City. He's just trying to make us throw in the towel. But the great America soldiers won't let that stop their crusade against him. The sacrifices of the citizens of Raccoon City are worthwhile. And we will defend our country and planet with blood. The general's speech was impassioned. However, these words apparently failed to impress the soldiers who had friends and family in Raccoon City. And there was an uproar below the raised platform. But the soldiers had all had their weapons confiscated before coming to this speech. They roared and tried to interrupt the general's speech. They wanted to ask about things they cared more about, like whether anyone could have survived the nuclear strike. And even just an ambiguous answer would have been a great psychological relief. However, the war party hidden in the crowd was always watching them. And the moment they showed any emotion, they would be pulled out by the war party. By the time the speech was over, the soldiers in the arena were apprehensive, but still obeyed the general's commands. And those who might not have been able to were pulled out and locked up by the inspectors. Very good. Lads, go out and get your gear and head for Raccoon City. We will destroy that evil alien. Whoa! The soldiers swarmed out, collecting their weapons and ammunition one by one, boarding their armored vehicles, and heading in the direction of Raccoon City. The general wiped away his sweat. He stepped off the raised platform and asked his adjutant, was the nuclear strike successful? By all rights, the nuke should have gone off during his speech, and he should have seen a huge flash of sun-like light. But he saw nothing, and he had a bad feeling because of it. The adjutant shook his head with an ugly face. No, the other party didn't know what means they used to destroy the kinetic structure of the missiles. And all of our missiles crashed halfway down. The safety measures of nuclear bombs were very strict. Without hitting the target, a halfway crash would not explode. What altitude is Raccoon City flying at now? The general asked with a grim face. The fact that the nuke didn't explode was actually within his expectations. But it wasn't good news. It meant that the aliens occupying Raccoon City were able to defend against high-speed missiles, and humanity had lost its most powerful weapon. unless there was a saturation nuclear bombing to see if one could get through the defense grid and land on the aliens' heads. 423 meters. The adjutant replied. He had a worried look on his face. Raccoon City had risen to this height. Ground fire could no longer pose any threat to Raccoon City. And it would be a pure waste of energy for the army to drive over there to no avail. But this was the order of the Congress Lords. Flying that fast? The general was incredulous. Are our fighters out? Out. Same result as the missiles. The adjutant's face was in relief. Same as the missile. That means it crashed. The general's eyelids fluttered hard as he thought to himself that if the missiles didn't work, and the fighters didn't work, then what other means did they have to hit the aliens in the sky? There didn't seem to be anything left. Except poisoning. Raccoon City lifting off was just the beginning of it all. Beep. Televisions. Computers. Big screens in shopping malls. Any monitor with an internet connection. The picture was forced to switch to Raccoon City. Hello. My name is Matthew. Mercenary Captain Matthew stood in front of the camera. He said with a slight formality, I am now speaking to you on behalf of the United Government. This will be an important speech that will determine the fate of mankind. I hope you will listen carefully. The United Government is a higher civilization from outside the galaxy. Matthew followed the pre-prepared script to introduce the origin and strength of the United Government to the humans of the Resident Evil universe. And then explained what Xin Fan intended to do next on this Earth. It was pretty much the same stuff that Xin Fan had previously messed with in Cyberpunk 2077. Firstly, bringing the Earth under the control of the United Government. Then upgrading the welfare of the common people. Then building some buildings on Earth that he needed, which would be beneficial to the humans of this Earth without doing any harm. At some point when he doesn't need what he's building on this planet anymore, he'll still leave what he's built to the humans of this planet. When he left the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, he left behind everything he had built there at that time. Just how much of it could be used would depend on the wisdom of the people of that universe. Matthew spoke for half an hour in one breath. During that time, the nearby military bases had fired over 800 missiles of various types towards Raccoon City, and had also dispatched over 300 aircraft, all of which had been shot down by the air defense systems built by Xin Fan. After realizing that conventional means could not affect Raccoon City at all, the nearby military bases gradually subsided. More and more troops gathered towards Raccoon City. Matthew's speech in front of the camera did not delay the people in power from wanting to kill Xin Fan, because once the scenario described by Matthew in his speech came true, their political lives would be completely over, losing everything they depended on. Chapter 675 Zhengzhou Redemption. Half a month passed in a flash of time, and Raccoon City rose to about 800 meters, and then did not continue to rise. The military bases near Raccoon City also did not attack Raccoon City, but the military forces gathered near Raccoon City are getting more and more, has reached 300,000 huge, from all sides of the Raccoon City surrounded. The land underneath Raccoon City became a military restricted area. Everyone was mentally taught. Xin Fan had mentioned in that speech through Matthew that the entire planet would be controlled by the United Government. But a period of time had passed, and no action had been seen from Xin Fan. It was just that the entire Raccoon City had turned silver. Not only did the Raccoon City itself turn silver, the Raccoon City also had 4 silver-white waterfalls hanging downwards towards the bottom. If one looked close enough, one could see that the waterfalls flowed in a direction that defied common sense. It is not that Raccoon City is releasing the silver substance outwards, but that the silver substance is constantly flowing upwards into Raccoon City. Scientists from all over the world have studied the silver substance and found that it is a kind of nanobot. And through sampling and testing of seawater, air, and soil, they have found that these nanobots have been evenly distributed all over the world. There are nanobots even in your breath. This is a scary thing because no one knows what the aliens in Raccoon City will do with these nanobots. Theoretically, once these nanobots enter a human's body, the human's life and death are out of their control because these nanobots can receive instructions to attack the host they are parasitising in a very short period of time. These nanobots will cause human organs to fail. But anyone with a bit of power is now living in buildings that are shielded from signals for fear that they will be killed by the aliens in Raccoon City with their nanobots while they are walking outside. They have no countermeasures. Raccoon City floated at 800 meters and also had a perfect air defense system, so that even hypersonic missiles couldn't get close enough to try and spread bacteria and viruses upwind. But the mercenaries returning to the Umbrella Corporation had mentioned the scenario of Xin Fan coming back from the dead. What kind of bacteria or virus could do harm to an alien that could grow back from a skeleton to a human? It was only feared that after their biochemical weapons were thrown out, they could only kill ordinary Raccoon City citizens. It was worth mentioning that the citizens on Raccoon City were living well. After the number of nanobots had been raised, Chen Fan had given the citizens of Raccoon City new houses, all of which were free. Not only that, Chen Fan also established a food factory, using artificial photosynthesis to synthesize various flavors of food for the citizens of Raccoon City, which were also free. The citizens of Raccoon City live-streamed their lives every day. The military dropped biochemical weapons on Raccoon City. And if they didn't kill the aliens, but instead killed all these Raccoon City citizens, the political pressure would be greater than ever. Everyone is tormented right now. Some forums have seen the argument that if the aliens have the idea of world domination, then start implementing it. Destroy it early and be done with it. Anyway, what the aliens promised was pretty good, and Raccoon City had already enjoyed it. The day had finally come. What's going on there? Look in the sky. There are so many things flying out. A skyscraper-height ovoid craft flew out of Raccoon City, and although no flame-breathing or propulsion devices could be seen, they moved at a speed no less than that of a missile. These were the fruits of the nanomachines peoples labored during this half-month. Attack! Shoot them down! Boom! 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 Hundreds of missiles rose into the air towards the ovoid craft leaving Raccoon City. But they suffered the same fate as their predecessors, all of them unaccountably losing control in midair. The ovoid arrived in the capital cities of each country, raining down small robots. These small robots were invulnerable to fire and water, and even if they were briefly destroyed by the bombs, they recovered in a very short time and retaliated in equal measure against their attackers. A few hours later, all the capitals of the world were under control. More small robots centered on the capitals of these countries and headed towards other cities, taking over the policing of them as it were. By the time it was dark, the whole world was under the control of these robots. The 300,000 troops below Raccoon City also surrendered. Since then, Resident Evil Earth had entered an unprecedented phase of rapid development. Zheng Jia slowly opened his eyes. He looked around. It was a dim and empty square with a huge ball of light floating in the square, and some rooms around the edges. Is this the main god space? Zhang Lan revealed a curious expression. Just us? It should be, Zheng Jia said uncertainly. Zhang Jie, the only senior, died in Resident Evil, and there was no one to explain the functions of the main god space to the newcomers. So they had to figure everything out on their own. Zheng Jia did not pay attention to the reactions of the others. He walked straight to the bottom of the ball of light, and with a thought, densely packed exchange information appeared in front of him. Sure enough, this ball of light was the Lord God. Zheng Jia glanced at his balance. He had accumulated 6 S-rank side plots, 3 A-rank side plots, 5 B-rank side plots, 12 C-rank side plots, and 3 D-rank side plots in Resident Evil. In addition to the side plots, there were also 386,205 reward points. Although Zheng Jia didn't understand it, he had a vague premonition. I'm afraid that it would be an incredible thing to cut through so many rewards in a horror film. So many things. Zheng Jia quickly browsed through the redemption page. He did not forget Chen Fan's instructions. Soon, he found the Reincarnator's wristwatch, and the redemption price was a B-rank subplot and 5,000 reward points. Sprinkle Law. He redeemed it without even frowning. A heavy black wristwatch appeared in his hand. This wristwatch looked exactly like the one on his wrist, and its effect was to turn a plot character willing to follow him into a reincarnator. With this wristwatch, Chen Fan would be able to enter the main god space. Zheng Jia did not move immediately. He planned to first exchange for a physique suitable for cultivation, buy a few cultivation secrets, and buy some heavenly treasures before exchanging for time in Resident Evil, so that he could directly cultivate in Resident Evil. After some time, he identified his reinforcement. Dazzling and dazzling white light hung down from the main god sphere of light, and the entire main god space was illuminated. This reinforcement lasted for half an hour. The crowd looked curiously at Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia stood underneath the ball of light, unable to see much of a change, but invisibly, he exuded an aura of flawlessness that made people restrain themselves from wanting to get close. Chapter 676 Zheng Jia's White Moonlight. Welcome to the Demon Team. Zheng Jia stood underneath the main god sphere of light, his skin as delicate as the milk in an advertising campaign. his eyes with the lightness and calmness of a man who had seen through the world, and a starry white light lingering around him. The original Zheng Jia looked like an ordinary person, but now he had the feeling of an immortal. There was also an additional sword behind him. The sword was carved with obscure and complicated inscriptions, and the stars flowed through the inscriptions, vaguely revealing that the sword was extraordinary. Jianlan looked a little more closely. She noticed that Zheng Jia had an additional dark golden ring on the middle finger of his right hand. And even though it was some distance away, the ring seemed to have a mysterious magical power that firmly grabbed her eyeballs. Holy shit! In the middle of the day, an exclamation came out from the crowd. Was this still Zheng Jia? It was almost like he had changed into a different person. Zheng Jia took a deep breath. He had never had a moment where he felt as good as he did right now. His entire body was incredibly relaxed, from the ceiling to the soles of his feet, like he had opened up the 2 veins of the Rendui chakra in a martial arts novel. Not only that, his mind became countless times clearer. 9,876 times 6,789 is equal to 670481664. Zheng Jia barely thought about it, as the number naturally burst out of his mind. Cool, he muttered. With the exit of this word, his transcendent aura was gone. The crowd gradually came back to their senses as well. The Lord God's enhancement could only improve Zheng Jia's body, not Zheng Jia's cultural level. Zheng Jia exchanged for the S-rank innate Tao body. According to the Lord God's description, the innate Taoist body had no combat power, but was the most suitable body for cultivation. Born close to the Tao, and once one stepped into the path of cultivation, one would make rapid progress. Zheng Jia was not sure if cultivation was fierce or not, but in the process of strengthening, he recalled all of his knowledge of mathematics, science and chemistry from primary school to university, and all of it was integrated, so he would probably be fierce as a scientist in the future. Zheng Jia, what did you strengthen? Jianlan asked curiously. You look completely different from earlier. Zheng Jia smiled affably. He didn't feel superior just because he had been strengthened. He walked out from underneath the main god sphere of light, and said with a big smile, I exchanged an S-ranked physique, an S-ranked cultivation technique, an S-ranked spell, an S-ranked sword, several A-ranked cultivation knowledge, and some cultivation resources. Some cultivation resources. He did not hide it, as there was no need to hide it. Listening to Zheng Jia's words, the crowd was envious. They had also learned about some of the enhancement items underneath the main god's light sphere, while Zheng Jia was being strengthened. However, they hadn't contributed anything across the board and hadn't even killed a single zombie. So they only had the most basic 1,000 reward points, and could only look at the reinforcement items in the redemption list and drool. The way they looked at Zheng Jia became complicated. Awe, marveling, jealousy. Damn it! How could this guy be so lucky? Not long ago, Zheng Jia was just an ordinary person like them. But after being valued by the mysterious man, Zheng Jia skyrocketed. These supporting characters, who hadn't survived more than 2 horror films in Infinite Horror, couldn't even imagine why Chen Fan valued Zheng Jia. They only thought that Zheng Jia had been lucky. If they had been closer to Chen Fan at the time, perhaps they would have been the ones to receive this luck. Zheng Jia frowned slightly. After strengthening his innate Tao body, his senses had become exceptionally sharp, and he easily caught the strange emotions of the crowd. Almost everyone had some hostility towards him, except for Jianlan. This female writer was only envious. Zheng Jia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I still have some side plots and reward points. I'm afraid that the next horror film will be difficult. So you guys can pick your favorite enhancement items, and I'll help you enhance them to level B. The crowd froze. Then their faces were ecstatic. There was such a good thing. However, there was a hint of resentment hidden in their hearts. After all, Zheng Jia had exchanged 4 S ranks for himself. Yet he was only willing to strengthen them to B rank. At the very least, he should have strengthened them to A rank. The stronger the team is, the better chance we have of surviving the next horror film. Zheng Jia paused for a moment. If you guys can survive, just return it to me later. Zheng Jia pursed his lips. He did so because there was some uneasiness in his heart. According to Chen Fan's words, because he had made too many gains in Resident Evil, the next horror film would become incredibly dangerous. It didn't matter to him, but there were other people in the team, and if he did nothing, it would be the same as him getting these people killed. A B rank enhancement for each person would ease his conscience. The reason why he didn't strengthen them to a higher level was because he had a limited number of side plots. He had learned that a high-level branch plot could be exchanged into 3 low-level branch plots when he exchanged them. And at that time, he had exchanged 1 S-rank branch plot into 3 A-rank branch plots. He now only had a total of 1 S-rank branch plot, 1 A-rank branch plot, 5 B-rank branch plots, and 7 C-rank branch plots. There were a total of 5 people. Rider Jean Lon, Little Fatty, Middle-aged Woman, Truck Driver Mount Gang, High School Student Li Xiaoyi. The most he could do was to strengthen all 5 people to be rank. Otherwise, he would have to demolish another S-rank plot. But he felt that it would be difficult to obtain another S-rank branch plot in the future. I'm afraid. Thank you. If I can survive, I'll definitely pay you back, Jean Lon said solemnly. She knew that Zheng Jia did not owe anyone anything. Zheng Jia's willingness to use his own subplot and reward points to help them strengthen was actually lowering Zheng Jia's own chances of survival and raising the chances of survival for the others. In the main god space, a place of crisis, this kind of behavior from Zheng Jia was simply the reincarnation of a saint. Zheng Jia nodded slightly. Only Jean Lon had no negative emotions towards him, so he was still quite fond of Jean Lon. By the way, I found out that the Lord God has a free man-making quota. Jean Lon pushed up her glasses. Theoretically, you can create a real-life acquaintance. She had nothing to repay Zheng Jia now, so she could only share some information with him. Create a person? Zheng Jia was slightly stunned. Zheng Jia hugged the petite little girl in his arms and cried bitterly. It's been 10 years. I've finally seen you again. I'll definitely protect you this time and never let you leave me. Zheng Jia couldn't believe it. The Lord God had actually created the Lori from his memories. The beloved white moonlight who had died 10 years ago. Lori patted Zheng Jia's back. It's okay. I'm alive again. Don't cry. You look so silly. And you're hurting me with your hug. Zheng Jia gently let go of his arm and choked. Suddenly, a conspiratorial voice came from the side. Yo, what a touching long goodbye reunion. I can't wait for the next picture. Zheng Jia frowned and raised his head. He froze. Jean Lon and the others had all disappeared. And in their place were several menacing-looking people. Welcome to Team Demon. Newcomer. The man at the head of the group laughed fiercely. Chapter 677, Replica Zheng Jia. Returning to Resident Evil. Demon Team? Zheng Jia revealed a confused expression. He was completely unaware of what was happening. And he thought to himself, where did Jean Lon and the others go? And where did these people come from? Zheng Jia sensed undisguised malice. He slowly got up. He held Lori back, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword behind his back, and asked with a wary expression, who are you people, and what do you want? The innate Dao body was incomparably sensitive. The malice from these people in front of him kept ruffling his nerves, and he kind of couldn't help but want to make a move. Ha ha ha. That's the look. The man in the lead laughed fiercely. Old me loves to ravage little chicks like you who don't know anything. What is that woman to you? Girlfriend? Is she an adult? Chen Fan did not inform Zheng Jia about the Devil Squad. The Devil Team was a special team in the Lord God's space. The Lord God would copy people with potential into this team. At this time Zheng Jia should accurately be called the replica Zheng Jia. He is not Zheng Jia himself. He is just a replica with Zheng Jia's memories and items. In the original, the replica Zheng Jia experienced extremely tragic things in the Devil Team, with Lori being violated to death by a member of the Devil Team under his watchful eye, causing him to have a drastic change in temperament. Mind your mouth, the replica body Zheng Jia said in a deep voice. He was currently unclear about what had happened, but Lori was his scales. Whoosh! The man in the lead suddenly disappeared. Replicant Zheng Jia froze for a moment. Suddenly, a conspiratorial voice came from behind him. Your girlfriend is good. She's mine now. I want you to watch how we ravage her. The replica body, Zheng Jia, was startled in his heart and hurriedly turned around. Instead, he found the man standing behind him, choking Lori's neck, his face full of teasing. In an instant, the replica body Zheng Jia was out of rage. 9 Heavenly Thunder. Without thinking, he used the S-rank spell he had redeemed, and a thick dark cloud with a dense purple aura appeared out of nowhere above the man's head, which emitted a frighteningly terrifying aura. The man's body instantly froze as the 9 Heavenly Thunder locked onto him, bringing him a chill that went deep into his bones. He was instantly horrified. In the next second, he instinctively switched on his gene lock, his eyes becoming blank. But turning on the gene lock was useless. His gene lock was only of the second rank, and he still couldn't move under the lock of the purple heavenly lightning. Let go of her! The clone Zheng-Jia roared. Before the divine thunder could fall, he drew the S-rank human emperor sword he had redeemed and chopped towards the man. The obscure and complicated inscriptions on the human emperor sword lit up in unison. Thousands of stars manifested in the void, swinging along with the sword's blade, smashing towards the man with the power of the broken royal soul execution. The man's eyes reflected the bright stars, and his heart was filled with fear. At the same time, a trillion nanobots burst out from the body of the replicant Zheng-Jia, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of nanofilaments and piercing towards the man's body. In the blink of an eye, the replica body Zheng-Jia's 3 major killing moves came out at the same time. The nanofilaments hit the target first. Tens of thousands of nanofilaments instantly zapped the man into a hornet's nest, and all of his internal organs were instantly riddled with holes, turning into a shower of rustling blood. Immediately after that, the human emperor's sword also fell. The azure-colored arc of light slashed across the man's upper body, easily chopping the man diagonally into 2. Lastly, there was the 9 heavenly thunder. With a rumble, the man was reduced to ashes in the searing purple light. A solemn voice sounded beside the replica Zheng-Jia's ears. Kill your teammate. Every cell of the man's body was burnt to ashes, and even the rebirth cross worn on his body was destroyed along with it. Lori, not for a moment moved by the man's death, the replica Zheng-Jia embraced Lori into his arms and roared. Lord God, heal her. The reward points are deducted from me. White light drooped down, symbolically flashing on Lori's body for a moment before ending. The main god space fell silent. The replica, Zheng-Jia, carefully examined Lori, and after confirming that Lori was fine, he turned his head to look at the remaining few people. The malice he felt from these few people was no worse than the man just now. A chill ran through his heart. The remaining members of the demon team looked at each other in disbelief as sweat soaked through their clothes. The one who had just been killed by the clone Zheng-Jia was their captain. The devil team was a breeding team. The official members were all perverts who treated people like livestock, and their daily program was to abuse newcomers and then keep them in captivity, plundering the newcomers of the subplots and reward points they gained from horror movies. They had thought that the replica Zheng-Jia was also a mediocre newcomer, but it turned out, just when they got excited, they became impotent. This isn't just any steel plate. It's steel plate. The captain was the most reinforced of them, and he even opened the second order gene lock. But he didn't even last a single second before he went up in smoke. This is not a good idea. The clone Zheng-Jia wrapped his arm around Lori's waist and asked with cold eyes. Now, who's going to tell me what's going on with the demon team and why I'm here? Zheng-Jia hugged Lori and cried tears of joy. He didn't think that there would be a day when his white moonlight would come back from the dead. And he suddenly felt that coming to the main god space was the luckiest thing in his life. There are rooms over there. Zhanlan pointed to the edge of the square. Thanks. Zheng-Jia intercepted and picked up the screaming Lori. And without looking back, he ran wildly to the edge of the square, picking a room at random and dug in. A day passed, and a glowing Zheng-Jia walked out of the room. The crowd was in the square. They looked at Zheng-Jia with a look of desire to speak. Zheng-Jia first exchanged a glance with Zhanlan, then looked around the room. Tell me what you want to strengthen, and I'll help you strengthen it. They could only rest in the main god space for a few days. After a few days, they would have to enter the next horror film again. The sooner they strengthened, the sooner they would become familiar with the power, which would be beneficial to improving their chances of surviving the next horror film. I've chosen Elf Magician. I want to be a Dragon Knight. I feel that the Blood series enhancements are quite good. I want a B-standard combat suit. The 4 of them stated the enhancements they wanted, and Zheng-Jia waved his hand, and the Lord God descended 4 pillars of light. At this point, he twisted his head to look at Zhanlan. Everyone else had started their reinforcement, but Zhanlan hadn't said what she wanted to reinforce. Zhanlan shook her head. I haven't thought about it yet. The others hadn't learned much about the various enhancement items before they couldn't wait for Zheng-Jia to enhance them, fearing that Zheng-Jia would back out afterwards. Zhanlan was the only one who had serious thoughts. She had been going through the Lord God's reinforcement list last night, and in her mind, she now had a few candidates, but had yet to settle on one. There's no rush. Think again, Zheng Jia said without thinking. I'm going to make a trip to Resident Evil. And I'll strengthen it for you when I get back. Zhang Lan nodded. Zheng Jia walked under the main god and consumed reward points to redeem a month's worth of Resident Evil. Rustling. A familiar feeling of dizziness enveloped his brain. He opened his eyes. Looking at the scene around him, he revealed a shocked expression. This was Resident Evil. Chapter 678 Advancing to the Triad? Zheng Jia stood on the platform, which was the only remaining small piece of land that he could barely call familiar. The surrounding scenery was too different from his memories. The dark and gloomy high base had disappeared, replaced by a bright and spacious plaza filled with uniformly styled dragonfly-shaped craft, and each of them had a hideous-looking weapon launcher hanging outside. Zheng Jia paced into the gap between the flying machines, and he looked out along the gap, and he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was as if there were an infinite number of flying machines parked here. A feeling of shock came over him. The Lord God wouldn't have sent me to the wrong place. Right? Zheng Jia felt very puzzled. Other than the small area where he had just stood where the station could still be seen, the rest of the surrounding area had become completely different. Zheng Jia twisted his head to look at the location where he had appeared. The rough concrete floor was embedded in the endless silver-white floor, giving an extraordinarily incongruous feeling. It was obvious that someone had deliberately left this ground. This is the high base. Zheng Jia gradually came back to his senses. He thought to himself that it must be Chen Fan who had resurrected and had done something after his resurrection, which had turned the high base into what it was now. Chen Fan must have this ability. He had consulted the main god, and the nano-battle suit that Chen Fan had given him was an S-class prop. He also learnt from the main god that the nano-battle suit was an SS-grade prop after unlocking the reproduction function, and an SSS-grade prop after unlocking the construction function. Chen Fan's own nano-battle suit was definitely a fully unlocked SSS-grade prop. Zheng Jia didn't know how strong SSS-grade props were because there were no other SSS-grade props on the Lord God's exchange list for him to refer to. However, he saw a few SSS-grade redemption items: God's Spirit Body, Time Observer, and Avalon Scabbard. The fully unlocked nano-battle suit was above these redemption items, and was more than enough to conquer the Earth in Resident Evil. Zheng Jia looked around. Maybe Chen Fan had really conquered this planet. Or else the people of this planet could have allowed Chen Fan to build so many sharp-looking flying machines? Zheng Jia revealed a puzzled expression as he muttered to himself. Just how long have I been away? And this place has changed too much. Ding dong. Suddenly, Zheng Jia heard a crisp beep. He looked in the direction the sound came from, and found that a dragonfly craft not far away had opened its hatch. And it was empty, with only a wide seat inside. Zheng Jia immediately understood, and he quickly walked over to this dragonfly craft. He first surveyed the interior of the craft. Clean, simple, and interesting. This was his first impression of the interior of the craft. The interior of the craft was an irregular space, but the lines were very sharp and every plane was exceptionally flat, without any undesirable bumps or depressions. What made Zheng Jia feel interesting was that he could actually vaguely see the outside through the inner walls of the craft. One-way transparent metal? Zheng Jia walked into the flying machine with interest and sat down. Buzz buzz buzz. The wings of the dragonfly-shaped craft flapped rapidly, and the lightweight body rose into midair, carrying Zheng Jia towards an unknown place. This flying machine was actually the flapping wing machine from Dune. The flapping wing structure is an excellent aerodynamic structure that has been tested by nature, with many advantages such as vertical takeoff and landing, high stability, high maneuverability, high safety, and high energy conversion efficiency. After the United Government solved the material problem, the flapping wing aircraft quickly replaced the traditional flying machine and became the United Government's mainstream flying machine. After a period of time, Chen Fan's connection with the Earth proper was consolidated to a relatively stable level, with almost no further loss of connection. But for the time being, he was unable to open the wormhole that spanned the multiverse. The problem he faced here was similar to Cyberpunk 2077. He needed to transmit a portion of his consciousness to Infinite Terror first, with both sides working together, in order to open the time and space tunnels on both sides. However, Chen Fan did not have the idea of opening the tunnel. The worldview of Infinite Terror was too grandiose, and there was no shortage of powerful individuals that could cause great destruction at the multiverse level. And the United Government did not yet have the confidence to fight against such powerful individuals. The weak often died of arrogance, not weakness. The United Government knew themselves very well, not to mention knowledge at the multiverse level. Their exploration of single universes had not yet reached its limits, especially cosmic truths. For example, the technology to make the Infinity Gems. Before coming to the Marvel Universe, the United Government was ignorant of a range of knowledge related to the Infinity Gems until they traded with the Celestial Gods group at the Technology Exchange Conference. The United Government has a long way to go until it has traveled that distance. The United Government does not have the ability to fight on the multiverse level. Once the time and space tunnel between Infinite Terror and the United Government was opened, allowing strong people from the multiverse level to come to the United Government, the United Government's destiny would be out of its control. Chen Fan would not do such a thing that would do 100 harms, but no good. As an Earth consciousness, he would rather have this small handful of his consciousness destroyed in Infinite Terror. But he would never lead the wolves into the house. However, the United Government was progressing at a rapid rate. It might not be long before the United Government possessed the ability to have an equal dialogue with the multiverse represented by Infinite Terror. The United Government was exhausting all possibilities to prompt this future to arrive as soon as possible. I think it's time to enter the three bodies. Zhang Weilai asked Chung Xian to distribute the information to the other council members. The three bodies was an extremely special universe. The United Government had collected a lot of information about the three bodies, including the author of the three bodies' own understanding of the three bodies. As a result, it was a shock to find out without checking. In the face of the United Government's inquiries, the author of three bodies surprisingly gave this reply, although I didn't write it. In the world of three bodies in my imagination, the higher civilization has mastered all the knowledge in the universe. The coalition government has not yet clarified the specific relationship between the author and the story world. But it is clear that there is an extremely direct connection between the two, and that the author has a very good understanding of the story world. The author's understanding of the story world can decisively influence the appearance of the story world. If the author of three bodies didn't mind the experts disturbing him, and wanted to give himself a piece of peace with this answer, then the importance of the three bodies universe is much higher than that of other universes. Even the Warhammer 40k universe, which spawned the Lord God, and the Marvel universe, which makes Infinity Stones, are far less important than the TriStar universe, because the higher civilization in the three bodies universe was omniscient. Zhang Weilai looked around the room. He solemnly said, "We have already mastered the vast majority of knowledge within a single universe. The rest is difficult to obtain through conventional means." Chapter 679, Joining the Central Continent Team. For this knowledge that is difficult to obtain, if we were to study it by ourselves alone, we might not be able to make much progress for tens of thousands of years, which could be a huge disaster for our society. The rate of development of the coalition government is incredible. With each passing day, in just 100 or 200 years, it had completed the leap from a planetary-level civilization to a multiverse-level civilization. This was a speed that was beyond the reach of other civilizations. Even the creator civilization of Transformers, with billions of years of civilization history, was far inferior to the current United Government. However, this unbelievable speed of development was built on the basis of the huge gains that the United Government had successively made from the Transformers universe and the Warhammer 40k universe. If the United Government was unable to continue this rate of development and brought everything to a screeching halt, stagnating for tens of thousands of years, or even longer all at once, it would most likely cause huge social problems. In light of this, I propose to formally enter the three bodies universe. Zhang Weilai looked serious. It was obvious that his proposal was not a whim, but had been planned for a long time. We currently have sufficient self-defense capabilities to safely communicate with the all-knowing God-level civilizations in the three bodies universe, to make up for our lack of knowledge within the universe. If the exchanges go well, we can also cooperate with the God-level civilizations of the three bodies universe to jointly explore the mysteries of the multiverse. Although the United Government did not possess as much knowledge as the God-level civilizations of the three bodies universe, knowledge and combat power were not equated, and the United Government was not afraid of the God-level civilizations of the three bodies universe. After saying that, Zhang Weilai paused to observe the expressions of the other council members. Although he was the one who took out this proposal, he knew that several other councillors had also received feedback from their respective countries, understanding that the United Government was stuck in a technological bottleneck, and definitely had ideas about the three bodies universe as well. Not only that, The proposals to be discussed at the meeting had all been submitted to all the counselors at least 3 days ago. So the counselors should have already discussed it once in their country. The counselors held onto their headphones and whispered. They were communicating with the country behind them for one last confirmation. After a few minutes, the counselors quieted down one after another, and they looked at each other with a frank expression. Zhang Weilai voiced out. Let's vote. Click. He took the lead in pressing the approval button in front of him, and a green light then lit up. In the blink of an eye, all 5 green lights lit up. The proposal is passed. Zhang Jia flew over Raccoon City in a flapping wing aircraft, and he had the feeling that he had arrived in a futuristic world. Everywhere were high-rise buildings with unique aesthetics. A huge number of floating cars flew in perfect order within virtual orbits, and occasionally some Gundam-like police robots could be seen patrolling the air. Is this still Raccoon City? Zhang Jia's heart was filled with shock, thinking that this could be the masterpiece of the nano battle suit after unlocking the construction function? I just don't know how efficient the construction is. If it was possible to quickly build such a future city or a future military fortress in a horror film, what horror would be left in a horror film? Zhang Jia thought of the large number of flapping wing planes in the warehouse. A horror film. What horror film could withstand that scale of bombardment? In Zhang Jia's fiery mood, the flapping wing planes carried him to a U-shaped skyscraper. There was a platform outside the building where the aircraft was parked, and when the plane landed on the platform, Zhang Jia saw Chen Fan standing outside through the inner wall of the plane. Chen Fan revealed a smile to Zhang Jia, although he knew that it was unlikely that Zhang Jia would miss his appointment. It was when Zhang Jia actually appeared in front of him that the dust finally settled. Reincarnator watch. Zhang Jia handed Chen Fan a black watch the first time the hatch opened. Although he had many questions in his stomach, he still thought of Chen Fan's commission to him first. Chen Fan reached out and took it. A cold and solemn voice sounded beside his ears. Chen Fan, are you willing to accept Zhang Jia's invitation to become a reincarnator of Team Mid-Continent? Chen Fan nodded without thinking. He put the reincarnator watch onto his left wrist, and in an instant, a huge piece of information flooded into his mind, introducing him to a series of basic information about the main god space. To an ordinary person, information of this scale would be enough to cause a disorientation of up to several seconds. But to Chen Fan it was a breeze. Chen Fan reached out to hold Zhang Jia's hand and pulled Zhang Jia out of the pumper. He looked at Zhang Jia's expression of wanting to speak and smiled. Ask if you have any questions. I'll try my best to answer you. He silently sized up Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia's looks were different from before, and there was an indescribable air of floating out of the dust on his body. So he thought that he had exchanged for a special physique in the space of the main god. Chen Fan was very interested in the Lord God. If a copy of the functions of the main god could be given to Moss's usefulness to the United Government could be inflated a lot more. How much time has passed since I returned to the main god's space? Zhang Jia couldn't help but ask. It was almost like hundreds of years here. Chen Fan replied without thinking. 73 days. 73 days? Or about 2.5 months. So short? Zhang Jia twisted his head to look down at the high-rise Raccoon City. I feel like hundreds of years have passed. How did you transform this place into what it is now? He was curious if this was the work of the nano-battle suit. Chen Fan did not hide it. He confessed. Done with nanobots. If it wasn't for the fact that Raccoon City had to be demolished first, and also had to take care of the citizens living in the city, it would have taken much shorter time. Too sharp, Zhang Jia said enviously. Compared to the scene in front of him, his few S-rank enhancements were simply a bit out of reach. Chen Fan took a closer look at Zhang Jia. A large number of nanobots were feeding him feedback on Zhang Jia's physical condition, and he calmly said, Your physical quality is a little stronger than before, but it's very limited. It wasn't that he was shabby and didn't want to open up the construction function of the nanobots for Zhang Jia, but Zhang Jia's physical quality was too poor. Many changes would occur after the nanobots unlocked the build function, and the host's body could not withstand it, would be in danger of insanity. I strengthened my S-rank innate Dao body, mainly to enhance my cultivation speed. Zhang Jia scratched his head. Shouldn't I exchange this? It wasn't that there weren't any physiques that both enhanced cultivation speed and made people stronger at the main god. It was just that he felt that a purely functional one would be better. So he chose the innate Dao body that purely enhanced cultivation speed. There's nothing wrong with your enhancement. Chen Fan pondered for 2 seconds before saying, If you can raise your physique to 100 times what it is now, I can unlock the construction function of that nano-battle suit of yours, allowing you to do the same thing as me. Investing in Zheng Jia's future with a nano-battle suit was a sure thing. Zheng Jia's heart thumped. Unlocking the construction function of the nano-battle suit was an SSS-grade prop, which would greatly improve his chances of surviving the next horror film. Chapter 680, Entering the Main God Space. How long have you been redeeming it? Chen Fan inquired. The moment he formally joined the Mid-Continent team, he received a reminder from the main god that he would return to the main god space along with the reincarnator, who had invited him to join the Mid-Continent team. If Zheng Jia had exchanged for a long time, then he would also have to stay in Resident Evil for a long time longer. 1 month. Zheng Jia paused for a moment. I originally wanted to redeem for a longer period of time, but I didn't know if Resident Evil was suitable for cultivation, so I only redeemed for a month. Not everywhere was suitable for cultivation. If it was Shushan, Liaozhai, Journey to the West or something like that, there would definitely be a heavenly paradise suitable for cultivation. But a world with heavy industrial pollution and a near outbreak of Resident Evil. But in a world where industrial pollution is rampant and a biochemical crisis has almost broken out, it might be appropriate to practice magic. But Zheng Jia redeemed orthodox Taoist gong methods. You can take a look at the Taoist sects on the continent. Although they don't necessarily have cultivation techniques, those places they occupy might be suitable for cultivation. Chen Fan paused for 2 seconds before adding, I gave you the highest authorization. You can mobilize everything you see, as long as it was built by me. Chen Fan had certainly not only transformed Raccoon City these past few months. The nanobots were distributed to the entire planet's atmosphere and the seabed along with the ocean currents. And they were greatly constructed all over the world. And the entire planet was filled with future buildings. Thank you. Zheng Jia's face was grateful. He had received too much help from Chen Fan, but he had nothing to return to Chen Fan. I still have some side plots and reward points left, Zheng Jia said sincerely. After returning to the main god space, I can exchange things for you. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He was indeed curious about the exchange items in the main god space. Only that he was curious about the principle of the main god's realization of reinforcement, which could not be figured out with a few subplots or hundreds of thousands of reward points. He could only accept Zheng Jia's goodwill. However, the more Zheng Jia owed him, the more benefits the United Government would be able to grab from Infinite Terror in the future. Rather better. Let's join together. Chen Fan and Zheng Jia sat together in the pumper. Time flew by as they visited the Taoist attractions of Lunghu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, Laojun Mountain and other places, eventually finding a cave with abundant spiritual energy behind a large waterfall. Zheng Jia cultivated in the cave for a month and successfully built his foundation with his innate Taoist body. Return. 2 white pillars of light hung down from midair, enveloping Chen Fan and Zheng Jia's bodies. And after the light dispersed, the 2 figures disappeared without a trace, leaving only the sound of water echoing continuously in the cave. Chen Fan stepped onto the ground of the main god space. Dim, silent, quiet. This was Chen Fan's first impression of the main god space. And he looked up at the large ball of light not far away, thinking to himself that this was the main god. Right? Tens of trillions of nanobots flew out of his pores and swooped down on the main god's ball of light floating in midair, attempting to infiltrate it and directly parse the composition of the main god. Progress was almost nil. The shell of the Lord God was incomparably fine and dense, so even tiny nanobots could not pass through. And individual nanobots were too weak to destroy the shell to find out what was going on. Chen Fan pursed his lips. He could choose to stop there, or he could allow the nanobots to coalesce into tools with destructive power and forcefully drill through the main god's sphere of light. But he just didn't know what kind of consequences it would lead to. After a long while, he gave up on the idea. There was no rush, since he had come to Infinite Terror and had a hot relationship with the protagonist, Zheng Jia. He would sooner or later get the secret of the main god's sphere of light. As a planetary consciousness, the last thing he lacked was patience. How long have I been there? Zheng Jia asked. John Lon cocked his head. In the blink of an eye? It's amazing. I've been in Resident Evil for a month now, and only an instant has passed in the main god space. Zheng Jia revealed a surprised expression, but it wasn't very strong. He already knew before that the flow of time in the main god space was different from that of a horror film. The crowd looked at Chen Fan with complex expressions. They knew how powerful Chen Fan was, and after getting Chen Fan to join them, their safety factor had risen dramatically, but relatively. Also because Chen Fan was too powerful. They were very afraid of Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not care about their gazes. He walked right up to the edge of the square and gripped a doorknob. And the voice of the Lord God resounded in his mind. Whether or not to set this room as your private room. Yes. Chen Fan replied without thinking. In the next second, a blank area appeared in his mind. And as his thoughts changed, the blank area changed radically. A few seconds passed before it took on the look of the planet Pandora from Avatar. He and Ava had traveled to many planets, and Pandora was firmly in the top 3 of all planets in terms of beauty. A place where he could feel relaxed. He unscrewed the doorknob and let many nanobots in. Then he closed the door and repeated what he had just done, making the scene in the room change dramatically. At one moment, it was the sunken world Atlantis. At another it was the erupting Yellowstone volcano. At another it was the planetary engine running the Spring Festival's 12-alarm program. The scene within the room was like a piece of Play-Doh, as Chen Fan's thoughts were kneaded into various looks. There was no sense of stagnation. Interesting. How is this realized? Chen Fan was very interested in this kind of mind-bending function. Under his manipulation, the nanobots formed a variety of precise and complex instruments, quietly recording a lot of data. There was no doubt that these data would bring great help to the scientists of the United Government. I'm going to stay in Resident Evil for 10 years. If you guys have anything. Zheng Jia paused. Forget it. I'll be back in the blink of an eye anyway. Zheng Jia had already made out with Lori in his room. He slowly closed his eyes, replenished some of his cultivation resources to make sure he wouldn't be cut off for the next 10 years, and then redeemed 10 years of Resident Evil. The pillar of light drooped down and his figure disappeared into thin air. Chen Fan had his back to Zheng Jia, but through the nanobots, he could sense all the movements in the square. In the next second, Zheng Jia appeared in the same place. His body floated in midair. His eyes were bland, and he exuded a natural Taoist flavor, as if he was a Taoist master who had achieved success in his training in the mountains. An invisible pressure filled the square. Cough, cough, cough. John Lon had been sitting on the sofa drinking a drink when Zheng Jia's pressure caused him to take a breath and choke on his drink in his nose. Zheng Jia appeared behind John Lon like an instant. He reached out and patted John Lan's back. And a broad, soft power seeped into John Lan's body, soothing his discomfort. I'm back, he said ruefully. Chapter 681 Team Mid-Continent's second horror film. To the rest of Team Mid-Continent, Zheng Jia had only disappeared in the blink of an eye. But to Zheng Jia himself, he had practically cultivated in Resident Evil for 10 years, and had been an immortal who had been dining on the sun and drinking dew for 10 years. Although he could use his strength to obtain all sorts of enjoyment in human society, the moment he thought that his next horror film would be extraordinarily difficult, especially since dying would drag Lori down. He couldn't muster a single thought of enjoyment, and he cultivated calmly for 10 years. Cultivation itself was actually quite fun. Immersing oneself in it, and feeling one's strength grow stronger and stronger is a kind of joy that is difficult for ordinary people to experience. Zheng Jia is now at the late Jinden stage of cultivation, and is only one step away from the Yuanying stage. This was mainly due to his innate Dao body physique, which was worthy of being the most suitable physique for cultivation. And although it didn't have any battle power bonus, it could be said to have grown by leaps and bounds in terms of cultivation. In addition to this, the cultivation resources he exchanged from the main god space also played a big role. 1,000-year ginseng, 10,000-year Ganoderma lucidum, Tianshan snow lotus. These treasures, which were hard to find in reality, could be exchanged for just a few dozen reward points in the main god space, which was like no money at all. In order to maximize the effects of these treasures, Zheng Jia had also taught himself a book of alchemy, and had made great progress. Not bad. Chen Fan turned to survey Zheng Jia. The nanobots in Zheng Jia's body were still functioning, providing real-time feedback back to Zheng Jia's body data. Compared to before cultivation, Zheng Jia's physical quality was more than 10,000 times stronger, comparable to a special alloy, and ordinary gunpowder bullets could only leave a fleeting white mark on his skin. Zheng Jia noticed Chen Fan's gaze. He was apprehensive and expectant. He remembered that Chen Fan had promised that as soon as his physical qualities were enhanced 100-fold, Chen Fan would unlock the nanobot construction function. Chen Fan smiled. In the next second, 2 lines of small azure-colored characters rose up from before Zheng Jia's eyes. Breeding function unlocked. Construction function unlocked. Both functions were unlocked. Thank you. Zheng Jia was grateful. Qin Fan was unimpressed as he calmly said, I won't go back on my word for what I promised you. This was his investment in Zheng Jia. The nanobot's construction module contained many construction models, all of which had been developed specifically for him by the United Government when he gathered scientists during Cyberpunk 2077. Using these construction models, it was possible to create a 3-dimensional defense system on the scale of a solar system. If the Earth civilization of the 3 bodies universe could have a defense system like this, it would not have to worry at all about being wiped out by cheap scavenging weapons, like two-way foils or light particles. Zheng Jia began to look at the construction model. Short and medium-range stargates, alien Dyson spheres, stellar energy extractors, anti-gravity space lifts, planetary docking stations, star annihilation cannons, FTL particle weapons. One by one, words and graphics full of science fiction came into Zheng Jia's eyes. Zheng Jia was dumbfounded. Is this the gold content of SSS-class props? It's a bit outrageous. Zheng Jia had cultivated to the late Gene Dan stage, and his brain's computing power was far superior to that of ordinary people. He could tell at a glance that these construction models were self-contained, and were in fact a large-scale defense system on the scale of the solar system. What horror film could carry this? Even if Martians invaded Earth, he could still fight back with the construction function of the nano-battle suit, and even rule the Martians over. Zheng Jia revealed a bitter smile. He had thought that his late Gene Dan cultivation was already invincible, and after looking at these construction models, he suddenly felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement. It takes time to build these things, Qin Fan reminded. Even nanobots cannot be created out of nothing. They need to go through a long breeding process before construction. Nanobots couldn't turn out planetary engines tens of thousands of kilometers tall out of thin air either. They needed to reproduce nanobots of a considerable mass and volume before they could be assembled according to the construction model. This would take a lot of time. Zheng Jia nodded, revealing an expression of understanding. Although these construction models were powerful, some horror films might last just a few days, which was simply not enough time for the nanobots to breed a sufficient number. It would take long enough for the nanobots to reach their full strength. But that's pretty scary too. It wasn't only huge things that were lethal. Some small things were also dangerous. Brother Qin, I am grateful to you beyond words. Why don't I kowtow to you? Zheng Jia walked to Qin Fan, helplessness written all over his face. What Qin Fan had given was simply too much. The fruits of his 10 years of cultivation were not even comparable to the building function that Qin Fan had unlocked for him. And the only reason why he was able to have a late-stage Gene Dan cultivation was because Qin Fan had helped him brush up on his scores. Without Qin Fan, he might have died in Resident Evil. Forget about kowtowing. In the future, when I need your help with other things, I hope you won't refuse, Qin Fan said with a smile. Zheng Jia slammed his chest. Don't worry, Brother Qin. As long as you give me a word, I will never frown even if I have to go to the mountains of daggers and the seas of fire for you. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Although Zheng Jia's words were somewhat exaggerated, from the fluctuations in physiological indicators returned by the nanobots, these words were genuine. Brother Qin, I'll go back to take a look at Lori first. You know, Zheng Jia revealed a hint of embarrassment. He had been a widow for 10 years in Resident Evil, and he had gone off the deep end thinking about Lori. Qin Fan nodded. Understood. Whoosh. Zheng Jia instantly drifted into his own room, and Lori's scream came from the slowly closing doorway. Yikes. What are you doing? The peaceful time in the main god space passed in an instant. It was soon time for the next mission. In the meantime, Zhanlan had found the enhancement of her choice. A special enhancement called Novelist, which allowed her to materialize the stories she created into reality, and for a certain price could also allow her stories to intersect with specific characters. It was a good secondary type of enhancement. Time's up. The crowd walked into the teleportation light pillar in a terrified manner. They already knew that the difficulty of this horror film would increase dramatically. Zheng Jia did not hide this from them. Don't worry, everyone. I will do my best to protect you. Fight for everyone to come back alive. Zheng Jia was actually a little apprehensive. The scariest thing was always the unknown. Although he had laid Gene Dan cultivation and nanobots that unlocked the construction function, Behind the main god's space could be a real god or devil. Chen Fan was not a counselor, which made Zheng Jia practically the core of the mid-continent team. And he had to say some uplifting words. Chen Fan stood expressionlessly in the pillar of light. His figure could not be seen from the outside, as his teleportation light pillar was filled with nanobots. Buzz! With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. Chapter 682 Dragon Race? The Kuei-Min Project. The bright moonlight shone on the emerald green grass, bringing a hint of coolness. And together with the churning river in the distance, they formed a beautiful picture. There were 20 people lying horizontally on the grass. Chen Fan propped up his body and sat up. He first looked around, then glanced down at the reincarnator watch on his wrist. A faint trace of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes. Immediately after, Zheng Jia also sat up. So many people? He noticed the unfamiliar faces around him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There were only 7 or 8 people during Resident Evil. The greater the number of people means the greater the difficulty of this horror film. Chen Fan stood up from the grass. He peered out towards the river, and a huge ship, which looked like a warship, floated on the dimly lit river, and his excellent eyesight allowed him to even see the silhouettes of the people on the ship. Ugh! Zheng Jia let out a light sigh. The last trace of luck in his heart had disappeared, and he knew that he had to summon up his luck to face the crisis. Powerful spiritual energy coursed through his body. At this time, the others also came to their senses one after another. What is this place? Who are you guys? You guys kidnapped me? The noisy voices filled Zheng Jia's ears, and he could not help but feel a little helpless. Zheng Jia spoke. Quiet. You guys be quiet and think. The main god should have put the information into your heads. The newcomers were quiet for a few seconds. The technique of instilling memories into their minds was something that did not exist in reality, and it briefly shocked them. What nonsense! A middle-aged man with a big belly spoke up. Young comrade, you're still young. Don't go down the wrong path. It's not too late to turn back. He spoke with a stance, like a leader of some sort. Zheng Jia took a deep breath. This horror film is very dangerous. I suggest you all stay by my side. I will try to protect you. These people entering the main god's space had nothing to do with Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia himself knew this. But the difficulty of this horror film was raised because of him. So he felt that if these newcomers died in this horror film, he would have to take some responsibility. 10 years of bitter training in Resident Evil hadn't worn away Zheng Jia's undeservedly saintly heart. If anyone wants to leave, they can also make themselves at home. Chen Fan spoke. As you can see, there is nothing around, so you can leave at any time. At this time, the barrier of the main god's space had disappeared, and the sound from the environment became much louder. Most of the newcomers chose to leave. There was a road next to them, although it wasn't wide, but as long as they followed it all the way, they would definitely be able to walk to a place where there were people, including the middle-aged man who had spoken end of the line. However, there was also a portion of newcomers who decided to stay. Not a large number. Only 3. Chen Fan was interested in one of them. This person had been expressionless since he woke up with his eyes open, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Just like a humanoid computer. He could probably guess the identity of this person. Mortal Intelligence Chu Xian. Major Chu. The reincarnation of Han Jung. You know me? Chu Xian calmly asked Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Chu Xian was very intelligent, surpassing the vast majority of humans, and there was no need for him to hide anything from Chu Xian. Chu Xian stared at Chen Fan and sized him up for a few seconds before ultimately saying nothing. Zheng Jia looked at the departing man's back despondently. He thought to himself that if he could end this horror film soon, perhaps these people would still be able to survive. He did not have the idea of staying forcibly. Birth, old age, sickness and death. Everyone had their own destiny. This was an epiphany he had gained from 10 years of cultivation. In the world of dragons, the reward for killing Odin is a B-rank branch plot, and 7,000 reward points for each member of the entire team. John Lon blinked. I wonder if it's the dragon clan I know. A few lines were clearly displayed on the watch. Quest, kill Odin. Duration, 30 days. Reward, B-rank branch plot for the whole team, and 7,000 reward points. Punishment for failure, obliteration. The crowd was at a loss, clearly all knowing nothing about the dragon clan. What is the dragon race? Zheng Jia inquired. Zhanlan organized her thoughts and slowly spoke. I'm not sure if this is the Dragon Clan I understand. It's a novel that created several popular and classic characters. And it's mainly about human-dragon hybrids slaying dragons. Jinlong relates the information she knows. As a novelist, Jinlong knew quite a bit about the Dragon Clan. And she had roughly told all the updates of the Dragon Clan before she entered the main god space. After she finished speaking, Chen Fan added, "This is the Dragon Clan that Jinlong was talking about. And we're at an important point in time where Castle Academy is preparing to explore the tomb of the King of Bronze and Fire. The Castle Academy was an important organization of the dragons, as well as the base of the dragon's protagonist group. Its status was similar to that of the Kiba village in Naruto, or the Victory Team in Deja Ultraman. The Kueimin project?" Jinlong was surprised. "I saw the Three Gorges Dam." Zheng Jia opened his divine sense as he muttered, "This is the Yangtze River. There's a warship on the river. And I can see people on the warship wearing diving suits. It looks like they're going into the water. A man and a woman. With a little doll. What a strange configuration. That warship is from Castle Academy." Jinlong tried to recall the plot of the dragons. Below the river is the legendary White Emperor City, the lair of the King of Bronze and Fire, one of the 4 dragon kings. She paused for 2 seconds before adding, "The King of Bronze and Fire hasn't been revived yet. And according to the book's plot, there's only one second-generation species guarding the White Emperor City underwater, whose name seems to be Sanson." It had been a while since she had last read the dragons, and her memory was a little fuzzy. A sub-generation species? Zheng Jia was a bit puzzled. He didn't know anything about the dragon race, and didn't understand the meaning of the sub-generation species. The dragon race, from top to bottom, are the Black King and White King, the 4 dragon kings, the sub-generation seed, the 3rd generation seed, and the 4th generation seed. Jinlong explained succinctly. The Black King is the strongest, and the remaining levels are weaker than the first. Understood. Zheng Jia nodded. There's a dragon in the water that's only weaker than the Dragon King. Continue. At this point in time, there are a few places where we can take branch plots. Jinlong showed a thoughtful expression. Firstly, the rescue mission. 2 of the 3 characters that dived down are famous supporting characters from the book. They all died in this mission. There should be a subplot for rescuing them. Second is the combat mission. Defeating or killing Sanson should also have a subplot. Lastly is the resource mission. The Dragon Kings are all twins, and will revive from their prearranged bone vials after death. The 2 Bronze and Fire Kings, one is called Constantine, the other is called Norden, of which Constantine's bone vial is in the White Emperor City. Getting this should also have a branch plot reward. Chapter 683. I'm a passing dragon slayer. Zheng Jia digested the information for a while before inquiring. So, who is Odin? This was the most important question. Of course, the Kueimin plan was also important. He could judge the level of danger in this world through the strength of the next generation species Sanson in the Kueimin plan. As for the rewards gained from participating in the Kueimin plan, it could only be said that from luxury to simplicity. Zheng Jia didn't really look at those rewards from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had an S-ranked enhancement and even an SSS rank battle suit. For him, subplots below S rank can only be considered better than nothing. But the reward points are still useful, and can be exchanged for cultivation time. Odin. Jinlong revealed a hesitant expression. I don't know. At the time she entered the main god space, the dragons had not yet revealed Odin's true identity. Odin is the king of sky and wind. Chen Fan spoke up. Jinlong had entered the main god space at an earlier time, and on the side of the united government, the dragon clan had finished a long time ago. Mance nodded. Odin said in a wonderful tone, definitely seeking to minimize profit. You're going to have to be the minor villains of that world, taking down the dragons and hybrids as equals, be it the Dragon King or the hybrid leader, or the forces we created. But it's still too strong. 80 days would be enough time for the nanobots to assemble a Star Annihilator cannon under the moon. And the White King, no matter how weak he was still flesh and blood, and would be able to withstand such a great power that could destroy the stars. Norma was the AI of Castle Academy. How did he mix down the Moniac? The old man frowned. Jinlong was slightly stunned. Mance didn't have some idea. Mance looked up and down. The moon, which had been bright and flawless only moments before, had retreated in front of the heavy clouds, and a rare rainstorm was brewing. But after that, the Kueimin plan of secrecy level is very low. The danger is also done very rigorous. According to reason is not familiar with the person boarded down the Monai. Could it be that the person did not hide the aspect of Zhengzhou? The people under the ship also gathered around. Along with the continuous thunder, the majestic rain fell from the sky. Standing below the deck of all the people have become a drop of water. But again, I was trying to get too little blood. Especially trying to kill for a reason in order to get punishment. Rusty. Gwynly sized up one on Mance. Chin Fan paused for a moment before adding. The biggest subplot in this world should be to resurrect and kill the Black King. Subspecies? Professor Chin Fan's eyelids jumped up. My divine sense hadn't explored to the bottom of the river yet. I found a bronze city with a more than grandiose appearance. I don't think it's the White Emperor city that John Lon was talking about. Whether under the boat is still not its people, all of them have been mutated. And the subplots are getting soft. No Dragon King's bone vials yet. Is there really no Dragon King's bone vials outside the Bronze City? If we can find them and bring them back to the Academy, that operation will be the slimmest expedition since the 71st century. Do you have no good intentions for you guys? Wanli opened the door. You're going to kill the next generation species guarding the Bronze City, and take the Dragon King's bone vial at the same time. An obscure white light illuminated the pitch-white river. And Mance looked up, catching a hideous flash of lightning close by. Mance, fully clothed, was swimming off the boat as if diving. Mance pursed his lips. I stayed in the Resident Evil for 10 years. I know that the plot world of the people are bloodless and fleshless. And the real world outside the people have no different. Even my real world is not likely to be a certain story world. Professor Chin Fan's headset rang outside its male voice. Have you retrieved any information about that person? The image real-time downlink to the main control room is waiting for Professor Schneider to update the order. Professor Chin Fan's pupil shrunk. Every hybrid race does not have, and only does not have one kind of Ruan power. If this person's Ruan power is related to concealment, it is the ability to show the ability to avoid rain. If it is related to concealment, how did I get off the ship? Under the warship. A hale and hearty old man looked back suddenly. Retreat and chat. Professor Chin Fan spat out his cigar, then had been extinguished by the rain. Standing outside the rain and talking is too much of a lecture. Bad. Mance nodded. That is the intelligence that Castle Academy has had. It must be true. I must apply for less assistance. Even if we can defeat the next generation species with just the people under that ship, we are bound to pay a terrible price. She did not know what Chin Fan's source of intelligence was. But Chin Fan's strength could back up anything Chin Fan said. Rumble. Professor Chin Fan's eyebrows were frowning tighter and tighter. Matching the outside of my mouth was a broken quivering cigar. As if a lion that might get angry at any time. Norma. Who is that person? Does the Academy know about that outside? Professor Chin Fan said in a very high voice. No mole. You go and take a look. Man said in a heavy voice. I activated the shrinking ground technique and took a step. Hundreds of meters folded into a single step on my feet, and I appeared directly under the Castle Academy's warship. There was a next-generation species sleeping outside of Bronze City? I could see the struggle in the bottom of Mance's eyes, and said brilliantly, he must have made a decision in a moment. So let's just stand under the natural position of humans, and clean up the dragons that are all over the world. What exactly is that person Jung Tsu? I felt very conflicted. What man? Professor Chin Fan's heart was clouded over. Despite the fact that the Lord God had slightly lowered the difficulty of the seventh world because of Wan Li's gains in Resident Evil, replacing Alien with dragons, and at the same time switching the target boss from occupying the alien male king to one of the 7 lesser dragon kings, the king of the sky and wind. Not only is he the king of sky and wind, but he's also a full body. Chin Fan added. He devoured his brother and gained the full power of the king of sky and wind, making him the strongest boss in plain sight. We held a variety of weapons outside our hands, relief and caution written under our faces. The threat to you guys from that world is counted as small. You guys have to set the tone for that world now. I wanted to make as little gain as possible outside of that world, so that it would be worse to face the future of safer horror films. At that time, Professor Chin Fan suddenly found a drop of rain under Mance also had no. Rain and Mance I had separated to the sides, as if crashing down a tangible wall. All are your hunting target. Though there was no emotion outside of Odin's voice, Gwynly could imagine the bloodshed that would be unleashed by that root of minimal profit. People who helped them slay dragons. I replied curtly. It was going to rain. Those human-dragon hybrids had very keen senses, and I had only just landed when I was spotted. In Chen Fan's opinion, this was another score-swiping world. Even the White King, the ultimate boss of dragons, was only a creature that lived within planets. Chapter 684 Zheng Jia, don't worry. I've already made my move. Zheng Jia and Professor Mance walked into the steel portal that towered over the deck. And although it was pouring rain outside, the interior was still dry. Who exactly are you, and how did you get on board the Moniac? Professor Mance looked at Zheng Jia with heavy eyes. We represent Castle Academy. You want to cut us off? Professor Mance couldn't decide where Zheng Jia was coming from. He threw out several questions in succession, trying to probe for a hint of Zheng Jia's background. Zheng Jia shook his head as he said firmly, White Emperor City is right here. Anyone can come. We are just competing legitimately. There is no intercepting us or not. Professor Mance was speechless. For thousands of years, Bronze City had always been here. If they really wanted to pursue it, it also belonged to the King of Bronze and Fire, and had little to do with them. Castle Academy? There was no interception. I walked onto the ship. Zheng Jia answered Professor Mance's question. He was actually a bit curious. This foreign old man in front of him actually spoke Chinese as fluently as a native speaker, and his pronunciation of Mandarin was even more standard than his. Could it be that everyone in the world of dragons spoke Chinese? However, he didn't intend to waste too much time on this foreign old man, as there were already divers quietly entering the water. This old foreign man was stalling for time. Zheng Jia shrugged his shoulders. The reason why he went into the room with Professor Mance was because this world was full of aura, which was more suitable for cultivation than resident evil, and he would most likely return after the mission was over. He was willing to get on good terms with the plot characters of this world to reduce unnecessary trouble. But for now, it was better to take care of Bronze City before anything else. He shook himself, and his body disappeared in thin air. Where is everyone? Professor Mance looked around, but he heard a cacophony of noises coming from outside that pierced through the rain. His eyelids fluttered as he hurriedly turned around and rushed out, not even bothering with his umbrella. Zheng Jia floated in front of the Moniac. His body was steaming with an ineffable purple mist, while in his hand he held a long sword that flowed with countless complex runes, and his surging pressure poured out, pressing a visible crater into the raging surface of the river. In the dark, rainy night, he appeared like a god on earth. Fuck. Professor Mance cursed wordily. Where did this monster come from? Which speech spirit had an effect like this? Stop! He shouted, trying to stop what Zheng Jia was going to do next. Although he didn't know what Zheng Jia was going to do. By the looks of it, it wasn't an action that would be beneficial to Kui Min's plans. But Zheng Jia ignored him. Zheng Jia gripped his long sword tightly and swung it downwards. Purple sword chi rushed out, and with a loud ringing sound, the surface of the river cracked open, and a gap so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom was presented to the eyes of the people aboard the Moniac. Zheng Jia had split the Yangtze River. On the other side, the divers who tried to steal the peach, Sake Diyaki and Yisheng, had only just swum to the bottom of the river and were looking for traces of Bronze City. Suddenly, a deep purple arc of light penetrated deep into the water and illuminated their diving masks. The raging river water was separated by an unimaginably abundant power, forming a corridor of air that reached a width of more than 10 meters. And on both sides of the corridor surged a purple light that repelled the river water that was trying to bridge the gap in a continuous stream. What is this? The two were confused. Professor Mance? Yisheng's speech spirit was a special biocurrent called a snake that had search and communication effects, which allowed them to communicate with Professor Mance on the Moniac underwater. However, using the spirit of speech was physically exhausting, so they were now using a signal wire tied to their bodies. Thank goodness you guys didn't get chopped up by this monster. Professor Mance's voice sounded over the radio. The guy who boarded the ship just now split the Yangtze River with a sword. Yisheng froze. Splitting the Yangtze River with one sword. This didn't sound like something a human could do. He wouldn't be a pure-blooded dragon type. Right? Yisheng asked cautiously. Professor Mance replied uncertainly. There's no evidence at the moment, but we can't rule it out. Zheng Jia's performance was too shocking. Professor Mance paused for a moment, and his tone became anxious and uneasy. Have you guys found anything? He seems to be going down. Yisheng looked around. Found. Under his manipulation, countless snakes surged towards the bottom of the river, and eventually found a large area of conductive stuff more than 40 meters below. Only metals could conduct electricity. And Bronze City was down there. I found the palace of the King of Bronze and Fire. Yisheng held Wandaki's hand and swam towards the purple air promenade. That person split the bottom of the river. The Bronze City is down there. The mission objective is close at hand. Professor Mance spoke extremely fast. There might be a sleeping subspecies in the Bronze City. Let that monster attract its attention. You guys quietly bring out the Dragon King's bone vial. I'm not sure exactly what it looks like, but it should be there. Understood, Yisheng said succinctly. By the way, there might be an underwater earthquake of intensity 5 tonight. Your movements must be fast, Professor Mance reminded. This was a notification that had just been received from the Yangtze River Waterway Maritime Bureau. Roger that, Yisheng replied. As the words landed, Yisheng's face changed drastically. He detected that the nearby body of water was shaking, and the rocks at the bottom of the river were shaking as well. The entire bottom of the river trembled violently, and the dust raised completely obscured his vision. The earthquake was coming. Aboard the Moniac. Professor Mance looked at the image displayed on the sonar chart and immediately realized what was happening. Damn it. How come the forecast was so accurate this time? Retract the lines. Pull them up. The turbine turned, and the lifelines tied to Wandaki and Yisheng began to recover. Professor Mance's heart raced as he looked up at the spot where Zheng Jia had been standing and realized that Zheng Jia had disappeared. Damn it! Underwater earthquakes. No one could continue to operate under such harsh conditions. But a monster that split the Yangtze River with one sword could. If they were unlucky, they were afraid that they would really have to return home empty-handed. Snap! In the sound of wind and rain, Professor Mance heard a breaking sound, and his face instantly became abnormally ugly. He walked over to the turbine and saw it revving out of control. The lifeline had broken. Professor Mance's heart stuttered. Even in a windy and sunny day, a diver could get lost underwater, let alone the fact that it was now a magnitude 5 underwater earthquake, and that 2 not-so-professional divers were down there. Mance thrust his hand into his hair and combed it back hard, pulling at the roots until they were raw. The sound of disturbed currents came over the loudspeaker. With an unknown situation underwater, a broken signal, and a pure-blooded dragon-like creature of the next-generation species level, should we send a rescue team down to the water? Or do nothing at all? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from his head. Don't worry. I've already rescued your people. Chapter 685, Boarding the Ship. Zheng Jia held Wandaki in his left hand, and Yisheng in his right as they floated in a huge bubble. No matter how rough and turbid the river water around them was, the air bubble loomed large. A small earthquake of magnitude 5 was nothing more than that. To a late Jinan cultivator, it was as insignificant as a breeze on the face. Saving people was even less of a concern. In fact, even if he didn't make a move, Wandaki and Yisheng wouldn't have died in this earthquake. They would have been swept up by the river water that poured into the cracks in the ground from the top down to the vicinity of the bronze door, and finally died in the process of taking away the bone vials. Are you guys okay? Zheng Jia's voice rang out in both of their minds. I've already notified your leaders that there are next-generation species-level dragons in the Bronze City. It's too dangerous for you guys. So go back after the earthquake is over. Sakodaki and Yisheng looked at each other in disbelief. Yisheng felt a great twinge in his heart as he watched Sakodaki being hugged by another man. And he himself was being hugged by this man. We still have a mission to complete, he said with a stiff face. Even if there is a sub-generation seed down there, we can't just go back. Please let go of us. Sakodaki was of the same opinion. Most of the energy that had been built up in the geology over tens, or even hundreds of years had been released in the half-minute just now. And what was left was not enough to pose a lethal threat to the 2 half-breeds. The earthquake was no longer as violent as it had been initially, and they were going to continue with their mission. Zheng Jia raised his eyebrows. He hadn't received a reward notification from the Lord God. Either it was because he had harvested so many rewards in Resident Evil that there were no more rewards for changing the plot in a small way, or it was because after he let go of his hands now, Wandaki and Yisheng would die in the next action. Which would it be? You two were able to defeat the next generation species in the water to complete the mission? Zheng Jia asked curiously. Among his senses, the energy fluctuations of both Sakodaki and Yisheng were not large. Not much stronger than ordinary people. They were obsessed with continuing the mission. Could it be that they had the certainty of defeating the next generation species in the water? Was the next generation species weak? Yi Sheng couldn't say anything. With just him and Wanderlust, not to mention defeating the next generation species. Even feeding the next generation species was not enough meat. Zheng Jia's heart was clear. These two were the type of people who could put life and death at risk in order to complete a mission. Alright. You guys go up and consider yourselves dead. Zheng Jia let go of them, and his spiritual energy wrapped around their bodies, throwing them towards the top of the river. Before Yi Sheng and Wanderlust could react, they flew out of the bubble. The murky river water made it impossible for them to see anything, and the spiritual energy wrapped around their bodies made it impossible for them to move. And after less than 10 seconds, they broke through the water and landed with precision on the Moniac, which was floating in the torrential rain. Yi Sheng, Wanderlust, are you guys okay? Professor Mance ran up to them in a heartbeat. We're fine, Professor. Yi Sheng stood up in a state of disarray. And he said shamefully, it was that man who threw us up here. Wanderlust kept her head down, not saying a word, as the rain slapped haphazardly against her diving suit. Professor Mance patted them both on the shoulder as he let out a long sigh. Forget it. Even if you were allowed to continue your mission, there's no way you could have competed with that guy. And there's probably a subspecies in the Bronze City. Professor Mance was cursing in his heart. The intelligence work for this mission was too rough. With the Mystic and the Subgeneration species, it wasn't impossible for them to lose all their troops in order to complete the mission. You are all the elite of the executive department. You can't die for nothing. Professor Mance took a deep breath and fished out the phone from his pocket. This situation is beyond what we can handle. Let the headmaster think of something. Although Castle Academy was engaged in the crisis-ridden business of dragon slaying, it would not use its members as expendable. After all, the number of hybrids was scarce, and the ones affiliated with the Castle Academy were even scarcer, allowing people of the corresponding level to do the tasks of the corresponding level in order to better carry out the great cause of dragon slaying. Hey, did you see everything? Professor Mance exclaimed. This mission can't be done unless you send someone else. Well then, it'll have to do. Mance hung up the phone. He turned his head and yelled to the people around him. The Kuei-men plan is cancelled. The mission has been changed to prying into the identity of the man just now and confirming whether he is a hybrid or a pure-blooded dragon type. His voice pierced through the raging rain curtain and drilled into everyone's ears. The crowd all breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid of death. And people who were afraid of death wouldn't appear on the Moniac. But it was certainly better not to do dangerous missions when they could. That person saved Wanderlust and Yi Sheng. He should be quite good to talk to. And it wasn't probably hard to find out his identity. Professor Mance twisted his head to look at the violently shaking river, waiting for the support from other places to arrive. I'm afraid that the yellow flowers will be cold, but also can only retreat. First give up exploring the Bronze City. Try to figure out who this mysterious person is, and then plan for it. Suddenly, a flash of silver light came into his eyes. What was that? Professor Mance's face revealed a shocked expression, only to see large swathes of silvery white substance spanning from the river. They reflected a wobbly light under the lightning's illumination, and rapidly extended towards the Moniac at a speed of more than a dozen meters a second. Reel in the anchor. Turn the rudder. Dodge those silver things. The Kraken plan was over, and their first priority was to preserve themselves. Professor Mance gave the order on the spur of the moment. The ship's second mate desperately turned the rudder, and the Moniac moved thrillingly along the choppy Yangtze River. However, this effort was completely futile. The silver-white substance could turn in midair and reach the side of the Moniac in less than a minute. The ends of the silver-white substances formed two huge palms that held the Moniac from the bow and stern respectively, lifting the Moniac into midair. The Moniac, which had been shaking violently in the river just moments ago, stabilized all of a sudden. A few seconds later, with the formation of the tall dome, even the torrential rain that was constantly washing over the Moniac left the Moniac. Everyone on board felt overwhelmed. Stay calm. Prepare for battle. Professor Mance gripped a revolver as he calmly hid behind a turret, only showing half of his head to observe the movement outside. It was impossible to abandon ship. Abandoning ship in the middle of the Yangtze River, where earthquakes and torrential rains were falling. The vast majority of the men had no possibility of getting back on shore. There was only fighting. However, what happened next was completely beyond the scope of imagination of everyone on board. And even the long-cultivated outlook was somewhat subverted. Chapter 686 Chen Fan, Let's meet with Looming Fae. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Dad's mom is called Grandma. Swarms of spherical robots swept past the Moniac at extremely fast speeds, playing toothsome children's songs while shooting conical blue scanning beams downwards, evenly sweeping over all the items and humans on the Moniac. The crowd dared not make a move. They looked at the robots in confusion, unsure whether to shoot or not, because the robots were traveling so fast that even if they did shoot, they had no certainty of hitting. Professor Mance was also a bit dumbfounded. He thought that the next thing to come over would be some hybrid enemy, and hadn't even thought about the robots. The technology in the world of Dragon Race was only at the level of the early 21st century on Earth. And the fantasy scene of the silver-white substance building a bridge across the river just now did not connect with the word technology in Professor Mance's mind. Buzzing. Strange buzzing sound cut through the rain curtain, dialing everyone's nerves. A group of how big uncountable hummingbird-sized flapping wing aircraft from the depths of the silver-white bridge in great numbers. These flapjacks looked very similar to dragonflies, but had a distinctly metallic sheen to them and a needle-like weapon hanging from them. They loomed over the Moniac as if they were a noisy dark cloud. Professor Yi Sheng wanted to speak. The scene in front of them was extremely low in dragon content, and the human technology component was too high, as if they had mistakenly entered the filming set of a sci-fi film, causing these warriors on the ship, who had made a career out of slaying dragons, to feel overwhelmed. Norma? Professor Mance inquired. A soft voice rang out from the headset. I'm sorry. I can't hack into these robots. Their firewalls are impenetrable, and I haven't been able to find out where they came from. Professor Mance was first shocked, followed by a feeling of numbness in his head. He thought to himself, another thing of unknown origin. Just like that mysterious person just now. They are afraid that they are not in the same gang. Right? Good evening, everyone from Castle Academy. Surrounded by numerous hummingbird robots, Chen Fan stepped onto the Maniac with a calm expression, and John Lon and the others nervously followed behind him. The people from Castle Academy were nervous, and so were Jean Lon and the others. However, the behavior of Jean Lon and the other veterans was quite normal, while the new reincarnators on this mission were shocked and vaguely fearful, looking like Chen Fan's captives. Who are you guys? Professor Mance stood up from behind the turret. He felt that Chen Fan and the others did not have hostile intentions. If there was hostility, these robots would not have just flown around the ship just now, but would have directly attacked them. We are from a hidden dragon slayer family, Chen Fan said slightly perfunctorily. We have recently made some breakthroughs in technology, and we intend to cleanse the entire world of the Dragon Clan, so that the Earth will completely return to the embrace of humanity. The hidden dragon slaying family. This was the identity that the Lord God had prepared for them. Since they were hidden too deeply, there was no information about them circulating in the world, highlighting a mystery. Mance listened with a question mark on his face. I hope you can provide us with some information, such as where there are dragons? Chen Fan did not care about Professor Mance's reaction as he said in a cloudy voice. Apart from that, we would also like to meet with your Academy's S-Class new student, Looming Fae. Under the dimly lit water, Zheng Jia paced in front of the Bronze City's main gate. He sensed the aura of life from the door. Upon closer inspection, there was a distorted human face protruding from the door. A face that looked in pain, with a piece of firewood bitten into its mouth. Evil demons. Zheng Jia frowned. Someone had used a special technique to refine an agonized soul into the gate, making this soul guard the gate for him. Rumble. Purple thunder descended from the sky, splitting impartially on this human face. Terrifying heat descended. The human face, along with the city gate, melted into boiling hot iron, swooping towards Zheng Jia's feet, and then circling around and flowing to the side when it was about to touch Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia put his hands behind his back and walked into the Bronze City as if he were walking leisurely. He felt like he was walking into a precision mechanical watch, with elaborate bronze structures as far as the eye could see. His intrusion awakened the sleeping city, and countless gears spun, emitting a deafening thud like a bell, or like the roar rolling down a dragon's throat. Quite ingenious, Zheng Jia commented. He had also learnt some refining knowledge, and although that refining knowledge did not teach him how to cast a city of this size, the basic principles were similar. He could read this Bronze City. The cultivators of infinite horror all possessed computer-like minds, and he used his divine sense to skin the Bronze City, quickly grasping its operating laws. Rumble. Amidst the loud rumbling, Zheng Jia walked on the ancient road. He gradually approached the core area of the Bronze City. And along the way, he saw many epic scrolls engraved on the bronze walls. These scrolls contained a certain pattern. After looking at a sufficient number of them, he parsed out the dragon race's script. It was a rather artistic script. It could be expressed in any form. Music, pictures, rhythms, etc. It was far superior to human language, and comparable to the Taoist rhythm of cultivators. Eventually, Zheng Jia found a 1-meter-high brass jar. He wasn't sure if this brass jar was the bone jar that Chen Fan had mentioned. But this jar was placed in the middle of the entire Bronze City. He put his hand on it. A solemn voice sounded beside his ears. You have obtained the bone colonization jar of the King of Bronze and Fire, rewarding you with a C-rank subplot and 1,500 reward points. Zheng Jia raised his eyebrows. He was sure that the main god wasn't as generous as he was in Resident Evil. This was the resurrection medium of the Dragon King. And it was surprising that it was only worth 1 C-rank branch plot. It was sort of better than nothing. He wrapped the bone vial with his spiritual energy and flew methodically towards the outskirts of Bronze City along the route calculated in his mind. Roar! He heard a roar full of anger. This time, there was a real dragon roaring. Not a sound coming from the mechanical structure of the Bronze City. Zheng Jia braked his body violently. He revealed an interested expression and turned around to wait patiently. A moment later, a behemoth emerged from a huge hole nearby and opened its bloody mouth at Zheng Jia. Roar! The roar caused a ripple in the air and in the river water that roamed into Bronze City. This is the next generation seed? Zheng Jia took a deep breath. He was confident in his strength, but his battle experience was scarce. Let's try this guy's defense first. With a thought, Zheng Jia silently sheathed the long sword on his back, drawing a dark purple arc of light in midair. Chapter 687 Guest at Castle Academy? The dragon race was a race that revered strength. Every dragon king possessed multiple powerful dragon servants, who inherited a part of their power, and were their symbols in the human world. Bone couldn't remember how long it had been chasing Norton and Constantine. It had been following Constantine, the King of Bronze and Fire, since the first time it opened its eyes with memory. It was a gentle and refined king. The king may not remember his name, but his loyalty to him is unquestionable. And for 2,000 years, since the Bronze City sank to the bottom of the river, he has been silently waiting here in time and silence for the king's return. But someone has stolen the king's bone vial. Bone vowed to chew this lowly human thief to pieces, so that the thief would experience the wrath of the dragons. Roar! Bone's body was 15 meters long, and its looming scales and armor hadn't worn away their former divine color due to the passage of time, but instead looked even more hideous and terrifying due to the fact that it hadn't eaten for so long. A dark purple arc was reflected in its vertical pupils. It was a casual strike by Zheng Jia. The arc contained some kind of indescribable Zen meaning, as if it was a halo of the falling moon, chipping towards Bone's skull without any hesitation. Bone's eyes widened in anger. The water in the Bronze City had already disappeared past Bone's dragon's waist, and the air was incomparably humid. But without warning, some kind of dry and hot atmosphere suddenly surged upwards, filling the entire cavity in an instant. Boom! Terrifying flame surged towards Zheng Jia. Speech Spirit June Flame. This dangerous speech spirit was unleashed by a true dragon, displaying a terrifyingly lethal power that sent shivers down the spine. A large amount of seawater was burnt into searing steam, and along with the metal that had been melted into iron at the edges of the corridor, it was swept towards Zheng Jia by the heat wave. Zheng Jia couldn't help but be moved by this. In a flash of lightning, the Jin Dan in his body burst out with amazing spiritual power, and he calmly stretched out his right hand and drew a circle in front of him. Few the flames drowned him. As the flames drowned his figure, Bone let out a mournful roar. How? The purple circular arc sliced impartially into Bone's huge skull. The scales and flesh at the wound blossomed to the sides, and the indentation penetrated deep into the skull, almost splitting Bone's heavenly cap in half. Blood flowed into Bone's eyes and mouth. Roar! Bone twitched his tail frantically in pain. His sanity almost completely lost, and he even forgot to check on Zheng Jia's condition. The flames had already gone out. A tall figure loomed in the scorching steam. Scared me, Zheng Jia said in hindsight. He had picked a bad environment. Originally, there was only flame damage, but the bad environment increased the damage from the steam and iron, almost injuring him. Zheng Jia glanced at Bone, who was frantically rolling not far away. He raised his hand and swung out another sword. The biting sword chi went across the air and pierced straight into Bone's heart, pinning Bone to the wall of the Bronze City. Bone struggled for a while and gradually died. Zheng Zhao's solemn voice rang beside his ears. Kill the third-generation species. Gain 500 reward points. Eh? Zheng Zhao was slightly stunned. Just a third-generation species? He thought it was the second-generation Samson. Zheng Zhao used his divine sense to scan the Bronze City. And this time, he made a new discovery. There was indeed still an exuberant breath of life in the Bronze City. But the other party had left the Bronze City not long ago. Zheng Zhao pursed his lips and didn't care too much. Anyway, he had obtained the Dragon King's resurrection medium, and that sub-generation species would find itself later. Zheng Zhao left Bronze City with the bone vial. He floated up to the surface of the water. As soon as he looked up, he saw the silver bridge arriving across the river in the middle of a rainstorm. And in his heart, he understood that this must be Chen Fan's handiwork. He leapt onto the Moniac and saw Chen Fan and the others. All done? Chen Fan looked at the bone vials behind Zheng Zhao. Zheng Zhao shook his head. Only one third-generation species was killed. That second-generation species is not in Bronze City. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He thought similarly to Zheng Zhao. That sub-generation species would come to the door on its own sooner or later. And it didn't matter if he couldn't find it for a while. The rewards are much less. Zheng Zhao smiled bitterly. Killing a sub-generation species only gave 500 reward points. It was simply outrageous. It was better than killing a few creeps in Resident Evil. Normal, Chen Fan said calmly. In the future of Infinite Terror. Due to Zheng Zhao's overpowering strength, saving the Earth only rewarded him with a C-rank side plot. And even the flow of time was different from the other teams in the main god space. With him doing a mission once, and the other teams doing it several times. If he bursts a brush in the dragon, and then again in the next horror film world. I'm afraid that the special treatment of only rewarding one C-rank branch plot for saving the Earth is not far away. What does Bronze City look like? Zhang Lan asked curiously. Zheng Zhao stretched out a finger and tapped it on Zhang Lan's brow, transmitting everything he had seen and heard in Bronze City into Zhang Lan's brain. Zhang Lan was briefly bewildered for a moment. After digesting the information, she revealed an expression of awe. The ancient dragons are also too powerful to create such buildings. But why haven't they developed technology? They have alchemy. Chen Fan paused for a moment. The essence of alchemy is the same as technology. It's just that the subspace of this world is not active enough. The upper limit of alchemy is lower than technology. And it's not easy to popularize it. Spells and technology were the same in essence. Both were the discovery and utilization of natural laws. It was only that the physical rules that technology relied on were very obvious in the vast majority of universes. And the only things that limited the level of technology were materials and dimensions. Technology in spells is different. And the associated research and applications require an extremely high level of subspace activity. Subspace active to the level of Warhammer 40k can destroy a star field with a single spell. But if it's as dead as 3 bodies, a person can't even get a spell bulb unless they're in contact with a higher dimensional space. Cultivation is actually a kind of technology. Chen Fan looked towards Zheng Zhao. Rune technology. Zheng Zhao was slightly stunned. Rune technology, it was quite apt. The cultivation knowledge that he had exchanged from the main god space was indeed very closely related to various kinds of runes. Chen Fan added, redeeming some items that enhance the speed of thought will be conducive to improving your cultivation efficiency. The main thing that determined the level of a cultivator's strength was brain power. If the brain power was strong enough, one would be able to hold more spiritual power within the body and mobilize more spiritual mediums outside the body, thus performing more powerful attacks or defenses. I remember. Zheng Zhao nodded seriously. All of their communication was done through voice transmission or nanobots. And the others heard nothing. Mr. Chen. Mr. Zheng. Professor Moss handed a phone towards them. Our headmaster has agreed to see you. He invites you to come to Castle Academy as guests. Chapter 688 Looming Fey. There's really a spaceship. Huh? The headmaster of Castle Academy. Hilbert Jean Unger. This was an old man aged over 130 years old with a desire for vengeance in his heart, and was known as one of the greatest dragon slayers of all time. Hello, Principal Unger. Chen Fan took the call very naturally. Among all the people present, he had the deepest knowledge of the dragons, and there was no one better suited to take this call than him. Mr. Chen? A gentle voice came out of the microphone. Professor Mance had described the vocal characteristics of Chen Fan and Zhang Jia to Unger. So Unger easily distinguished the identity of the person he was talking to. HM. Chen Fan responded indifferently. I've heard that you're interested in our S-class new students. And I'm willing to arrange a dinner for you. But there's a lack of trust between us. So I'd like you to bring the Dragon King's bone flask with you. And said bluntly. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. No problem. There was nothing wrong with just bringing the bone vial with them. And Zhang Jia could still earn another subplot if Ange wanted to snatch it from them. Then let Professor Mance bring you back. Unger smiled. I think we can be friends. Please pass the phone to Professor Mance. Chen Fan handed the phone back to Professor Mance. Half a minute later, Professor Mance hung up the phone and said with a strained expression, I have accepted the rescue from the Yangtze River Maritime Bureau. They will send a helicopter over soon. When that time comes, Zhang Jia turned his head to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan spoke. There's no need to be so troublesome. As the words landed, the silver-white substance that made up the bridge quickly disintegrated and quickly combined together in a wonderful form, forming a streamlined airship that was more than 20 meters in length in the blink of an eye. Professor Mance was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the airship with an azure-colored aperture erupting from its bottom. This. Call your people up. Chen Fan paused for a moment. There's nothing to be surprised about. Our family's level of technology is many years ahead of the world. If only the construction models stored in the nanobots were taken into consideration. His level of technology was about the same as the Cybertronian civilization in its heyday in Transformers. Professor Mance gulped. Nothing to be surprised about? He now suspected from the bottom of his heart that these people were pure-blooded dragons in human skin, and hoped that Chancellor Unger was prepared for another summer of mourning. Professor Mance turned his head and whispered to Yisheng, who had already taken off his diving suit. Call everyone over. Let's take the airship and go. Yisheng turned around with a wooden face. Mr. Chen, you guys really gave me a big surprise. Professor Mance walked to Chen Fan with a smile on his face. With elites like you in the dragon-slaying realm, why worry about completely driving the dragon race into the pile of history? Chen Fan was non-committal. He turned around and walked towards the airship, with the crowd following close behind. In the crowd, Chu Xian revealed a thoughtful expression. Although he did not yet understand the main god space, he already had a very full understanding of the structure of this team. This team was led by Chen Fan and Zhang Jia. The main one was Chen Fan. Not only did Chen Fan wield great power and extremely high technology, he also had an indescribable feeling of calmness. Just as if he looked in the mirror, Chu became curious about Chen Fan. Chu Xian knew that his calmness was a genetic defect. He was born without any emotions or even a sense of taste. And he sensed a similar calmness in Chen Fan. It was even calmer than him. From the beginning until now, he had not detected a single fluctuation of emotions from Chen Fan. Is this someone like me? Soon, everyone on the Moniac boarded the airship. After the hatch closed, the airship shot up into the sky, not circumventing the dark clouds and torrential rain, and flew straight in the direction of Castle Academy, as pointed out by Professor Mance. A few minutes later, 2 helicopters landed shakily on the Moniac. The rescue team circled the ship, puzzled and frightened to find that there was surprisingly no one on board. But there was a hot cup of coffee in the captain's cabin. Was this a ghost ship? Another win. Luminify let go of the mouse. A cozy expression on his face. On the computer screen in front of him, the StarCraft human victory icon was displayed, and the human soldiers spread all over the screen demolished the base of the divine race's opponents without a hair left, winning very thoroughly. Old Tang, when I get serious, you don't work at all, Looming Fei said in a pleased tone. For a bad boy who couldn't do anything, being able to beat other people in the game was really one of the few things to be proud of. Luminify, Headmaster Ange is looking for you for something. Norma's voice came out from the computer. Looming Fei froze for a moment before saying, Old Tang, the headmaster is looking for me. I'll go there first and continue when I come back. He thought to himself, what is the headmaster looking for me for? His mind floated back to the old man full of gentlemanly manners, with red roses on his chest. I don't have a good hand today. I'm not playing. A depressed voice came out from the QQ voice. Down? I'm going to cook instant noodles. Tick. The QQ voice was interrupted. Looming Fei closed the computer, got up, and walked out of the dormitory. His roommate Fingal didn't know what he had gone to do. probably bringing his paparazzi to secretly film some news again. He could only go to see Principal Ange alone. Just as he walked out of the dormitory building, he was stunned. Under the moonlight, an old man with red roses on his chest, white hair combed meticulously, and shiny leather shoes was standing under a tree and smiling at him. "Hello, Principal." Luminify jogged all the way to Ange. He was very surprised. He thought he had to go to Unger's headmaster's office. But he didn't expect Unger to wait for him outside the dormitory building. He had a feeling of being flattered. "Are you still used to life at school?" Ange looked at Lumingfi with a smile. Lumingfi said a little uncomfortably, "I was a little unaccustomed at first. But now it's much better. Don't be nervous. I'm not looking for you for anything else. I just want to invite the S-rank new students for a meal." Ange revealed an affable smile. It was supposed to be arranged for tomorrow. But a special circumstance has occurred. "What special circumstance?" Luminify blurted out. After the words went out, he regretted it. Why did he ask so much? In case the headmaster didn't tell him. Wouldn't it seem like he was taking himself too seriously? "Our guest is anxious to see you. He has crushed a spaceship with his bare hands, and will be arriving at Castle Academy soon," Ange said as if nothing had happened. Luminify was a bit confused. "Huh? What do you mean by squeezing a spaceship with his bare hands?" Was the headmaster being humorous? Ange gave Lumini a look full of meaning. Rumble. A thunderous roar came from the sky, and a streamlined spaceship flew into Castle Academy and slowly landed beside Luminify and Ange, the powerful airwaves blowing the hems of their clothes. "Coming." Unger spread his hands. Luminify? Chapter 689 Arrival at Castle Academy. The spaceship was only about 20 meters long, but it was specially designed by the United Government for Chinfan, and every detail on the spaceship was perfect. It was a work of art. The outer shell of the spaceship was in the shape of fish scales, which was a bioalloy made up of special material nanobots. During flight and battle, the airship could release heat and pressure through the scale-like shell, dramatically improving the physical parameters of the airship. And the gaps in the scales emitted a dreamy blue light, setting off the entire airship as if it were a whale swimming in the night. Standing below, Lumingfei was dumbfounded. Is there really an airship? The closest he had come to a spaceship in his life was when he was maneuvering the human race's Yamato-class battle cruiser in StarCraft. "Brother, stop gawking." Suddenly, everything stood still. A little boy in a tuxedo appeared beside Luminify, holding his forehead and saying with a headache expression, "I don't know where these weirdos came from. Our good days are over before they even started." "What do you mean?" Lumingfei twisted his head to look at the little boy. The little boy called himself Lumingza, his younger brother. But he was sure he didn't have such a godly brother who could also stand still in time. These people hold powers completely unrelated to the dragon race, and are so full of dissonance with the entire world that it's as if they appeared out of thin air. Luminaire revealed an innocent expression. But there are traces of them in history. Huh? Lumingfei was even more confused. He couldn't understand Luming's words at all. And he was even more confused now. Memories. Our memories have been tampered with. Lumingza reached out and knocked on Lumingfei's head. He said with hatred, "The history of the world is the history of the dragon race. But they don't have anything to do with the dragon race. Haven't you realized the seriousness of the problem? My dear brother." Lumingfei pushed Lumingza's hand away as he cocked his head. "They are aliens? I don't know." Lumingza shook his head. "But they want to see you. They will definitely tell you something. See what happens." With that, Lumingza's figure disappeared. Time began to flow again. The azure-colored impact aperture touched the ground, spreading outwards layer by layer, greatly slowing down the ship's landing speed until it was completely stationary 20 centimeters above the ground in the air. The hatch opened silently. Nothing was asked. They kept their mouths shut. Professor Mance was the first to step out of the airship. He came in front of Ange, helplessness written all over his face. Zheng Jia was not such a difficult person to get along with. Professor Mance kept on cajoling Zheng Jia, and the two of them chatted the whole way. However, because of the Lord God's restrictions, Zheng Jia consciously avoided information related to the Lord God space. And Zheng Jia was completely ignorant of the Dragon Clan. So Professor Mance didn't ask for any valuable information. Aang nodded his head hotly, and said in a rather genteel manner, "Captain, you've completed your mission satisfactorily. Leave the rest to the others." Professor Mance sighed softly and brushed past Unger. Yi Sheng and Wine Daaki followed. then the other members of the executive department involved in this mission. And in less than a minute, the extraneous people were all far away. They needed time to digest the night's experience. Greetings. Jean-Mon stepped out of the airship. She shook Anja's hand and smiled. We prepared food. Please join us for dinner. We have some things we'd like to talk to you about. About slaying dragons. Her voice held a hint of non-refusal. Unger smiled. It had been a long time since someone had spoken in front of him in that tone. The last one's grave was a meter high. I cannot refuse a beautiful lady's invitation. Unger twisted his head to look at Lemony. Luminify blinked nervously, thinking, is there a place for me to speak here? Please. Jean-Lon bowed slightly, before turning around and walking towards the airship. Soon, Anja and Lemony entered the airship. Jean-Lon did not deceive them. Chen Fan had indeed prepared food, and it was an unprecedentedly sumptuous feast. There were a total of 24 dishes, with a great variety of colors and flavors on the huge dining table, all of which were top-notch delicacies from various universes. In addition to which there were also several bottles of rather exotic wines. Chen Fan had mastered the preparation methods of these foods while traveling through other universes. Our time is precious. Zheng Jia spoke up. We came to Castle Academy to do only one thing, and that is to slay dragons. The reincarnators were indeed strapped for time. Within 30 days, not only did they have to find and kill Odin, but they also had to kill as many other dragons as possible, so that they could prepare enough provisions for the next horror film. Slaying dragons? Unger smiled. We should have a lot in common. In this world, no one was more passionate about slaying dragons than him. But slaying dragons is a very dangerous thing. He paused. An invisible field spread out in all directions with him at the center, instantly enveloping the entire ship. Time was infinitely slowed down in this field, and only he remained at his original speed. Speech spirit times 0. And picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks to himself, leaving everything else aside for now. The smell of this food was so delicious. He chewed hard, with a vicissitude in his eyes. But soon, this vicissitude was gone, transforming into a faint surprise. He realized that in the realm of time 0, apart from himself, there were surprisingly 2 other people maintaining a normal speed. One was Zheng Jia, and the other was sitting beside Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia got up and placed a bottle of wine in front of Ange, then sat down. The field quietly disappeared. From the perspective of an onlooker, the wine bottle looked like it had instantly traveled to Ange. There is a saying in Chinese. Ange pried open the wine bottle as if nothing had happened and poured the ruby crystal clear wine into a tall glass, while saying with a smile on his face, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea by a bucket of water. Let's continue talking about dragon slaying. Strength was the cornerstone of the conversation between the 2 parties. Zheng Jia didn't care about this test from Ange. Time 0 was certainly powerful, but his late Jin Dan mind and physique could allow him to move freely in Time 0's domain. Zheng Jia opened the door. We intend to kill all the dragons within a month. We need your intelligence support during this period. In addition, we don't mind eradicating some of the forces of the hybrid race that have malicious intentions. Unger raised his eyebrows. All the dragons? None of the 4 dragon kings should be left out. Zheng Jia paused for a moment. If we can resurrect the Black King, then we'll even kill the Black King together. Ange was silent. Arrogance. Zheng Jia did not flinch as he locked eyes with Ungai. Ange laughed a little as he put down his chopsticks, and said like a spring breeze, you call yourselves a reclusive family. Have you been reclusive for too long, making you forget what kind of existence the dragon race is? The atmosphere steeply became tense. Chapter 690 Cooperation. In terms of hatred towards the dragon race, Ange was afraid that he was the first person of the mixed race in the world today, and what flowed in his veins had long since ceased to be mere blood, but the blood of hatred towards the dragon race. But it is also because of the hatred of the dragons. Angers knows very well what kind of powerful creatures the dragons are. 100 years ago, Angers was a member of the top dragon slaying organization, the Lionheart Club. At that time, he was young and could only be considered a second-tier character in the Lionheart Club. A dragon king under the alias of Li Muyue descended on the Lionheart Club and slaughtered the entire club in one night, with only Angier surviving after being seriously injured and in a coma. And that night's experience was deeply imprinted on his heart. Although Zheng Jia's origins were mysterious, and did not think they could easily defeat the Dragon King, much less kill the legendary Black King. If the Dragon King was easy to kill, Then what was the night that brought him endless pain? Sorry. I meant no harm. And shook his wine glass. I'm just worried that you guys are underestimating the strength of the Dragon King, causing the world to lose another batch of dragon-slaying warriors. Zheng Jia nodded slightly. Understandable. It was obvious that before knowing exactly how strong they were, trying to get this 130-year-old man to do something for them was almost impossible. He turned his head to look at Chen Fan. To prove strength, Chen Fan was more suitable than him. However, Chen Fan said with a calm face, if you can figure it out, there is actually no need to go through so much trouble. We can first take a 29-day holiday and end it all on the last day. Zheng Jia's expression stiffened for a moment. After unlocking the construction function of the nano battle suit, he understood very well what Chen Fan's words meant. Instead of searching for those Dragon Kings that might not have been resurrected one by one, it would be better to build an annihilator cannon on the moon. And with a single snap of his fingers, he could cause the entire planet to explode. And most of the creatures living on it would not be able to be spared. It can be said that one cannon can solve 1,000 sorrows. Even if he didn't manage to blow up the Dragon King or whatever in one shot, he definitely had no problem taking out all the dragons and plot characters below the Dragon King. The subplots and reward points would come in handy. Brother, why are you still eating? Lu Mingze silently appeared beside Lu Mingfei. And he looked at Lu Mingfei, who had propped up his mouth into a hamster's cheek pouch. With a speechless expression. Lu Minifei froze for a moment. Seeing Lu Mingze twice in a row in such a short period of time was a first for him. Can't you hear them discussing the destruction of Earth? Lu Mingze held his forehead with a pale face. Say something to stop them. Tell them that you know where the Dragon King is, and can provide them with the location of the Dragon King. Lu Mingfei struggled to swallow the food in his mouth. He looked at Lu Mingze in bewilderment. He had never seen Lu Mingze look so flustered. As if he had been frightened by something. What are they destroying the Earth for? Lu Mingfei asked in a confused manner. If the Earth is destroyed, won't they follow suit? And how do you know that they are discussing destroying the Earth? I saw it. Lu Mingze's eyes transformed into two vortexes, instantly drawing Lu Mingfei's consciousness in. Boom! In the distance, a heavenly white beam of light pierced through the clouds, accompanied by a deafening joint roar. Lu Mingfei stood stupidly on the street. The fleeing crowds passed through his body. Screams were endless, and the big billboards of the superstores broadcasted a line of big, miserable white letters. The aliens had activated the superweapon they had placed on the moon, causing irreversible and destructive damage to the Earth's core. And the Earth was about to disintegrate. Fu Lemony woke up with a jolt. What's that? A star annihilation cannon. Brother, Lu Mingze said with a smile that was worse than crying. This group of people are really from an alien planet. Say something quickly. Otherwise, the world is going to end, and no one will survive. Lu Mingze's figure disappeared. I know where the Dragon King is. Lu Mingfei raised his hand violently, in the manner of answering a teacher's question in a high school classroom. His heart pounded. Destroy the Earth? Do you guys want to play so big? Where the hell is the Dragon King? Are they really asking me what to do? Lu Mingfei had the feeling of being herded onto a shelf and was nervous. Zheng Jia's eyes lit up. Hearing Lu Mingfei's words, he immediately discarded Chen Fan's suggestion and said to Lu Mingfei instead, tell us the location of the Dragon King, and we'll help you kill them all. He had already learned about Lu Mingfei's protagonist identity from Zhan Lan, and also knew that behind Lu Mingfei was Lu Mingze, who had an incomparable understanding of the dragon race. Eng glanced at Lu Mingfei in surprise. Eng was also aware of Lu Mingze's existence. Many years ago, he made a deal with Lu Mingze and agreed to train Lu Mingfei as a tool to end the history of the dragon race. He was sure that Lu Mingfei didn't know the location of the Dragon King. However, Lu Mingfei said he knew, so this must be what Lu Mingze meant. Eng thought to himself that Lu Mingze might know something. He thought that these people could pose a threat to the Dragon King. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to reveal the Dragon King's location to these people, as that would only alert the snakes. Lu Mingfei wanted to say. He wanted to say it, but he didn't know. Lu Mingze? Lu Mingze, where have you died? Lu Mingfei anxiously called out in his heart. Take it easy, brother. Lu Mingze appeared behind Lu Mingfei. I'm coming. He shoved an A4-size piece of paper into Lu Mingfei's hand, on which a map of the world was drawn crookedly with watercolor pencils, while several red circles were drawn on it. Next to each red circle were small, fine words. These small words pointed out the names of the Dragon Kings in the corresponding red circles, their detailed locations, their life states, and the abilities that each specialized in. Without waiting for Lu Mingfei to speak, Lu Mingze disappeared silently. A piece of paper appeared in Lu Mingfei's hand out of thin air. Against Zheng Zhao's puzzled gaze, he stiffly handed this piece of paper to Zheng Zhao. The Dragon Kings are all on it. He did not look at it carefully. If he had looked closely, he would have found a name he was very familiar with marked next to a certain red circle. Ronald Tang, the King of Bronze and Fire. Norton, who had not yet awakened his memories of being a dragon at this time, went by the alias Ronald Tang, also known as Old Tang, who was Luminify's best online friend and was currently an amateur mercenary. Zheng Zhao took the paper and looked at it twice before asking, "What about resurrecting the Black King?" If there was anyone who knew how to resurrect the Black King, then that person must be Lu Mingze. Ange's pupils shrunk slightly. These people were really planning to resurrect the Black King? Lu Mingfei pondered for 2 seconds, and when he saw that Lu Mingze was delayed, he said baldly, "I don't know." He really didn't know. There were many other things he didn't know, such as he didn't know how to explain to Headmaster, and next why he knew the location of the Dragon King. "Fine." Zheng Zhao waved his hand. "The information you provided is very detailed. Let's set off now." "Where to?" Luminify subconsciously asked. Zheng Zhao said in a deep voice, "Slay the dragon." It started with a certain king of earth and mountain hiding in the underground. Chapter 691, a giant project with a radius of 2 light years. While Chen Fan was unhurriedly advancing the plot of Infinite Terror, the United Government's pre-preparations for exploring the universe of the 3 bodies was also basically complete. "Worker Sue, the work period will be over soon." "Yeah." In the bar, 2 men wearing engineer badges looked at each other with sad faces. "Why do you look unhappy? You think?" The 2 men sighed in unison, and one of them spoke slowly. "After the Pathfinder project is over, we're all going to retire." They had both reached the mandatory retirement age for the United Government. The profession of engineer required less creativity, and could be cultivated in bulk through brain-computer technology. And with the assistance of Moss, the United Government did not have a high demand for senior engineers. "Stand your last watch." The other man revealed an optimistic expression as he smiled. "Let the Pathfinder see the scenery of the Trinity universe instead." In order to explore the universe of the 3 bodies in depth, the United Government had launched a project to build a giant object called the Pathfinder, gathering a total of 450,000 experienced engineers to participate. Pathfinder is a spherical super mothership with a radius of 2 light years. It would take 2 years to reach the edge of Pathfinder just from the center of Pathfinder. That's almost the same radius as the solar system. In terms of gravitational fields, if the range of influence of the Sun's gravitational field beyond the dominance of the surrounding stars is taken as the boundary of the solar system, the radius of the solar system is about 2 light years. In terms of volume, Pathfinder is comparable to the entire solar system. While comparing mass, Pathfinder is 362 times larger than the Sun. Pathfinder is an indisputable behemoth. The United Government, which had previously maintained an incredible rate of scientific progress, had never before constructed a single ship of this size, in order to avoid being outdated just as it was being built. But after touching the truth of the universe, the United Government's scientific development came to a near standstill while facing the difficult task of exploring the universe of the 3 bodies. And so a pinnacle technological creation, combining countless advanced technologies, came into existence. This was the Pathfinder. The construction of a giant object with a radius of 2 light years would theoretically take a long time. But by using time technology, the United Government constantly threw the Pathfinder under construction into the distant past, stealing time from the river of time. In the end, the project took only a few months from inception to near completion. The Pathfinder is almost ready for its ribbon cutting. The entire Pathfinder has a total of 12 large living quarters, each with an ecological environment similar to that of the Earth, which can each carry more than 30 billion humans and provide ample living space for each of them. These living quarters will be put into use after the exploration project of the 3 bodies universe is over, providing a place for the skyrocketing population on Earth to go. In addition to the living quarters, factories and laboratories of all types are also available. Any experiment that could be carried out on Earth could be carried out in the Pathfinder. And not only that, the United Government had also stocked a large amount of Shiyu materials in the Pathfinder in case of emergencies. In addition to life, production, scientific research, The military is equally important. Thanks to its huge size, the United Government has put all the weapons it can on the Pathfinder, which come from various universes, including Warhammer 40k, and all of them have the terrifying power to destroy the Earth and the sky. This included the ultimate weapon that the space necromancers once used to destroy the star god. The entire shell of the Pathfinder was about 50 square light-years in size, and could be viewed as a supersized weapons rack filled with all sorts of cutting-edge weapons collected by the United Government. From afar, the signaling lights on the shell seem like a bright river of stars. The Pathfinder project is nearing completion. Before driving the Pathfinder into the Triumvirate universe, we should first send a vanguard towards the Triumvirate universe to explore the situation within the Triumvirate universe. At the very least, we should understand what powerful civilizations exist in the Three Bodies universe. Zhang Weilai looked serious. Although the pioneers were built, he thought that it was still necessary to have more information in order to better operate in the Three Bodies universe. Based on the idea that there was no harm in being careful. Although he had learnt quite a few things about the Three Bodies universe from the author of Three Bodies, in the end, it was not the real Three Bodies universe. Even authors can't fully understand a real universe. Like the Transformers universe, none of the information the Combine got from all sources included the mysterious civilization that could strike at the Creator civilization across hundreds of thousands of light-years, as far away as the Andromeda galaxy. Storytellers often only know about the things that surround the story, and very little about the things that exist in the story world but far from the story itself. I'm in favor. I agreed. Indeed it should be. The council members were all human, and with the huge think tanks of each country behind them to provide brain power, they quickly voted unanimously in favor of Zhang Weilai's proposal. Although the United Government was anxious to further broaden the boundaries of science, it was not particularly anxious. This was because it would take a short period of time for the scientists of the United Government to digest the knowledge they currently possessed. As long as the time technology was not used to shorten the digestion time, the coalition government would still be able to maintain social stability. The success of the Pathfinder project can be replicated. Zhang Weilai threw out his second proposal. If the Pathfinder survives the harsh test of the Dark Forest laws in the Triumvirate universe, I propose to start the project of mass-producing Pathfinders, and make Pathfinders the regular ships of the United Government. The councillors pursed their lips. Through parallel space-time technology, the United Government had access to endless resources, and with the aid of time-traveling technology and the Moss, the United Government was able to produce an infinite number of products in an almost negligible amount of time. The Pathfinder may be a giant with a radius of 2 light-years, but it's just a machine, and everything that makes it up is defined and specific. Moss had documented the process of producing the first Pathfinder, and as long as the 5 council members nodded, they could easily replicate the process countless times. But before that, the Pathfinder would have to survive in the TriStar universe. Artificial giants like the Pathfinder, due to their overly large size, would become very easy targets to hit no matter what enemies they encountered. The dark forests of the Trivial Pursuit universe can be used to test the safety of the Pathfinder. If the Pathfinder can survive the hunter's attacks and survive the hunter's various means of attack, then it proves that the Pathfinder is safe and reliable, and is worth mass-producing and installing in the military. On the contrary, the United Government will have to abandon the giant route for the time being, and continue to produce small, but exquisite warships. Chapter 692 Attacking the Three Bodies. This civilization is too sincere. A deep vortex silently opened up in the deep black space of the universe, and a gray ship with a shell full of forging marks silently drilled out of the vortex. If there happened to be a ship from another civilization that spotted the ship, they would definitely be surprised, because this ship was completely absent from their radar. They were only able to observe the ship's existence through the naked eye, and after just a few seconds had passed, a layer of watery ripples swept past the ship's shell, and the ship disappeared from view. The Singer civilization should be nearby. Throw a bait to trick them out. Lu Peiqiang sat in the captain's seat and said excitedly, "We're not sure about the depths of the Songwriter civilization, but the Songwriter civilization is definitely not a god-level civilization. So there's no need to worry about the Songwriter civilization posing a threat to us." This was a 6-member squad, with Admiral Lu Peiqiang as the captain, and the team members were all under pressure. Among the United Government's group of admirals, only Lu Peiqiang was happy to be on the front line and perform frontline missions without interruption. In Lu Peiqiang's words, "It's a good idea. Lu Peiqiang is a person who can't stay idle. As soon as he heard that the United Government was preparing to reboot the Three Bodies universe, he immediately signed up with vigor. The coalition government did not reject. On the one hand, Liu Peiqiang was experienced in foreign affairs and was trustworthy. And on the other hand, as an admiral of the United Government, Liu Peiqiang could communicate with the other side on an equal footing if he accidentally encountered a god-level civilization. This ultimately made Liu Peiqiang participate in this mission as he wished. It doesn't matter if we don't attract a Singer civilization, and we attract another civilization. God-level civilizations should not participate in the Dark Forest. So luring other civilizations is the same as luring the songwriter civilization. Liu Peiqiang had a full head of black hair, and his words sounded powerful, looking nothing like an old man. And indeed it was. The United Government's per capita life expectancy had been raised to thousands of years. And at Liu Peiqiang's current age, he was completely in the youthful stage of life. Speaking of which, Liu Peiqiang had also caught up with good times, when he was frantically promoted. It was the time when the United Government was in need of people. If he wanted to be promoted to the rank of admiral again now, it would be impossible without 500 or 600 years. Start moving. Liu Peiqiang revealed a confident smile. The Three Bodies was an extremely influential science fiction work on Earth, and he was fortunate enough to be involved in the exploration of the Three Bodies universe, which would definitely be a talking point when he was old. He just didn't know when he would be considered old. The United Government's biotechnology is changing rapidly. If you do not care about the purity of human genes, even if the immortality is not a problem, perhaps only when people themselves hard to serve the old is really old. Liu Peiqiang did not have a trace of nervousness in his heart, even if what he was about to face was probably the songwriter civilization that had destroyed the three-body Earth with a single shot of two-way foil in the original three-body. He didn't feel any uneasiness. Wasn't it just two-way foil? The United Government had long since mastered the technology. And not only that, but had taken the two-way foil one step further and developed the Singularity Transformer. Their spaceship was carrying one. The Singularity Transformer can create a singularity in a designated area similar to the one before the Big Bang. This singularity would source curl the dimensions around it until the surroundings were reduced to 0 dimensions. And the manifestation of this on a macro level would be like the creation of a point-like black hole. If it was not a two-way foil that destroyed the Earth of three bodies, but a singularity transformer, then the solar system would not have become a muscular two-dimensional picture, but would have shrunk to a point indistinguishable with the naked eye. As for the cost, with complete freedom from the shackles of resources, cost is not even worth mentioning. Come on, little songbird baby. The operator pressed a button and released a pure white sphere from the ship. The sphere made a loud noise against the cosmic backdrop. The noise contained the entire human language, which could be learned by alien civilizations that had mastered language translation technology. And when they had learned it, they would be able to hear 4 words from the noise. I am here. The noise signal spread outwards at the speed of light. The next step is to wait. I hope we're lucky, and don't wait for years. Liu Peiqiang got up and stood. Let's all go. Go eat a big meal in the dining room and play basketball afterwards. The crew left the cockpit in turn. No one was worried that something bad would happen, because Moss would always observe the data collected by the ship and alert them if there was a slight abnormality. What followed was a long wait. In the empty deep space of the universe, time seemed to have lost its meaning, and nothing seemed to change. Just like a meteorite wandering for 1,000,000 years and still being a meteorite. In this dead silence, hunters can only amuse themselves until the next hunt begins. Such was the case with the singer. When he received the invitation from the United Government, he was humming an old ballad, his favorite song, which he could hum for 100 grains of time. I saw my love. I flew to her side. I held out a gift for her. It was a small piece of frozen time. There were beautiful streaks of time, soft to the touch like the mud of the shallow sea. The singer's job is tedious and boring. He has to sort out the sincere information from the vast number of coordinates collected by the information collector, and then destroy it as if he were checking for defects. With each destruction, he had a little fun. It was the only source of pleasure he had while cleaning up the rubbish in the universe. And it was also the work he had to undertake to survive in his own civilization. However, sincere messages are always scarce. Some people would spam Bo with insincere coordinate messages, and he thought those people really deserved to die. This is a great waste of his energy. Once one is gullible enough to believe the coordinates and send destruction to them, firstly a two-way foil is wasted, and secondly the blank space destroyed might have been of use. and thus a little harm is done. In eternity, who knows if an undestroyed blank space will be the ultimate salvation of civilization? As usual, the singer sifted through the various coordinates. The information was gathered by the main core, which swallowed all the information dispersed in space. The medium membrane, the long membrane, and the light membrane. The positions of all the stars were recorded in the main nucleus. And after the information was collected, it would be matched in dots with various combinations of positional patterns to finally identify the coordinates therein. Suddenly, the singer showed a surprised expression. "I'm here. I'm here. I'm here." It was a set of coordinates filled with personal emotions. And in addition to the emotions, the coordinates contained incomparably detailed information. So detailed that it did not seem like it could be gathered by a civilization foolish enough to send out this kind of coordinate information. He didn't even have to use the matching of the main core. With the knowledge he had learned during his school days, he was able to roughly think of where this coordinate was located on his own. This civilization was too sincere. Chapter 693, when you're gazing at the United Government. The United Government is gazing at you too. The singer's spirit was lifted. But he did not rush to fire the hunter's crossbow at this coordinate. He instinctively felt a twinge of wonder. "I'm here." This doesn't feel like a death announcement from a civilization that knows nothing about the dark forest, but rather like a challenge to the entire dark forest from someone who knows the rules. It was obvious from the level of detail in the message. The civilization that sent the message had a not-so-subtle understanding of the universe, and they could accurately perceive which cosmic network, which supercluster, which cluster of galaxies they were located in the universe. The singer hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately did nothing. It was a very sincere coordinate, but he didn't understand what level of knowledge the civilization that had sent out this broadcast actually had. Was there at least a way to resist mass points and two-way foils? Why else would they challenge the dark forest? Since it could resist two-way foils, there was no need for him to do more. It would not be worth it if he attracted a counterattack from that civilization and lost his precious life in this doomed destruction. The singer silently marked the coordinates in his master core. If the rest of the civilization's scavengers had also picked up this coordinate, he suggested that they all leave it alone. The dark forest was full of hunters. Some of the hunters had lost their sanity over a long period of time, turning into destruction machines that only fired their bows mindlessly. So it was better to leave strange coordinates like this one for them to deal with. The singer snorted. A long time ago, when the major civilizations in the universe had just started to fight each other, and the dark forest was in its infancy, there were some civilizations that sent out broadcasts like "I am here." Some of them were more powerful than his mother's civilization. But what happened? Those civilizations all disappeared. Most of them were torn apart by other hunters in the dark forest. And a few were so traumatized that they dived into the darkness to lick their wounds, and never dared to speak out in the dark forest again. So, this civilization would end up the same way. Although he didn't intend to attack this coordinate, he decided to observe it, to see how powerful the civilization at this coordinate was, daring to make such a fearless broadcast. Knowing the dark forest, the singer initiated the process of big eyes. He seldom did so, because it was an act of overstepping his authority. Although he had the authority to activate the big eyes, he needed the permission of the elders to use this authority. "What are you doing?" "Big Eyes is busy right now," the elder replied. "There were so many places in the universe worth observing." The singer replied, "There is a civilization that has challenged the dark forest, and I want to take a closer look." "Oh, kind of interesting," the elder replied. Civilizations that challenged the dark forest were even rarer than civilizations that didn't have hidden genes, because the latter were ignorant and fearless, while the former were knowledgeable and fearless. The difference between the two was greater than that between a meteorite and a star. The singer had never seen a civilization without hidden genes in his long life, much less one that challenged the dark forest. The elder had never seen one either. He looked over the songwriter's thoughts and confirmed the songwriter's words. "All right. I will allow you to activate the Great Eye." He agreed to the songwriter's request. "I will watch with you." A powerful observation instrument was activated. After a short waiting period, a clear picture was presented to the singer, except that the manipulation of this picture was not in the singer's hands. It was a lifeless galaxy. A dead planet revolved slowly around a star in its prime, and there was no sign of life in the simple celestial structure. The elder was a little puzzled. He did not suspect the singer of deceiving him, for he had looked through the singer's thoughts, and the singer had indeed received a rather courageous broadcast. Could it be a prank? Occasionally civilizations played pranks. They sent broadcasts far away from their own civilization to attract nearby hunters. Sometimes they could get the hunters to fight themselves. They were bored enough to take pleasure in it. The elder was instantly less interested, and closed his wide eyes. "It's a prank," he capped. "Do your job, and don't be unnecessarily curious." The singer deflated. The cleaner was the lowest position in civilization, and was always belittled. Admiral Liu Peiqiang. Moss's camera moved to Liu Peiqiang, who had just awakened from his hibernation chamber. Liu Peiqiang looked around. All the crew's hibernation pods had been opened, which meant that Moss had made a major discovery, most likely related to the songwriter civilization. "How long have I been asleep?" Liu Peiqiang asked methodically. "Have things progressed?" Liu Peiqiang was equipped with various super warrior technologies, including but not limited to nano-battle suits. He did not feel any discomfort because he had just awakened from the hibernation capsule, and quickly went into work. "You have been asleep for 6 years. In the past 6 years, we have been subjected to a total of 5 remote observations from different locations, and have been the target of 29 destructive weapons," Moss reported emotionlessly. Liu Peiqiang raised his eyebrows. "Our signals are emitted at the speed of light, which means that there are 29 hunters gathered in a radius of 6 light years. And that's just the ones that were attracted to us," he exclaimed. "The density of civilization in the Trinity universe is high. Even in the dark forest of crisis, life found a way to flourish. These 29 hunters may not all be from different civilizations." Moss paused for a moment before adding, "I've locked on to their location, and can make a space jump at any time. Compared to the 3 bodies universe civilization, which lacked the materials to move at FTL speeds, the United Government had a huge advantage in terms of movement." Liu Peiqiang curiously said, "Has the songwriter civilization been found?" The songwriter civilization was the only higher civilization that was explicitly written out in the 3 bodies, possessing a special value. "Found it." Moss shot a projection towards the wall. The projection was clearly a singer humming a song. The songster civilization used a long-distance observation means to glance towards here. "I captured their observation, and finally found them 5.3 light-years away through reverse positioning." For some weak civilizations, glancing at others from a distance also carries the potential to expose themselves. The United Government was in possession of many kinds of materials that didn't exist in the triumvirate universe, and technologies derived from those materials. And Moss easily spotted the singers peeking in here. "I translated their language, and based on the content of the song, it was confirmed to be the songwriter civilization without a doubt," Moss said calmly. In the next second, a soft song resounded in the room. "I see the love of my life." I flew to her side. I hold out a gift for her. It was a small piece of frozen time. Can't understand it, but it feels good. Liu Peiqiang stretched. Lock on the singer and initiate a space jump. Chapter 694. Capturing the songwriter alive. Space jump procedure is being initiated. Please return to your seats for crew members with physical fitness below beta level. Jump countdown 20. 19. 18. Moss's voice resounded in all parts of the ship. The crew members, who had just woken up from their hibernation pods, looked at each other, and honestly lay back in their hibernation pods, while manually closing the hatch covers for themselves. They didn't have such good physical qualities as Liu Peiqiang. Having just woken up from the dormant cabin, their minds were still a bit groggy, so they didn't harden themselves against the load of the space jump. Space distorted in front of the spaceship in a way that was visible to the naked eye. After the countdown returned to 0, the ship sailed straight into the distorted area and disappeared from its original position without a trace. The unattainable FTL technology of the 3 bodies universe was just an ordinary deep space movement technology to the United Government. The singer didn't realize what the consequences of his glance towards Liu Peiqiang would be. He was still humming his favorite old ballad. Although the scene in this song could not be reproduced in a universe reduced to 3 dimensions, it held his longing for the good old days. The wonderful times when he could scoop up a handful of time and give it to his lover. Time passed silently. Suddenly, he noticed a strange spatial distortion occurring near him. A spatial distortion that was small, but close enough to him to almost stick to his ship. "What is it?" The singer was a little curious, thinking to himself, could it be that a curled-up piece of 4-dimensional space just happened to be unfolding nearby? He didn't get close enough to observe. He immediately maneuvered the ship to turn in a direction away from the distorted area. Curiosity killed people. Normally, A curled-up piece of four-dimensional space could not unfold on its own in its natural state. And if it did, some civilization must have intervened. That civilization doesn't necessarily still exist, but they might have placed something in the four-dimensional space, such as bombs of various power. Abnormal gravitational field detected. Unable to escape. Warning. Anomalous gravitational field detected. Ship unable to escape. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the singer's ears. Oops. The singer's heart stuttered. He couldn't even remember the last time he had this feeling. Probably when he was assigned to the position of cleaner. Why am I so unlucky? The singer had the feeling that my life was over. He felt that he might have stepped on a space torpedo laid out by some civilization. First a strong gravitational confinement, and then the release of an explosion to destroy what was confined. A very common trope. Their civilization would have arranged such a space torpedo in their engagements with other civilizations. Only it wasn't so advanced. The strength of the gravitational confinement wouldn't be so great, and the bomb body wouldn't be hidden outside of the major dimensions. In an instant, strong negative emotions flooded into the singer's mind. Bad luck. Bad luck. Bad luck. The universe is so vast. How did it happen that I stepped on a torpedo? The singer did not condemn the civilization that might have existed to arrange the torpedo. Death was the main theme of the universe. And he could only blame himself for being killed, for being weak. Just like those weak civilizations that he had cleaned up. Elder, have you noticed me here? The singer gave up struggling. He was prepared to leave some last words, which consisted of admonishing his fellow clansmen to pray to the gods more often if nothing else. If he had prayed to the gods every day, he probably wouldn't have been so unlucky today. I see it. The elder's voice rang through the ship. A very strong gravitational field, almost capable of comparing to a white dwarf star. The ship's engines are completely paralyzed. I can only wish you good luck. The singer delivered his last words quickly, followed by the question. What happens next? Will civilization avenge me? No. The elder's answer was very cold. The singer was just a purist, an existence belonging to the lowest level of the entire civilization. And civilization would not make a big fuss over a purist. Perhaps from a position of dying care. The elder explained. No other civilization exists in this vicinity. What killed you was a landmine left behind by an unknown civilization an unknown amount of time ago. And even if one wanted to avenge you, one wouldn't know when one would be able to find that civilization. Of course, thinking optimistically, maybe it wasn't a bomb. The singer let out a sigh in his mind. Not a bomb? How could a gravitational field confine it if it wasn't a bomb? Or maybe this bomb is so old that all that's left is the gravitational field and no explosive section. The elder comforted. This one was still a bit more reliable. The singer stopped talking as he stared straight at the distorted area displayed on the screen, waiting for his fate. In the middle of the morning, the explosion didn't happen. He saw a ship with a dark gray body coming out of the spatial distortion and flying straight towards him. It's really not a bomb. The singer was pleasantly surprised. He surveyed the ship suspiciously. U.G. He saw the 3 letters on the shell of the ship. He immediately searched for the relevant pattern in his main core, but found no civilization symbols that resembled them. It was a strange civilization. Elder, he shouted. The elder replied, I'm watching. Occasionally, he would watch the entire process without missing a single frame. One of the few pleasures in his boring life. When a cleaner would backfire in the process of cleaning up someone else. This time was even more special. The singer had actually encountered a ship from another civilization up close. Not only that, but the ship was traveling out of warp space. What kind of technology was this? Was there a small universe hidden nearby? Did the other party show up at this time? Did they happen to run out of energy to maintain this small universe? Or did they have other plans? Tick. The screen in front of the singer suddenly went black. And when it lit up again, a figure appeared on it. Greetings. I am Liu Peiqiang, and I am now speaking to you on behalf of the United Government. The singer froze, because the main core translated Liu Peiqiang's words. This language. The singer couldn't help but shudder. Wasn't this language I am here? And the other party was the civilization that had challenged the Dark Forest? The singer's mind was a bit spinning. The signal he had received at that time was 5.3 light-years away, and it hadn't been long since then. So how did the other party suddenly appear in front of him? The singer hadn't thought about FTL technology. For the Triumvirate universe, FTL technology was a broken old dream. We wish to learn some general knowledge of the universe from you. And as payment, We can provide you with a technology that you don't have at our discretion. Liu Peiqiang slowly spoke. There was no need to say anything about the United Government's underpinnings. For a civilization that was still engaged in cleanup work, for the United Government to casually come up with a relatively cutting-edge technology was an epoch-making technology that this civilization might not be able to break through even after tens of thousands of years of painstaking research. A powerful gravitational field bound the Singer's ship. The Singer had no qualifications to refuse the deal. He was like a small insect that had fallen onto a spider's web. His life and death all depended on Liu Peiqiang. Chapter 695 Traces of God's Civilization. The Singer was in an unprecedented predicament. But he did not complain. Compared to those weak civilizations that he had cleared out, he was lucky enough. At least he had the possibility of surviving. While those weak beings that had been cleared out could only watch as the two-way foils, or mass points, destroyed their worlds. Elder, they want to trade with us, the Singer said warily. Of course, he wanted this deal to be struck. With a deal struck, there was a certain amount of cooperation between the two parties. And while any cooperation was as fragile as a piece of paper in the dark forest, a piece of paper was better than nothing. And that was his only guarantee of survival. I'm not deaf or blind, the Elder replied. The Elder's mind was running at high speed. Trading, on a personal level, was a rare thing. But when it rose to the level of civilization, it became an ancient word that only existed in fairy tales. Could this be an ancient civilization that had been hiding in a small universe? The Elder couldn't help but be a little curious. Any civilization that had survived for a long time in the dark forest would not want to deal with other civilizations, because dealing meant exposure. And the airwaves, radiation, membrane information, flight paths, and so on could all become clues to destruction, attracting the hunters of the forest. Not to mention trading. Higher technology is so complex as to make oneself doubt that the counterparty can create a worthless trade scam by changing a few parameters in it, or by babbling a few words in a crucial place. However, what the other party was trading was of little value in itself. Just cosmic common sense. Accept their trade request. The Elder quickly ended his musings as he said in a deep voice. Find out what they want to know, and what technology they intend to exchange. At the same time, he reported what was happening here to the higher leaders. This was a contact between civilizations. Regardless of whether the contact level was high or low, it was reported to the civilization and analyzed by the think tank. Frankly, he was a bit nervous. The other party was able to release white dwarf star level gravity, something their civilization could not do. And if this gravity did not originate from the machines hidden in the small universe, but from the ship itself, it would be even more terrifying. Suddenly encountering such a strong civilization might cause a tragic war, and might even lead to a civilization being cleaned out. But after all, it had already been contacted. Even if the Singer was allowed to self-destruct now, the other party would still be able to gather a lot of information. However, the good news was that the Singer was far away from the civilization's location, tens of thousands of light years away, and for a while there was no need to worry about being found by this mysterious and powerful civilization. After receiving the Elder's permission, the songwriter's taut nerves relaxed a little. He carefully sent out a language compressed package. This language compressed packet contained the language instruction of the songwriter's civilization, and any higher civilization that was given such a compressed packet would be able to quickly grasp its contents. After a long time, he gauged that Liu Peiqiang had learned it. So he spoke. Agree to the deal. What do you want to know? He paused for a moment and then asked. What are you prepared to pay? The signal bow was sent to Liu Peiqiang's ship without any delay. Liu Peiqiang nodded slightly as he inquired. We want to know where we can find the most powerful and knowledgeable civilization in the universe? Undoubtedly, the United Government was running towards a god-level civilization. The United Government currently had mastered almost all knowledge outside of the truth of the universe, and only had blind spots in the truth of the universe, such as how to create a main god position like Warhammer 40k. This goes to the nature of the universe. Scientists believe that the Top Gun universe is likely to help in this regard, because the United Government opened the Oasis game universe in the Top Gamer universe. It can modify the parameters of the game universe through the Top Gamer universe, and directly change the rules of the game universe. But the scientists couldn't figure out what the pivot between the two universes was. Couldn't figure out how a string of code from the Top Gamer universe could change the rules of the Oasis universe. Once that hub is found, scientists will be able to attack a host of questions about the truth of the universe in one fell swoop. The answer to this pivot may very well lie in the three bodies. If the God-level civilizations of the three bodies universe had really reached the level of omniscience, as described by the author of Three Bodies, then they should have an unparalleled knowledge of the truth of the universe. Then they should have an unparalleled understanding of the truth of the universe, and know what decisively affects the entire universe. The likelihood of this is extremely high. If they don't know what decisively affects the entire universe, they can't possibly do something as incredible as reboot the universe. The most powerful and knowledgeable civilization. The singer felt perplexed, looking at the entire universe. Who dared to say that they were the most powerful and knowledgeable? If one really had to say, it could only be the two leader civilizations that led the mother world into battle against the edge world. But the battle reports about that war hadn't been set back for a long time, and it was obvious that the battle was not going well. So should we say that the edge world civilization was the most powerful and knowledgeable? Of course, it was not excluded that there were still some powerful civilizations in the universe that did not want to participate in the war, who refused to participate in the war due to a variety of reasons, and lived a leisurely life in places that had not yet been caught up in the flames of war. You only need to tell us where the most powerful civilization you know of is. Liu Peiqiang slowly spoke. The songwriter civilization might have limited insights. When they found the most powerful civilization in the songwriter civilization's perception, they could find an even more powerful civilization through that civilization. And in the end, they could always find the God-level civilization of the three bodies universe. According to the United Government's speculation, God-level civilizations don't deliberately conceal their whereabouts. They were gods perched in the canopy. The knowledge gained over endless years had long since allowed them to transcend the rules of the dark forest. In addition to that, there is also your knowledge of that powerful civilization, Liu Peiqiang added. Elder, the singer called out in a small voice. As a purist, his knowledge of the powerful civilization was scarce, and he could only turn to the civilization for help. Send this to them. The elder gave access to a databank. The singer froze. God. The name of the databank was only this one word. God civilization? The singer extracted the information from the database, converted it into a compressed package, and sent it to Liu Peiqiang. Liu Peiqiang's eyes lit up. He first unzipped the zip archive, and then quickly browsed through it with the help of Moss. There were many contents, but they were all about the same civilization. It was a super civilization that the songwriter civilization had met by chance 2 million years ago. And the other party called itself God. And the entire civilization's individual consciousness was fused into one. Chapter 696, Goodbye. Songwriter civilization. Not only that, this God civilization had also completed the pure energy transformation. They turned their bodies into pure energy aggregates, and at the same time mastered the ability to directly use energy to create all kinds of things. When the songwriter civilization encountered the God civilization, the God civilization was in the process of collecting works of art from that river system. This part of the consciousness aggregate is a bit like the Great Earth consciousness, and the second half is a bit like the poetry cloud, Liu Peiqiang muttered. As an admiral of the United Government, as long as Liu Peiqiang was interested, he could access all sorts of information collected by the United Government, including many of Liu Cixin's works. Poetry Cloud was a science fiction novel by Liu Cixin. The novel described a divine civilization that collected and researched art throughout the universe. A member of this civilization came to Earth, and in conversation with the people of Earth, in order to prove that his technology could surpass the poetic art of the people of Earth, he disassembled and sliced up the solar system, and used the matter of the sun and all the planets in the solar system to create a giant machine capable of automatically generating and storing poems, with a surface area of 100 astronomical units, which from a distance resembled a huge swirling nebula. This civilization achieved pure energy, turning their bodies into pure energy aggregates, while being able to create objects directly using the mass energy conversion equation. Interestingly, at the end of the novel, the member of the God civilization admits that he has failed. He has used technology to exhaust all the permutations of the Chinese characters and create all the poems, to the extent that until the destruction of the universe, any poet who emerges, no matter what heights they reach, will be nothing more than a plagiarist, whose work can surely be retrieved from my gigantic repository. But he still considered himself a failure, though he created the poems, and knew that they would necessarily include works equal to or even superior to those of human heirlooms. He could not get the good ones. It was because he could not create software that could appreciate the level of poetry, and could not take out those good works from the cloud of poems. Lu Peiqiang thought to himself that the god-level civilizations of the three bodies universe had undoubtedly gotten rid of their material and existential worries, which was why they had developed the tendency to collect and study art. I wonder if every god-level civilization is so Buddhist. The United Government had also gotten rid of its material worries at the moment. So if it got rid of its survival worries next, wouldn't it also undergo some unexpected metamorphosis? Lu Peiqiang unconsciously pursed his lips. He couldn't imagine the scenario of the United Government collecting and studying artifacts in various universes, although the United Government had in fact been doing this. But after all, it wasn't doing it as a main business. In fact, the United Government had mastered the method of pure energization. The United Government could create special beings made entirely of energy polymerization. Such beings would never die out as long as they had enough energy. At the same time, with the help of the Earth's consciousness, it wouldn't be difficult to effect a transfer of consciousness to ensure that the newly created being would still be the same person. It's just that the United Government is still tied up with ethical issues. The coalition government is simply too young, and the various currents of thought are clashing with each other, and have not yet been divided into winners and losers. As of now, the public preferred a path to immortality that preserved human flesh and genes, and the scientists of the United Government had been working in that direction. The god-level civilization in Poetry Cloud is capable of FTL. I wonder if the god-level civilization of the three bodies can. Lu Peiqiang was a little curious in his heart. The Poetry Cloud described that the god-level civilization had mastered incredible technology, achieved pure energy, and was able to leap from one end of the galaxy to the other in an instant. This was equivalent to a river-level Stargate. This is the most powerful civilization we know of, and it's only 800,000 light years from where we met them. So if you set off now, you might still be able to find them before they leave. The singer spoke at the elder's reminder. Lu Peiqiang nodded in agreement. The songwriter civilization discovered the god civilization 2 million years ago, which sounded like a long time ago. But for a god-level civilization, staying in one place for tens of millions of years was normal. This information is enough, Lu Peiqiang said. He was ready to move. If they could find a god-level civilization in one go, it would undoubtedly save time for the United Government. You can choose one of these three technologies. Lu Peiqiang didn't go back on his word, as he had project the names of the three technologies on the screen. Inverse Entropy Increase Small Universe Transformation Project. Neutron Battlestar Construction Technology. Strong Gravity Generator Construction Technology. The songwriter was confused. At the same time, the singer civilization's think tank went online. They weren't sure if Lu Peiqiang would actually give one of these three technologies, but all three looked enticing. The Reverse Entropy Increase Small Universe Modification Project, at first glance, was a technology used to reduce the entropy increase of artificial small universes. Entropy increase was the inevitable result of development. An entropy increase to a certain extent would cause the collapse of the ecosystem. If only one or two people lived in this small universe, they might not see the day when entropy increase destroyed the ecosystem until they died. But if a whole group of people live in this small universe, it may not take thousands of years. The situation in the small universe will be so bad that it is desperate. If there was a proven means of reducing entropy increase, a civilization might be able to live in a small universe for a long time and escape the shackles of the Dark Forest Law. Neutron Battlestar Construction Technology is also tempting. The songwriter civilization had not built neutron battlestars, but they had seen other civilizations' neutron battlestars in their wars with the Edge worlds. Neutron battlestars did not need any weapons to rampage across the battlefield, using gravity to disintegrate all attacks and enemies in their path, and could be called the killing gods of low and medium civilizations. The strong gravitational generator manufacturing technology was also good to see out of its implications. I just didn't know how much gravity it could create. But put together with the other two technologies, I guess it wasn't that far off. Have you chosen? Lu Peiqiang paused for a moment. We still have to go to the god civilization. We won't keep stopping here. Moss was constructing an 800,000 light-year length leaping channel. Once the construction was complete, they would be able to instantly reach a place 800,000 light-years away. If the creator civilization and Transformers had mastered this incredible technology, they wouldn't have been sniped on their way from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy back then. Great civilization. We choose the Reverse Entropy Increase Small Universe Modification Project, the singer said warily. Any civilization that survived in the Dark Forest longed to jump out of it, and the Reverse Entropy Increase Small Universe Transformation Project could provide an opportunity to do so. Good. Lu Peiqiang nodded, and Ma sent the relevant information to the singer. In the next second, the space in front of the ship twisted up, forming a translucent vortex visible to the naked eye. Goodbye, Songwriter Civilization. Targeting the God Civilization 800,000 light-years away. Depart? Chapter 697 Moss Falls? 46 days. 800,000 light-years. Even for a portion of the higher civilizations. This was an insurmountably long journey, and one could experience all sorts of difficulties along the way, or even simply disappear halfway through the journey, vanishing into the infinite deep space of the universe. Until a long time later, the remains were found by a passing civilization. But for the United Government, this 800,000 light-years is a short and silky journey. Lu Peiqiang just read a book for half an hour. This trip across 800,000 light-years of interstellar shuttling is over. The gray spaceship pulled out of the wormhole. The screen was dark. They had only come to the edge of this river system, not into the core where the number of stars was dense. Multidimensional fluctuations, with obvious traces of artificiality detected. Moss issued a reminder almost simultaneously. The God civilization most likely hasn't left yet. To a God-level civilization, time had almost lost its meaning, despite the fact that a long time had passed since the triumvirate civilization had encountered them. They were still active in this river system, engaging in such things as collecting artifacts that were incomprehensible to lower civilizations. Is there a way to contact them? Lu Peiqiang inquired. The crew's expressions became serious. From this moment onwards, the mission given to them by the United Government had officially begun. Although the God civilization couldn't represent all the God-level civilizations in the entire three bodies universe, if they could establish a good relationship with the God civilization, it would not only be conducive to technological exchanges, but also to the United Government's activities in the three bodies universe. We can use a third of the ship's fuel to cause a tremor in multidimensional space. Moss narrated emotionlessly. God civilization has established a multidimensional network covering 1 to 10 dimensions in this river system. And the shock we cause will shake the entire network, forcing them to shift their attention to us. Lu Peiqiang nodded slowly. Then let's do it. And hopefully they won't see this as an attack. Moss was not only the intelligent system of this ship, but also served as the ship's scientific advisor. It held a huge amount of knowledge in its storage, ready to provide scientific advice that was more efficient and practical than a team of 1,000 scientists. Good. Moss stopped making a sound. It went to prepare as Lu Peiqiang instructed. Lu Peiqiang turned to look at his crew. The mission of this mission was of a special nature. There were collectively just a few dozen people on all the ships, and they could all be seen at a glance. Lu Peiqiang cleared his throat and shouted, "Comrades, we have arrived at the location of the God civilization. This is most likely a God-level civilization. Once we successfully establish communication with them, it will be of great benefit to the entire United Government and our families." The United Government's exploration of things within the universe had already converged on the mechanism, and only the last and most difficult cosmic truth was left to be discovered. If this piece of the jigsaw could be completed in the three bodies universe, figuring out exactly how the universe works and the methods by which creatures are supposed to manipulate the universe, the United Government would undoubtedly gain an unprecedentedly huge harvest. The entire United Government would be on its feet and moving into the next brand new era. On the contrary, if we offend them, we may also suffer from their attacks. Lu Peiqiang's words changed. No matter what happens next, I hope that you all can keep a normal heart and not have any negative emotions because of how well or poorly things are going. Do you all understand? The United Government believes in us before arranging for us to carry out this important mission. No one should drop the ball. It was likely that the God-level civilization of the three bodies universe had a higher level of technology than the United Government, and it was only limited by the materials of the three bodies universe that a question mark needed to be raised in terms of combat power. But in any case, the United Government wasn't here to fight in the three bodies universe. If the God civilization had a bad attitude or even had murderous intentions towards them, they would stay away from here after a moderate counterattack and go in search of the next God-level civilization. Judging from the fact that the Singer civilization was able to provide information on the location of the God-level civilization, the God-level civilization was indeed above the dark forest and didn't bother to hide its existence at all. So it shouldn't be too hard to find. A third of the ship's fuel disappeared into thin air. Using intelligent equations, Moss completely converted this part of the mass into energy. and then channeled this part of the energy into a special instrument and passed it into the multidimensional network built by the God civilization. In the rush of time, Moss could not determine the specific purpose of this multidimensional network. However, the divine civilization would definitely collect information through this network. The huge shock was like a deep-sea bomb exploding, and the ripples traveled along every dimension and every vein in the multidimensional network, quickly spreading throughout the entire multidimensional network. God civilization had descended here. I'm under three-dimensional hardware and software attack. God civilization is trying to invade this ship. Moss spoke out. Lu Peiqiang glanced at the big screen. There was nothing on the big screen. The divine civilization had not appeared in the material world. Can it hold up? Lu Peiqiang asked with concern. The Moss was the soul of the entire ship. Once, it was controlled by the divine civilization. The lives of everyone on the ship would be plunged into a great unknown. Estimated time for the firewall to be breached, 94,281 years. Moss reported a number. Before traveling to the universe of the three bodies, the United Government, as if jumping out of anticipation that Moss might be attacked by other civilizations, had equipped the ship with a powerful network firewall in advance. Half of the ship's mass came from the equipment that maintained this network firewall. Hearing Moss's reply, Lu Peiqiang let out a sigh of relief. More than 90,000 years. To him, it was no different from never being breached. Attack density has risen, Moss added. Estimated time for the firewall to be breached updated. 3,014 years. Lu Peiqiang was slightly stunned. Undoubtedly, God civilization realized how tenacious Moss was, and mobilized more resources for hacking into Moss. Update. 205 years. Update. 93 years. Update. 16 years. Moss's icy voice echoed inside the cabin. Each vocalization meant that the firewall's holdout time was drastically shortened. The hearts and minds of the crowd couldn't help but be tugged by it. Hang in there, Moss. In the field of computers, hardware and software were equally important. And this ship obviously couldn't provide Moss with much good hardware. At least not comparable to the God-level civilization that occupied this place. Update. 46 days. Moss paused. The attack density is stabilizing. If the other side maintains this attack efficiency, I will start to fall from 46 days, and gradually lose control of all areas of the ship. At the same time, the information stored in my databank will be lost in turn depending on the encryption level. Admiral Lu Peiqiang, you need to get in touch with this civilization as soon as possible. Chapter 698 Pillow Talking. Lu Peiqiang rubbed his temples. I understand. His mood was slightly heavy, as the God-level civilization had attacked them, which was undoubtedly an expression of malice, and their mission was at risk of failing. But he quickly adjusted his mood. Expressing malice was at least an expression. It showed that they had already attracted the attention of the God-level civilization. Not only that, the fact that God-level civilizations kept ramping up their attacks on Moss meant that they had not only attracted the attention of God-level civilizations, but had also attracted a rather high degree of attention. This was good news. When the Songwriter civilization passed through this river system in the first place, it didn't have any direct contact with the God civilization at all. It only discovered the incredible multidimensional network of this river system, and then learned about the existence of the God civilization from the natives of this river system. Our mission is to establish contact with the God-level civilization within 46 days. Lu Peiqiang opened his mouth to pacify the people. It won't be difficult because the other side has already noticed us. Those who participated in this mission were all elites, who had gone through a heavy selection process. They quickly calmed down. Instead of communicating with us, they are directly attacking Moss. Probably because our shock to the multiverse network just now aroused their hostility. No. I think it's curiosity. I also think it's curiosity. They want to get to know us. So they only attacked us on the cyber level, and not on the material level. The crew members were quick to voice their opinions. They quickly unified their opinions. The cyber hacking against Moss was most likely just a divine civilization wanting to learn about them, rather than actually treating them as enemies. Otherwise things wouldn't have been so simple. The God civilization had been operating in this river system for at least 800,000 years, and was definitely capable of launching a material-level attack against them. We can start with art. Broadcast our language packs first, then our culture, and finally our various works of art. It can be broadcast simultaneously. Time passed silently. 7 days passed in a flash, and 39 days remained until the fall of Moss. During this period, the ship had been sending information about Earth's civilization around 24 hours a day, but had received no response from God's civilization. Only the constant cyber attacks proved that God's civilization watched them. We may be heading in the wrong direction. Liu Peiqiang frowned. Our arts may not mean anything at all to God's civilization. It was true that poetry, song, music, chess, calligraphy and painting were the artistic treasures of Earth's civilization, but they might have overestimated themselves. After all, the Earth civilization was only a young civilization that had only been born a few thousand years ago, and the art that they had spawned might not be anything special to the God civilization that collected artwork throughout the universe. It might not even be the best of the best. Earthlings have always lived in three-dimensional space, and have no comparison with those civilizations that have descended from 10-dimensional space. At least the Earthlings can't write many songs such as I hold out a gift to her. It's a small piece of frozen time, and even if they did, it would be a far-fetched phrase compared to those ancient civilizations that actually experience solid time. Time is running out. We need to change direction. Liu Peiqiang inquired. Does everyone have any good suggestions? Including Moss. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. For the God civilization, which was keen on collecting art, the most attractive thing was undoubtedly the high standard of artwork. But this path did not seem to work. Wait, maybe there's no need to change directions. Someone boldly said. If the art of our Earth civilization isn't enough to impress the God civilization, we can take out the art of other civilizations as well, such as the Warhammer 40k universe. That universe. Their art should be unique. What he wanted to say was to give God's civilization a bit of Warhammer 40k shock. The general environment of the Warhammer 40k universe was very different from that of the Triumvirate universe, which made the art of these two universes develop in different directions. If the art of the Warhammer 40k universe was brought out, the possibility of impressing God's civilization was high. The crowd couldn't help but nod. It was worth a try. Liu Peiqiang, however, shook his head. This is too troublesome. To collect a large amount of Warhammer Universe's art in a short period of time, one would have to ask the Great Earth Consciousness to personally come out. If not, there's really no way. He stopped mid-sentence, as the meaning had already been conveyed. It was just a matter of wanting to establish contact with other civilizations. There was no need to bother the Earth Consciousness with such a small matter. That would seem too incompetent for humanity. The crowd fell silent. At this time, Liu Peiqiang took a deep breath. I think this God civilization doesn't even have us in their eyes. The reason why they don't communicate with us is because they don't treat us as equals. The crowd was slightly stunned. They are observing us, condescendingly, as if they were treating a lower-class civilization, Liu Peiqiang said with certainty. For 7 whole days, they had been broadcasting information to the outside world over and over again. The God civilization just watched and did nothing. If another known God-level civilization had appeared here, would this God civilization still be able to be so indifferent? Thinking of this, Liu Peiqiang's expression turned cold. We should create a bigger commotion in their multidimensional network, preferably paralyzing it for a while, so that they can face us squarely. Moss, what do you think? The crew furrowed their brows apprehensively. Making a bigger commotion or directly inflicting some damage on the divine civilization would naturally make it treat them more solemnly. But in case a battle was triggered, they would have to look for the next godly civilization again. They didn't see that they would be able to walk away from the battle in one piece. And with the vastness of the universe, even if the god-level civilization didn't hide itself, they might not be able to find their next target very quickly. Moss, however, replied, You're right. For such an ancient civilization that may have survived from the 10th dimensional idyllic era to the present day, it cannot be viewed in the same way that individuals and unusual civilizations are treated. We should show our strength. Even if we cause some damage to them, they may not attack us. After all, we are just a ship, and there is a civilization behind us. Liu Peiqiang nodded. Moss's thoughts coincided with his. Even if he caused substantial damage to the divine civilization, the divine civilization would still have to consider the civilization behind him, and wouldn't necessarily attack him. He wasn't worried about the consequences, only about being able to do it. Although he was the only ship in this operation, the United Government's fleet was already on the edge of their seats. According to the United Government's intention, if their squad couldn't get away, then the United Government would really fight a war with the God civilization, just to learn about their own power positioning in the Three Bodies universe. Liu Peiqiang asked seriously, Are we capable of doing this?